Is recording? Yeah.
Yeah, just got the notification. The meeting is being live streamed. Okay. Good morning, good afternoon, and
Live stream.
okay. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone, and a very warm welcome to the Global Indigenous Youth Summit on Climate Change 2026 for Region 1, Asia and Oceania. It is my great pleasure to welcome all of you joining us from across Asia, Oceania, the Pacific, and beyond. And my name is Aishwarya Kunashankar, and I'm honored to serve as the Region 1 lead for Asia Oceania for GIYSCC 2026. So we are gathered here today under this year's powerful theme for the fourth time, the Indigenous Guardians, Lands, Rights, and Knowledge for Climate Justice. So this theme speaks directly to the important role Indigenous people and Indigenous youth play in protecting ecosystems, sustaining communities, preserving knowledge systems, and advancing climate justice. Across the Asia Oceania region, we are witnessing diverse and interconnected climate challenges from rising sea levels and ocean change to biodiversity loss, extreme weather events, changing agricultural systems, and pressures on traditional lands and territories. At the same time, our region is home to generations of knowledge, practices, and leadership that offer important pathways towards a more resilient and just future. Today's session is therefore an opportunity to listen, learn, and connect across generations and knowledge systems. We are honored to have with us distinguished speakers and leaders who will share their perspectives on climate action, indigenous knowledge, sustainability, and the importance of inclusive approaches to addressing the climate crisis. So, before we begin, I would like to warmly thank our speakers, the GIYSCC Global Team, Indigenous youth leaders, partners, organizers, technical teams that are helping us today, and most importantly, all of you for taking the time to be part of this regional gathering. With that, let us officially begin the GIYSCC 2026 Region 1 for Asia and Oceania. It is now my pleasure to introduce our first speaker. We are especially honored to welcome Dr. Devina Lubin from Mauritius, a past global lead of the Global Indigenous Youth Summit on Climate Change. As someone who has previously served in a global leadership role within GIYSCC, Dr. Devina brings valuable experience and perspective on the importance of Indigenous youth leadership and global collaboration in advancing climate action. Dr. Devina, thank you for joining us today. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in warmly welcoming Dr. Devina Lobin from Mauritius to deliver the welcome remarks. Um, st- Maybe we can pin Dr. Devina.
Thank you so much, Ashwarya. Ashwarya. So, distinguished youth leaders, respected elders, colleagues, friends, and most importantly, the indigenous people, young people joining us from all around the world. Warm greeting to all of you, wherever you are joining from. It's a great honor to welcome you all on the fourth edition of the Global Indigenous Youth Summit on Climate Change. Today, as we gather for on the International Day of the World Indigenous People, we are not simply opening another conference. We are actually contributing to a journey that has begun with a simple but yet powerful idea, a virtual dialogue by, for, and among Indigenous youth with global inclusion. That sentence it was not a merely description of an event. It's actually a it was a beginning of a vision that was recognized by Indigenous youth should not only be invited into a conversation about climate change, they should be actually shaping those kinds of conversations. A vision that recognizes that indigenous knowledge is not simply something to be documented or to be preserved, but something that must be heard. respected, exchanged, and brought into contemporary climate action and decision making. A vision that recognized that meaningful global inclusion require us to cross not only geographical borders but also cultural, linguistic, generational, and institutional boundaries. From an idea to a global movement. The story of the GYSCC began in 2023 through the Science Advice Skill Development Program led by the INSA Africa, where Dr. Temitope Sugnabanu and her mentor, Professor Paul Bergman, as well my mentor, Paul is also my mentor, has identified that conversation about indigenous youth are scattered and recognized that a coordinated platform was needed. The first summit was hosted by the United Nations Institute of Training and Research, UNITA, with coordination support from the Science Diplomacy Center. When they started the GYCC, it was, I would say, an ambitious experiment into a virtual dialogue that has actually become something much larger. The first summit demonstrated that technology could actually enable indigenous youth from different part of the world to come together despite distance, geography, time zone. So since then, the GIYSCC has evolved from 2023 to 2024, from 2024 to 2025, and now we are in 2026, building a growing community of indigenous youth leaders, researchers, practitioners, scientists, policymakers, and alliance. Today, building on the GIYSCC, the different edition of the GIYSCC, our wider community has grown up to nearly 3,000 registrants from around 140 nations, representing more than 350 languages. Think about that one moment. 3,000 people, 140 nations, more than 350 languages, different stories, different ecosystem, different culture, different experience of climate change, but one shared planet. So about GIC, why indigenous youth? So indigenous people living in some part of the world where we actually the environmental we are mostly affected. I would say we are living in environmental sensitive territories, but indigenous communities are not just, that small communities that experience the consequence of climate change. They are actually the communities that carry generation of knowledge about land, water, diversity, seasons, ecosystem, food system, adaptation, and relationship with nature. And this knowledge has been accumulated from generation to generation. It has been tested through lived experience. It is transmitted through communities, languages, stories, practices, and relationship. And yet, too often, climate, global climate conversation has treated indigenous knowledge as something peripheral, as an additional perspective rather than an essential component of climate action. GYCC seeks to challenge that approach. Our message is simple. Indigenous youth are not just beneficiaries of climate policy. They are knowledge holders, innovators, leaders, scientists, advocates, diplomats, decision makers. This is what makes GYCC different. GYCC is about creating a space where Indigenous youth speak about themselves, with each other, and with the world. So when we talk about GYCC, I will say it's a journey from dialogue to diplomacy. One of the most important legacy of the GYCC 2023 was the publication of the nature commentary. Indigenous youth must be at the forefront of climate diplomacy. That contribution captures something fundamental about the purpose of this initiative. Climate change is not just an environmental challenge, It is a challenge of governance. It is a challenge of equity. It is a challenge of knowledge. And increasingly, it is a challenge of diplomacy. GIYCC therefore seeks to strengthen a global partnership of indigenous youth inspired by the spirit of SDG 17, Partnership for the Goal, while contributing directly to SDG 13, climate action. And this is where science diplomacy become very important. Indigenous youth bring another dimension to this conversation. Knowledge rooted in place, culture, communities, and generation. From when these form of knowledge meet, something powerful can happen. We can move from knowledge sharing to co-creation, from consultation to participation, from participation to leadership, and ultimately from leadership to influence. So GYCC is building a legacy. Over the past few years, GYCC has been able to continue to grow beyond annual summit. Our Indigenous Youth Summit youth leaders have increasingly take ownership of the agenda, the speakers, the conversation, and more importantly, GYCC has embraced inclusion, welcoming not only Indigenous youth, but also non Indigenous alliances, researchers, scientists, policymakers, and others who believe in the importance of Indigenous leadership. So the representative has contributed so far one of the most powerful another one powerful contribution I would say about the two book series that has emanated from the stories gathered during the last edition. So the youth leaders was also represented at the SRI Congress in 2024, 2025, 2026 through panels, moderation, storytelling, dedicated session. Now, when it's come to GICC, we are actually working towards um, those important publication, that is a book series. I would say these are not simply publication. They are part of the GYC legacy. They are attempt to ensure that the ideas, the experience, the knowledge shared through this movement doesn't disappear when the summit ends. So, looking forward as a next chapter, one of the most significant development in our journey is the development of the GYC strategic plan 2026 to, and 2026 to 2031. So the indigenous this plan was developed through a consultative workshop that took place at SRI Congress 2025, where we began an important question. Where do we want GYCC to be 5 years from now? Because a movement just can't live only from summit to summit. We need to build institution. We need to build network. We need to build leadership. We need to create an opportunity for Indigenous youth to contribute to science, to policy, to diplomacy. We need to ensure that the work of GYCC is sustainable beyond individual leaders and individual events. Here, the strategy plan therefore represents an important transition from an emerging global dialogue toward a more structured and sustainable global platform from Indigenous youth and leadership. And this can't happen without you guys. We need you in this journey. About GYC 2026. This year's summit carries the theme Indigenous Guardians Land, Right, Knowledge for Climate Justice. It is a powerful theme because climate justice cannot be separated from land. It cannot be separated from rights. It cannot be separated from knowledge. The very concept of being indigenous guardian remind us that protecting the environment is not simply about managing resources. It is about relationship between people and the land, relationship between communities and the ecosystem, between generation, between knowledge of the past and the possibility of the future. Today, GIYSCC once again circles the Earth and reaches the Sun, moving across the 8 3 hours time zone over 24 hours. There's something symbolic about this. As one region begins its conversation, another prepared to take the baton. The dialogue moves across the planet, from Asia to Oceania to Africa, Europe, and Middle East, and onwards the Americas and the Arctic. Different time zone, different languages, different indigenous nation, but one continuous conversation. One Earth, one future, one interconnected human family. A call to all of us. So as we begin today's summit, I would like you I would like to invite each of you to think beyond the traditional question. What we what can we do for indigenous people? Instead, let's ask, what can we do with indigenous youth? And perhaps and more even more important question, what can we learn from indigenous youth? Let this summit be a space where we listen as much as we speak, where we learn as much as we teach, where we question assumption, where different knowledge system can meet with respect, where young people are not asked to wait for the future, but are recognized as the leaders of the present. Because climate crisis is not a problem that belongs to one generation. The decision that we are going to make today, the decision that we make today will shape actually the world inherited by the generation that are not yet born. Indigenous knowledge teach us to think across generation. The GIC challenge us to do the same. Our task as youth leaders, we need to ensure that indigenous youth are present on not only in the conversation, but also in the room where decisions are made to ensure that climate change is not informed, but actually to be based on wisdom, on knowledge, and on experience that we carry across generation. To all the indigenous youth leaders joining us today, your voice matters, your knowledge matters, your culture matters, your leadership matters, and your vision for the future matters. To our elderly, to our mentors, to our scientists, uh, policymakers, partners, alliance, thank you for working along this movement. Let us listen, let us learn, let us connect, let us co create, and above all, let's work together toward a future where climate justice is not simply a principle we speak about, but a reality we build together. With that, I am delighted to welcome you all to the Global Indigenous Youth Summit on Climate Change 2026 and wish you all a happy International Day of World Indigenous People. Let's the dialogue begin. Thank you.
Uh, Thank you very much, Dr. Devina, for those warm and inspiring remarks. It's good to have you here today. Um, we will now proceed to the opening remarks. It is my great honor to introduce to you all Professor T.S. Dr. Tan Wee Ho, Chair of INSA Asia. INSA Asia plays an important role in strengthening the relationship between science, policy, and decision making across the region, creating meaningful dialogue between scientific knowledge, indigenous knowledge, community experiences, and policy is particularly important as we respond to the complex challenges posed by climate change. Professor Tan has been a strong supporter of initiatives that promote knowledge exchange and dialogue across communities and disciplines, and we are delighted to have him with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, Please join me in welcoming Professor T.S. Dr. Tan Wee Ho, Chair of INSA Asia, to deliver the opening remarks.
Okay, thank you, Aish. A very good day to and happy World Indigenous People Day. Okay, I'm Wee Ho. Distinguished Indigenous leaders and knowledge holders, respected elders, youth delegates, fellow academics, policymakers, civil society partners, members of the GIYSCC Secretariat, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone joining this global summit from different parts of the world. It is a great honor to address you as Chair of the International Network for Governmental Science Advice Asia, or INSA Asia. I extend my sincere appreciation to the GIYSCC Secretariat and International Institute of Science Diplomacy and Sustainability for convening this timely summit. I also acknowledge Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Dr. Zakri Abdul Hamid for his enduring leadership in science, sustainability, biodiversity, and science diplomacy. Most importantly, I respectfully acknowledge the indigenous people represented at this summit. Together with their ancestor communities, territories, cultures, and living system of knowledge. The theme of 2026 Summit, Indigenous Guardians, Land, Rights, and Knowledge for Climate Justice, is both timely and profoundly important. Land, rights, and knowledge are not three separate subjects that can be addressed independently. They form an interconnected system in which land sustains identity, rights protect dignity, and knowledge guides responsible relationships between humanity and nature. When one pillar is weakened, the other two are also placed at risk. Conversely, when all three pillars are recognized and strengthened, indigenous communities become even more powerful partners in the pursuit of climate justice. The first pillar, land, must be understood as more than physical territory or an economic resource. For many indigenous peoples, land is inseparable from culture, memory, spirituality, livelihood, language, and collective identity. Forests, rivers, mountains, coastlines, and ancestral territories carry histories and responsibilities that have been transmitted across generations. Indigenous stewardship has therefore never been limited to environmental management in the narrow technical sense. It represents a relationship of reciprocity in which people care for the land because the land also sustains the people. This understanding is highly relevant to the global response to climate change. Indigenous communities have accumulated detailed observations of seasonal patterns, water systems, animal behavior, forest conditions, soil fertility, biodiversity, and ecological change. Such observations have also been developed over many generations and tested continuously through daily practice. The sixth assessment report of the Intergovernmental Panel of Climate Change recognized that indigenous knowledge and local knowledge could contribute significantly to climate adaptation, resilience, and sustainable development. Indigenous guardianship must therefore be guarded as a vital source of climate intelligence, rather than as a cultural supplement to conventional environmental science. Nevertheless, recognizing the value of indigenous stewardship in speeches is insufficient if indigenous communities continue to lose control over ancestral lands. Conservation initiatives can become unjust when they restrict indigenous access to territories without meaningful participation or consent. Development projects can similarly cause displacement, livelihood disruption, cultural loss, and ecological damage when decisions are imposed from outside. Climate action cannot be described as just when people who have protected an ecosystem are excluded from deciding its future. The protection of land must consequently include recognition of tenure, participation, community and authority, and the right of indigenous peoples to determine their own development priorities. The second pillar, rights, provides the ethical and institutional foundation for genuine partnership. Indigenous rights are not favor granted by governments, corporations, universities, or international organizations. They are human rights grounded in dignity, equality, self-determination, cultural integrity, and historical justice. The United Nations Declaration on the Right of Indigenous Peoples affirms the importance of participation, ancestral lands, cultural heritage, traditional knowledge, and free, prior, and informed consent. These principles must shape climate policy from the earliest stage of agenda setting until implementation, monitoring, and evaluation. Free, prior, and informed consent, commonly known as FPIC, is particularly important. Free means that participation must occur without coercion, intimidation, or manipulation. Prior means that communities must be engaged before decisions are made or projects are approved. Informed means that communities must receive complete, accurate, accessible, and culturally appropriate information. Consent means that indigenous communities possess genuine decision-making power rather than merely being invited to endorse a predetermined plan. Meaningful participation must also extend beyond the inclusion of a symbolic representative at the end of a policy process. Indigenous people should participate in identifying problems, defining evidence, designing research, interpreting findings, selecting policy options, and evaluating outcomes. Participation must include indigenous women who often hold essential knowledge concerning food systems, health, water, seeds, families, and community resilience. It must also include indigenous youth who are inheritors of traditional knowledge and emerging leaders in technology, advocacy, entrepreneurship, and climate action. Rights become meaningful only when they are translated into institutional authority, resources, representation, and accountability. The third pillar, knowledge, challenges us to reconsider what counts as creditable evidence. Modern policy institutions often privilege knowledge that appears in academic journals, statistical datasets, technical reports, or formal models. These forms of evidence are valuable, but they do not represent the entirety of human knowledge. Indigenous knowledge may be transmitted through oral histories, stories, ceremonies, songs, material practices, community memories, languages, landscape observation, and relationship with living beings. A different mode of expression does not make such knowledge less systematic, less relevant, and less valid. Indigenous knowledge and languages are particularly important because language carries categories, relationships, and meanings that may not have direct equivalents in dominant languages. When an indigenous language disappears, humanity can lose irreplaceable ecological knowledge and a distinctive way of understanding the world. Language preservation is therefore not only a cultural concern, it is also connected to biodiversity, environmental governance, education, and climate resilience. Supporting indigenous languages strengthens the ability of communities to transmit knowledge across generations and to maintain authority over their own intellectual traditions. The relationship between indigenous knowledge and contemporary technology also deserves careful attention. Participatory mapping, satellite observation, geographic information systems, community-based monitoring, drones, and other geospatial technologies can help communities document territories, monitor environmental degradation, support restoration, and present evidence in policy negotiations. However, technology must remain accountable to the communities that generate and interpret the data. Questions of ownership, access, consent, storage, benefit sharing, and indigenous data sovereignty must be settled before information is collected or disseminated. Digital innovation should strengthen indigenous agency rather than extract knowledge from communities or transfer control to external institutions. From the perspective of INSA Asia, these issues lie at the heart of responsible science advice. Science advice is not simply the transmission of research findings from experts to governments. It is a structured process through which evidence, experience, public value, uncertainty, and competing interests are brought into policy deliberation. Effective science advice, therefore, depends on who is recognized as a knowledge holder, who is invited into the process, whose evidence receives attention, and who has the power to influence the final decision. If indigenous peoples are excluded from these processes, the resulting advice may be technically sophisticated but socially incomplete and ethically deficient. Asia offers an especially important context for this conversation. The region contains extraordinary cultural, linguistic, and ecological diversity. Together with many indigenous and local communities living in the forests, mountains, islands, river basins, coastal areas, and other climate-sensitive environments. These communities experience rising sea levels, extreme weather, biodiversity loss, changing rainfall patterns, land degradation, food insecurity, and displacement. At the same time, many possesses valuable knowledge and community institutions that have supported resilience over generations. Regional science advice systems must learn to work with these communities as equal partners. I would therefore like to propose 3 commitments to consideration throughout this summit. First, we must move from consultation to co-creation, which I agree with the previous speaker. Indigenous communities should not be approached only after a research question, climate program, or development project has already been designed. They should help determine the questions, methods, standards of evidence, expected benefits, and evaluation criteria from the beginning. Co-creation recognizes indigenous people as decision makers and intellectual partners rather than as research subjects or sources of raw information. Second, we must move from knowledge extraction to knowledge stewardship. Researchers and institutions must respect community protocols, collective ownership, confidentiality, scarce knowledge, and the right of communities to determine what may or may not be shared. Benefits must return to the communities that contribute knowledge. Capacity building must also be reciprocal, because universities and policy institutions have as much to learn from indigenous communities as indigenous communities may gain from the technical collaboration. Third, we must move from symbolic recognition to institutional representation. Indigenous participation must be embedded within climate councils, scientific advisory bodies, research ethics systems, funding mechanisms, conservation boards, and national planning processes. Representation should be accompanied by resources, authority, and transparent procedures. Without these institutional conditions, recognition may remain ceremonial rather than transformative. Young people will be central to advancing these communities. Indigenous youth stand at the intersection of inherited wisdom and emerging possibilities. Many are learning ancestral languages and cultural practices while also engaging with social media, geospatial tools, AI, legal advocacy, climate science, and international networks. Their leadership does not require them to choose between tradition and modernity. Instead, they can shape new forms of climate action in which traditional knowledge and contemporary innovation reinforce one another. This summit should therefore be understood as more than a gathering for discussion. It is an opportunity to build relationships among communities, researchers, policymakers, educators, activists, and young leaders. It can help translate stories into evidence, evidence into policy, and policy into just action. It can also help ensure that climate solutions does not reproduce the historical inequalities that contributed to climate crisis. The success of this summit will ultimately be measured by whether its conversations lead to stronger rights, healthier ecosystem, protected knowledge systems, and greater decision-making power for indigenous communities. As we begin, let us remember that climate justice is not only concerned with how environmental burdens are distributed, it is also concerned with whose knowledge is respected, whose voice is heard, whose rights are protected, and whose vision of the future influences collective decisions. There can be no credible climate justice without indigenous rights. There can be no sustainable environmental stewardship without secure relationships between indigenous people and their lands. There can be no complete system of climate knowledge without the wisdom, observation, memory, and leadership of indigenous communities. On behalf of INSA Asia, I reaffirm our commitment to supporting more inclusive, transparent, and responsible systems of science advice. We must build stronger bridges between scientific institutions, governments, indigenous knowledge holders, civil society, and young people. These bridges must be founded upon mutual respect, ethical engagement, epistemic humility, and shared responsibility. Through such partnerships, science advice can become not only more robust, but also more humane and more just. May this summit honor the guardians of land, uphold the rights of indigenous people, and strengthen the intergenerational transmission of knowledge. May every dialogue during this gathering generate understanding, every partnership generate trust, and every commitment generate meaningful action. Above all, may we leave this summit with the courage to recognize that indigenous people are not merely vulnerable populations affected by climate change. They are leaders, knowledge holders, rights holders, innovators, and indispensable partners in shaping a sustainable future. I congratulate the GIYSCC Secretariat and all participating organizations for making this important gathering possible. I wish every delegate a productive, inspiring, and transformative summit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Tan, for your time and your thoughtful opening remarks. We now come to the keynote presentation of today's session. It is my great pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Noraini Mokhtar from Malaysia. Professor Dr. Noraini Mokhtar serves on the Board of Trustees of Amanah Lestari Alam and is an adjunct professor at the International Institute of Science, Diplomacy and Sustainability, IISDS, which is based here in UCSI University, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Her work and experience provide valuable perspectives on sustainability, environmental stewardship, knowledge, and the role of collaboration in addressing environmental and climate changes. For the next 30 minutes, Professor Dr. Noraini will share her insights with us as part of this year's GIYSCC team, Indigenous Guardians, Lands, Rights, and Knowledge for Climate Justice. We look forward to hearing her perspectives and learning from her experience. Professor Dr. Noraini, thank you for being with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Professor Dr. Noraini Mokhtar for her keynote presentation. I think Justice can pin Dr. Noraini.
Distinguished guests, respected indigenous leaders, youth representatives, partners, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Aj. Can you hear me, everyone?
Yes.
Assalamualaikum. Very good morning to all, and also good afternoon and good evening to everyone joining from different parts of the world. Selamat datang or welcome. Apa kabar? How are you? This is a Malay expression that means the commonly used. Indeed, it is my great pleasure to begin this conversation by extending a warm welcome from Malaysia to all of you. It is my great honor and privilege to be with all of you today at the 4th Global Indigenous Youth Summit on Climate Change 2026, representing our dear Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Dr. Zakri, who is also instrumental in having this program over the years. It is indeed a global platform that brings together indigenous youth, community leaders, researchers, policymakers for the exchange of knowledge, sharing experience, and strengthen collective actions towards climate justice. First and foremost, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the organizers and partners of this important summit, including Future Earth, the Science Diplomacy Center, the International Network for Government Science Advice, INGSA, UCSI, University, together with Amanah Lestari Alam, and all regional partners who have contributed to making this global dialogue possible. I would like to acknowledge also Prof. Paul Berkman, who is part of us in bringing this together and making a real success program for the last years, years that we had. I concur with the speakers previously that this summit holds even greater significance as it takes place in conjunction with the International Day of the World's Indigenous Peoples, a day that reminds us all of the importance of recognizing indigenous communities, their cultures, their rights, and their invaluable contributions to humanity. The theme of this year, as mentioned, Indigenous Guardians, Land, Rights, and Knowledge for Climate Justice, reflects a fundamental truth. Climate action cannot succeed without recognizing the people who have protected our planet for generations. For centuries, indigenous communities around the world have been caring for forests, rivers, ocean, and ecosystems through knowledge passed down from one generation to another. They have demonstrated that our relationship with nature should not only be based on what we can take from it, but on how we can protect and sustain it. Today, as the world faces increasing challenges from climate change, biodiversity loss, and environmental degradation, we must recognize that indigenous voices are not only important, but they are essential. Because climate justice is not only about reducing emissions or protecting ecosystems, it is also about ensuring that the people who have safeguarded this ecosystem are respected, included, and empowered to shape the future. Ladies and gentlemen, at Amanah Lestari Alam, or Alam of Bank Pembangunan Malaysia or National Development Bank, we believe that sustainability begins with people. Environmental challenges are ultimately human challenges. To create meaningful and lasting change, we must transform mindsets, nurture responsibility, and empower individuals and communities to become active guardians of our planet. This belief is reflected in Alam's tagline, transforming minds, nurturing hearts. Through sustainability education, youth empowerment, and strategic partnerships, Alam continues to create platforms that encourage people, especially young people, to understand environmental challenges and take meaningful action. Our participation in GIYSCC represents this commitment. Since 2023, Alam has proudly served as the partner and Asia co-lead for the Global Indigenous Youth Summit on Climate Change. Our involvement is not simply about supporting an event, it is about building bridges. Bridges between indigenous communities and global conversations, bridges between traditional knowledge and modern science, bridges between young people today and the leaders they will become tomorrow. Through GIYSCC, we have witnessed the power of youth leadership. We have seen young indigenous leaders bring forward their experiences, their knowledge, and their solutions. We have also seen something even more meaningful, young participants growing into contributors, facilitators, and leaders within the summit itself. And this reminds us of an important lesson. The true measure of youth empowerment is not simply on how young people participate. The true measure is how many young people are empowered to lead. Ladies and gentlemen, when we speak about climate action, we often think about technology, innovation, policies, and international agreements. However, long before climate change became a global conversation, there were communities around the world who were already protecting the environment through their way of life. These are indigenous communities. For generations, indigenous people have developed deep relationships with their natural surroundings. Their knowledge is shaped by centuries of observing ecosystems, understanding seasonal changes, and respecting the delicate balance between human activities and nature. Today, indigenous people represent approximately 6% of the world's population. Yet, They are custodians of some of the world's most important biodiversity-rich landscape and ecosystem. Their contribution to environmental protection is significant indeed. Through traditional ecological knowledge and sustainable practices, indigenous communities have helped conserve forests, protect wildlife, maintain water resources, and preserve biodiversity. Their knowledge reminds us that nature is not simply a resource to be consumed. Nature is a living system that must be respected, protected, and passed on to future generations. Forests are among the world's most important natural assets. They regulate our climate, support biodiversity, and provide livelihoods for millions of people. Across the world, indigenous communities have played a vital role in protecting forest ecosystems. Their traditional practices contribute to conserving biodiversity, maintaining ecological balance, restoring degraded ecosystems, and ensuring sustainable use of natural resources. Many indigenous communities understand forests not only as physical spaces, but as part of their identity, culture, and heritage. For them, protecting the forest means protecting their history, their community, and their future. This relationship provides an important lesson for all of us. Sustainability is not only about managing resources, it is about building a relationship of responsibility with nature. When we talk about environmental protection, we must always remember that our responsibility extends beyond land. Our oceans are facing increasing pressures from climate change, pollution, overexploitation of resources, and rising temperatures. Yet across the world, indigenous coastal communities have long been guardians of marine ecosystems. Through generations of knowledge, they have practiced sustainable fishing, protected coastal areas, and maintained a deep understanding of marine biodiversity. Their knowledge contributes to protecting coral reefs, sustaining fisheries, preserving coastal ecosystems, and strengthening resilience against climate impacts. In Southeast Asia, communities such as the Bajau Laut demonstrate a unique relationship within the ocean. For generations, their lives, culture, and livelihoods have been deeply connected to the marine environments. Their experiences remind us that ocean conservation is not only a scientific policy or issue, it is also a cultural responsibility. As we move towards a more sustainable future, we must recognize that indigenous knowledge from the coastal communities can contribute greatly to protecting our blue planet. Because indigenous peoples are not only guardians of the land, they are also guardians of our oceans, biodiversity, and natural systems that sustain life. Ladies and gentlemen, while indigenous communities around the world share common issues, values of stewardship and respect for nature, each community carries its own unique history, culture, and relationship with the environment. Malaysia is a country blessed with extraordinary biodiversity and cultural biodiversity and diversity. As one of the world's 17 mega diverse countries, Malaysia is home to rich ecosystems, from tropical rainforests and rivers to coastal and marine environments. Our indigenous communities have played an important role in protecting these natural treasures. In Peninsular Malaysia, for example, the Orang Asli communities represent diverse cultures, languages, and traditions. There are 18 recognized Orang Asli sub-ethnic groups, each with their own unique identity and deep connection with the land. In Sabah and Sarawak, for example, Malaysia is home to many indigenous communities, including the Kadan Dusun, Murut, Bajau, Iban, Bidayu, Orang Ulu, Melanau, and many others. We have seen and we have heard about the report about the group from Sabah. They have a practice of sustainability of managing the aquatic fisheries ecosystem called Tagal system, which is being emulated all parts of the world in terms of traditional knowledge for sustainability. These communities carry generations of knowledge, not only about biodiversity conservation, forest management, traditional agriculture, river and marine ecosystem, and sustainable ways of living together. For many indigenous communities in Malaysia, nature is not simply a resource. Again, it is part of their identity, culture, and way of life. Their knowledge reminds us that sustainability is not a new concept. It has been practiced by indigenous communities for generations and can be emulated for future generations. For Malaysia continues to recognize the importance of supporting indigenous communities. These are through initiatives focusing on community empowerment, education and skill development, and improving sustainable livelihoods. Whereas we need to consider on the extent of the actions towards preserving cultural heritage and strengthening participation in environmental conservation through partnership and co-creation. Agencies such as JACOA play an important role. This is the Department of Indigenous Group in supporting the development and well-being of Orang Asli, the indigenous group of people communities in Peninsular Malaysia. At the same time, partnership with communities, universities, civil societies, and other stakeholders remain important to ensure indigenous voices continue to be included in sustainability and climate discussions. And these are ongoing process. Again, why is it the indigenous youth messengers matter to us all? While we honor the contribution of indigenous communities today, we must also look towards the future. And the future lies with the indigenous youth. Indigenous youth are not only the leaders of tomorrow, they are leaders of today. They are the messengers of their communities. They carry the stories, wisdom, and experiences of their ancestors while bringing these voices into modern conversations on climate action, sustainability, and development stewardship. They stand at the intersection of tradition and innovation. They understand the importance of preserving ancestral knowledge while also recognizing the opportunities created by science, technology, and new forms of collaboration. This unique position makes indigenous youth powerful agents of change. Indigenous youth play a critical role in ensuring sustainable livelihoods for their communities. For many indigenous communities, environmental protection is closely connected to daily life, which means about the health of the forest that affects the livelihood, the health of the oceans that affect the food security, and the health of ecosystems which affect cultural practices and community well-being. Therefore, protecting is not a separate from improving lives. It is deeply connected. As natural resources face increasing pressure from climate change, biodiversity loss, and unsustainable development, indigenous youth are becoming important guardians of the resources that communities depend on. They are protecting forests that provide shelter and livelihoods, rivers that sustain communities, oceans that support food systems, and ecosystems that maintain balance on our planet. They are not only inheriting environmental challenges, they are inheriting the responsibility to create solutions. So through the platforms such as GIYSCC, congratulations to all. We know that indigenous youth have the opportunity to bring their voices beyond their communities. They can share local solutions with global audience exchange knowledge across borders, strengthen leadership capacity, building partnership, and contribute to international climate discussions. Most importantly, we have given them the opportunity to remind the world that climate solution must come from communities as well as institutions. The voices of indigenous youth should not only be heard during discussions about their communities, they should be part of shaping decisions that affect the future of our planet. Because when indigenous youth are empowered, we are not only supporting young leaders, we are protecting knowledge, we are strengthening communities, and we are investing in a generation of guardians who will protect our natural resources for years to come. Ladies and gentlemen, the power of indigenous youth leadership cannot be understated. It is exactly why platforms such as Global Indigenous Youth Summit on Climate Change are so important. GIYSCC is more than a conference. It is more than a platform for discussion. It is a global movement that creates space for indigenous youth to share their experience, exchange knowledge, and contribute their perspectives to the global climate conversation. Across different regions of the world, indigenous communities experience different realities. Some communities are facing the impacts of rising sea level rise, as mentioned by Prof. Tan just now. There are many ocean and coastal changes, as we believe we have seen because of the climate change. They are expressing pressures for the forest, biodiversity, and traditional territories due to the land use and policies. Others are confronting challenges related to land rights, cultural preservation, and sustainable livelihoods. Although these challenges may differ, they are connected by a common message. The voices of indigenous communities must be part of the solutions. Through GIYSCC, again, indigenous youth from different parts of the world can share their traditional knowledge from their communities, innovative approaches to environmental challenges, experience for protecting ecosystems, and furthering ideas, regeneration for creating a more sustainable future. This exchange of knowledge is really powerful because climate solutions do not come from one place alone. They come from communities, from lists of experiences, from generations of knowledge through collaborations from different sectors of society. As such, this year's summit, Indigenous Guardians, Land Rights and Knowledge for Climate Justice, remind us that Indigenous knowledge, rights and leadership must be recognized as essential components of climate action and strategies that we are going to develop beyond. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, in the nutshell, climate change is a shared knowledge. No single community, organization, country, or sector can address it alone. Building a sustainable future requires all of us to work together with respect, trust, and shared responsibility. As governments play a critical role in creating inclusive policies that recognize indigenous rights, strengthen community participation, and support sustainable development. Meaningful engagement with indigenous community must be at the heart of decision-making process and can be actions on the ground. For the private sector, it has an important responsibility to support responsible development and invest in solutions that create positive environmental and social impact. Businesses must recognize that sustainability is not about protecting nature and also nature positive concept, but also about supporting communities who have long been connected to this important ecosystem. As for academia and researchers, institutions really play a vital role in bridging scientific knowledge with indigenous wisdom. By working together, we can develop solutions that are both evidence-based and grounded in community realities. For civil society, organizations could continue to play an important role in advocating for inclusion, equity, and environmental justice to help strengthen partnership and amplify voices that deserve to be heard. To the young people everywhere, we have an important role to play. They bring creativity, energy, and new perspectives. They are not only participants in sustainability movement, but they are drivers of change. Most importantly, indigenous communities must continue to be recognized as partners, knowledge holders, and leaders in climate action. Their voices, experiences, and solutions are essential in building a future that is fair, resilient, and sustainable. In closing, ladies and gentlemen, as we gather today, we are reminded that climate change is not only an environmental challenge. It is a challenge that affects people, communities, cultures, livelihoods, and the generations that will inherit the world we leave behind. But within this challenge lies an opportunity to listen to voices that have long protected our planet, an opportunity to learn from knowledge that has been passed down through generations, an opportunity to work together in building a future that is more just, resilient, and sustainable. The wisdom of indigenous communities represents generations of understanding about our relationship with nature. The leadership of indigenous youth represents hope, innovation, and a renewed commitment to protecting our shared future. Through platforms such as GIYSCC, we are reminded that climate actions become stronger when every voice is valued, every knowledge is respected, and every community is empowered to contribute. The future of climate action will not be shaped in laboratories, boardrooms, or international negotiations. It will also be shaped in forests where communities protect biodiversity, along rivers where generations have lived in harmony with nature, across oceans where indigenous guardians preserve marine ecosystems, and within communities whose knowledge continues to guide us towards sustainability. Let us protect our lands and oceans. Let us uphold indigenous rights and recognize indigenous communities as partners in shaping solutions. Let us preserve the knowledge, cultures, and traditions that have sustained humanity for generations. Let us empower indigenous youth not only as participants in climate conversations, but as messengers, leaders, and guardians of sustainable livelihoods. And most importantly, let us continue building partnership across communities, countries, and generations, because the future of our planet depends on our ability to work together. Together, we can create a future where people and nature do not compete, but thrive together. A future where knowledge is respected, voices are heard, and every generation has the opportunity to inherit a healthier and a more resilient planet. Thank you. All the best, everyone. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Noraini, for that insightful and thought-provoking keynote presentation. Your presentation has given us valuable perspectives to reflect on, particularly on the relationship between knowledge, environmental stewardship, sustainability, and climate action. It also provides an important foundation for the conversations that we will follow as we continue exploring the role of Indigenous knowledge and leadership in achieving climate justice. We will now move into the next part of our program, presentations from Indonesia, followed by a discussion with the presenters. We encourage everyone to actively participate, share your reflections, and ask questions. At this point, I will hand over the session to our GIYSCC Indigenous Youth Leader and moderator, also our co-lead from Indonesia, Muhammad Rauf, who will facilitate this session. Muhammad Rauf, over to you. You are muted. Um, hold on. Ralph, you're muted.
Okay, so sorry, I cannot unmute previously. So yeah, thank you, Aishu, thank you everyone. So let me introduce myself. My name is Muhammad Rauf. I am as a researcher of climate and energy in Indonesia, in the climate think tank base of Indonesia. So it is my pleasure to moderate this two-day session at the Global Indigenous Youth Summit on Climate Change 2026. So, as we talk about climate change, we often focus more on emissions, technologies, policies, or even just a number. But today's sessions invite us to look at climate change from another perspective, especially from people, knowledge, land, culture, and also power. We will hear two perspectives today that approach these questions from different but closely connected angles. So first, we will explore how communities can imagine and co-design a more resilient future through intergenerational and biocultural knowledge. Then we will move towards to the political and structural dimensions of climate and environment challenges, particularly the relationship between extra activism, agrarian conflict, indigenous struggle, global production network. So, yeah, personally, I hope today's discussion can help us move from simply asking what future do we want to also asking who gets to shape the future, whose knowledge counts, and whose the rights must be protected along the way. So, without any further ado, let's I move to the first speakers. The first speakers would be Miss Riza Anis Anggreni, who is an Asia Pacific Community Convener with Climate Youth Resilience and also a PhD scholar at the Center for Development and Environment at the University of Bern. Today, she will speak about intergenerational foresight, co-designing future scenarios for biocultural resilience in Indonesia's mountain communities. So, Riza Anissa, the floor is yours.
I will
Thank you
help
so
to,
much.
yeah,
Okay.
I think I can help to share the slides for Ms. Riza. Okay.
Thank you so much, everyone, and also all the keynote speakers. Very inspiring words to all of us here, and also the moderator. Thank you so much. So, good morning, good afternoon, or evening, everyone, wherever you are. Happy International Day of the World Indigenous Peoples. So today my presentation, I want to propose a framework. Sorry. A framework that I built with my research project. So when we talk about mountain landscape, we often think of them as a physical barriers or remote wilderness, but for indigenous community across the Indonesian archipelago, mountains are living cultural landscape, sacred spaces where memory, identity, and ecological survival are deeply intertwined. So today, however, these very landscapes are on the front lines of climate change, with shifting rainfall patterns, disrupt traditional agriculture, calendars, biodiversity loss, threaten local food security, and younger generation facing a growing disconnect from their ancestral land. So the central question, as we can see on my presentation I want to address today is how do we build biocultural resilience when the past methods no longer fully predict future climate realities, yet modern top-down policy consistently miss local nuances. So the answer lies at the intersection of two powerful forces, traditional knowledge and intergenerational foresight. Next slide, please. Thank you. So the core framework is bridging youth and elders. In many policy spaces, traditional knowledge is treated as something static, an archive of the past to be catalogued. But indigenous knowledge it's a dynamic, a living system of adaptation. So, however, we face a critical transition moment. First, our elders hold deep ecological memory, decades of observing microclimates, soil health, forest use, and relational ethics with nature. And then our youth hold fluent connection to modern tools, digital storytelling, global climate networks, and policy frameworks. So often these two groups operate in silos. Policy discussion either consult adults without equipping youth to carry the vision forward, or empower youth through modern education that inadvertently alienates them from their cultural roots, right? So intergenerational foresight bridges this divide by bringing youth and elders into the same participatory space. We use participatory foresight tools such as scenario planning, visioning, and backcasting to predict the future, but co-design it. And then elders ground the scenarios in ancestral ethics and biocultural values, while youth translate these values into forward-looking strategies, policy demands, and community-led initiatives. So the next, we are going to define transformative narratives and methodology. So how this look in practice within Indonesia mountain communities. So the picture is in Kasepuhan Cipta Gelar community in Halimun Salak National Park in West Java, Indonesia. So we're doing participatory workshop. We facilitate structured dialogues using 3 key steps. First is mapping biocultural memory. We start by asking elders and youth to trace past climate shifts and traditional coping mechanism, like what cosmology cues, guided planting seasons, how did community governance protect water springs. And then second, we co-designing alternative future. So instead of relying solely on external climate models from global policy frameworks, community members construct 4 distinct future scenarios for their mountains to 20 to 30 years from now. So they explore best case visions of thriving biocultural sanctuaries, as well as warning scenarios of resource extraction and loss of identity. And then the third is backcasting to sustainability, policy governance, working backward from their desired future. Youth and others are their articulate clear policy recommendations. And this includes local land use agreements, community managed agroforestry systems, and youth-led eco-cultural enterprises. So here is transformative storytelling as the crucial glue, and the stories are the primary vehicle through which indigenous knowledge has been preserved for millennia. So by turning foresight scenarios into collective narratives, we move beyond technical jargon and create emotionally resonant visions that inspire real community action. Next slide, please. How do we connect in the global south to global climate action? Why does this matter on the global scale? For too long, global climate action has treated the global south as a passive recipient of adaptation plans designed elsewhere. And our indigenous communities are often framed merely as vulnerable populations, rather than active knowledge producers and stewards. So when mountain communities in Indonesia co-design their own future scenarios with intergenerational foresight, three important transformations occur. First, we decentering top-down governance. Local community shifts from being subjects of policy to co-holders of policy. And then second, we preserving biocultural diversity. So conservation is no longer separate from cultural survival. Protecting the forest means protecting the language, rituals, and philosophy tied to that forest, tied to the local communities. And then the third is we elevating southern epistemologies, how we demonstrate to the global climate community that local place-based knowledge system offers sophisticated, resilient frameworks for long-term climate adaptation. So next slide, please. Yeah, this is my conclusion and a call to action. So to honor International Indigenous Day today, we must do more than acknowledge the wisdom of the past. We must invest in the agency of indigenous futures. And intergenerational foresight in the mountains of Indonesia shows us that when we honor the memory of elders and trust the vision of youth, we create a powerful foundation for biocultural resilience, for our biodiversity and our cultural identity. And the mountains have sustained generations, so they're quite strange. So it's now our collective responsibility as researchers or policymakers, advocates, or global citizens to support indigenous community as they design their own pathways toward a just, resilient, and thriving future. Thank you very much for this time and the opportunity.
Wow, thank you very much, Miss Riza Anissa, for that insightful presentations. So I really appreciate the way you connected intergenerational knowledge with the question of future making. So yeah, I think this is particularly relevant for us because resilience is not only about how community respond to climate impacts, but also who gets to define what a resilience future is looks like. So yeah, thank you before Miss Riza Anissa. And as we have five times remindings, I will keep this time to make a bit longer in the panelist session discussions. So I hope you just stay on your screen because after the next speaker, we have open discussions. So thank you once again. Yeah, Riza. So yeah, our next speakers, our second speakers, is will be Mr. Anggi Wira Pambudi. As a professor assistant in the International Relations Department at University Singapura Bangsa Karawang, representing Southeast Asian perspective. So today he will take us on critical discussions on extra activism and agrarian conflict, indigenous struggle against state capitalism alliances, and Indonesia's repositioning within fragmented global production networks. So Pak Anggi, we look forward to hearing your perspective, and the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. I will share my presentation. Is my presentation visible?
Yes, I can see your slide clearly.
Okay, okay, I will start. Good morning, everyone. Today, I would like to talk about extractivism and agrarian conflict, particularly about indigenous struggle against state capital alliance in the context of Indonesia repositioning in global production networks. My main argument is quite simple. Indonesia is becoming more important in the global economy through commodities such as palm oil, coal, and nickel. However, this process also creates social and environmental problems, including land conflict, environmental degradation, and the marginalization of indigenous communities. So the main question is, as Indonesia become more important in the global production networks, who benefits and who bears the cost? Indonesia is repositioning itself in the global production networks. First, let us look how Indonesia is repositioning itself in the global production networks. There are three important commodities. The first is palm oil. Indonesia is one of the world's largest palm oil producer. However, plantation expansion is often enters forest area and indigenous territories. The second commodity is coal. Indonesia is one of the major coal exporter in the world. Mining activities, however, can lead to displacement and environmental degradation. The third is nickel. Nickel is very important because it is used in electric vehicle batteries. Because of this, Indonesia has attracted large investment to build smelters and processing facilities. So these three commodities strengthen Indonesia's position in the global production networks. But at the same time, they also create significant social and ecological costs. Here, I would like to introduce the main concept of this presentation, extractive developmentalism. In simple terms, extractivism means extracting natural resources on a large scale for economic purpose. But in Indonesia, the state does not simply allow companies to extract resources. The state also provides licenses, infrastructure, investment, incentive, industrial zones, and security to support extraction. Therefore, we need to distinguish between extractivism and extractive developmentalism. Extractive developmentalism means that resource extraction becomes part of the state development strategy. The problem is that this process can produce land dispossession, deforestation, environmental degradation, agrarian conflict, and the marginalization of indigenous communities. So, economic development and agrarian conflict are not necessarily separate process. They can be produced by the same development model. So how can large-scale extraction happen? One important answer is the state capital alliance. The state provides several important things. It provides regulation and licenses, build infrastructure, and provide investment incentive, and sometimes provide security. Companies, meanwhile, provide capital, technology, production capacity, and access to global market. So this is a mutual beneficial relationship. The state receives investment, revenue, and stronger position in the global economy. Companies receive access to resources, infrastructure, licenses, and protection. The result is the expansion of extraction on the large scale. Now, let us look more closely at Indonesia's position in the global production networks. Indonesia has an important position in the three commodities. For palm oil, Indonesia accounts for 59% of global production. For coal, Indonesia has contributes around 8.3% of global production. And for nickel, Indonesia accounts for around 60% of global production. This shows that Indonesia is not simply a resource supplier. Indonesia is becoming an important part of global food, energy, and electric vehicle supply chain. But there is also an important change. Indonesia no longer wants to simply export raw materials. The government wants to promote downstreaming, which means processing the resources domestically to capture more value. The goal is to move from being mainly a resource exporter to becoming a more important industrial producer. However, indigenous communities should not be seen only as a victim. There are also political actors. They use different strategies to defend their territories. First, they defend customary lands through customary law, historical evidence, and community mapping. Second, they use legal mobilization, including court challenge and other legal mechanisms. Third, they build alliance with NGO, academic, journalists, and international advocacy networks. And fourth, they use direct resistance such as demonstration, blockades, and land occupation. Therefore, indigenous struggle are not only about land. They are also struggle for environmental protection, political rights, and the right to decide the future of their territories. This slide show how Indonesia development model has changed. In the past, extraction could be understood simply as taking natural resources and selling them. But today, the state is much more actively involved. The state provides licenses, investment incentive, infrastructure, downstreaming policies, and land allocation, resource nationalism, and security protection. So the state is not only a regulator, the state becomes an active facilitator of extraction. This is what we call extractive developmentalism. If we look more closely, the state and corporation have different but complementary roles. The state provides regulation, licensing, infrastructure, investment incentive, and security. Companies provide capital, technology, production capacity, and export networks. Both sides therefore receive benefits. The state receive revenue and a stronger position in the global economy. Companies receive access to resources and markets. But this raises an important question. What happened to the communities living in extraction area? Do they receive the same benefit, or do they carry the most of the social and environmental cost? This brings us to the question, who capture the value? Indonesia integration into global production networks creates a significant economic value. The state receives tax and other revenue. Companies receive profit and access to global market. Indonesia also receives investment and infrastructure, but local communities may lose land, experience environmental pollution, and lose their livelihoods. So there is an important contradiction. The value becomes increasingly global, while the costs remain local. Products from Indonesia enter global markets and generate global profit. But environmental damage and agrarian conflict are mainly experienced by people living in extraction area. Indigenous communities should therefore be understood as political actors. They are not simply saying, we don't want this project. They are asking deeper questions. Who has the right to control the land? Who has the right to decide how resources are used? And who has the right to define development? They build networks with NGO, academics, journalists, and other organizations. They also use demonstration and other forms of resistance. So their struggle has three dimensions: land struggle, an ecological struggle, and political struggle. These three dimensions are closely connected. Now we come to the main question. Why does agrarian conflict emerge? I see this as a structural process. First, there is global demand for commodities. Second, the state provide or expand concession. Third, companies gain access to land. Fourth, this area often overlap with customary territories. As a result, communities may lose access to land and livelihoods. Resistance then emerge. So agrarian conflict is not simply a conflict between companies and communities. The state also plays an important role because it controls licenses, law, and security. At its core, the conflict is about who controls land, who captures value, and who bears the cost. We can see this pattern through three commodity frontiers. First, palm oil. The main issue are land expansion, forest conversion, and conflict over customary lands. Second, coal. Coal mining is strongly export-oriented and associated with mining concession, political economic interests, and environmental conflicts. Third, nickel. Nickel is different because it is now strongly connected to electric vehicle transition and downstreaming. So these three commodities have different characteristics, but they show a similar pattern. The stronger global demand, the greater pressure on local territories. Now, I want to focus on nickel. Nickel creates an important paradox. On one side, nickel is essential for electric vehicle and global green transition. Indonesia want to use nickel to achieve industrial upgrading and become an important player in the battery industry. The government has therefore banned the export of raw nickel and encouraged the development of smelter. From an economic perspective, this looks like industrialization. But at the local level, nickel mining can also cause the deforestation, water pollution, and disruption to coastal communities, farmers, and forest-dependent communities. So we have green paradox. The final products might support the global energy transition, but the production process can still be highly extractive. This is what we describe as green extractivism. Another important issue is the shrinking space for communities to express opposition. When community protest, they may face different forms of pressure. This includes legal restriction, intimidation, surveillance, criminalization, and the use of security force. Therefore, agrarian conflict does not happen in politically neutral environment. There is an imbalance of power between companies, the state, and local communities. This is why shrinking space is more important for understanding extractive developmentalism. This slide shows how the process can work. It often begins with community protests. Then security force might enter the area to protect what is considered a strategic asset. This can be followed by eviction, arrest, or restriction on community activities. The final objective is deterrence, making the cost of resistance high enough to discourage future protests. In this way, a conflict that originally concerned like land rights and development can be transferred into security issue. This can be understood as the securitization of development. But resistance does not simply disappear. When physical space become more difficult to use, communities and their allies increasingly use digital space. They use social media, online petition, visual storytelling, and digital campaigns. One example is the Save Raja Ampat campaign. It connected with local communities, with NGO, students, academics, and environmental activists. Digital technology therefore allows a local conflict to reach national and environmental audience. In other words, local struggle can become parts of transnational advocacy networks. Sorry. However, digital activism has also limitation. Activists might face surveillance, online harassments, doxing, disinformation, and even criminalization related to online activities. So digital space is not completely free. But there is one important point. Repression does not automatically eliminate resistance. Instead, resistance changes its form. When physical space becomes restricted, communities move to digital space. When digital space are also restricted, activists develop new strategies. This meant that the continuation of resistance shows that legitimacy of extractive governance cannot simply be taken for granted. Now, let us return to the question of global production network. Is Indonesia really repositioning itself, or it actually reproducing dependency? On the one hand, Indonesia is pursuing resource nationalism. It restricts raw material export and promotes downstreaming. Indonesia is also building smelters and trying to enter battery and electric vehicle industry. So Indonesia is clearly upgrading its position in the global production networks, but there are contradictions. Indonesia still depends on foreign capital, technology, and intellectual property are also still largely controlled by foreign companies. Indonesia also remains dependent on global markets. Therefore, upgrading does not automatically mean independence or emancipation from dependency. So what are the implications for Indonesia? I think the question should not be, how can Indonesia capture more value from its natural resources? We should ask a deeper question. Who capture the value? Who controls the territory? And who bear the cost? Therefore,
I'm so sorry, Pak Anggi. Just a gentle reminder, you have about 5 minutes remaining. Thank you.
Okay. First, indigenous land rights. Second, environmental safeguards. Third, accountable investment governance. Fourth, the protection of environmental defenders. And the fifth, a more equitable distribution of developmental benefits. Downstreaming should not only create value for the state and corporation, it should also create a meaningful benefit for communities living in the extraction area. To conclude, Indonesia repositioning in the global production network is double-edged process. On one side, Indonesia gains resource nationalism, downstreaming, industrial upgrading, and greater global governance, global relevance. Sorry. On other side, Indonesia, the same process can produce extraction, disposition, environmental degradation, and agrarian conflict. In between these two sides is the state capital alliance. This alliance helps explain why economic benefit can become concentrated among the state, corporation, and industrial center, while social and environmental costs are often carried by local communities. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Pak Pak Riza, Pak Anggi, for your presentation. Your presentation is reminding us that climate and environment issues cannot always be separated. These questions of political economy, power, land, or even the country like Indonesia or many countries in Southeast Asia have a same pattern on agrarian issues. So thank you once again to Anggi for your presentations. Then I will re-invite Miss Riza Anissa to join our panel sessions. So in these sessions, I will invite and I will open to the white speaker, to the public eye speakers, where I expected to have a commentary or even a feedback and also these questions. So yeah, can the operator to pin Riza Anissa and Pak Anggi to join our open discussions? Yeah, so yeah, thank you. So welcome back, Riza Anissa and Pak Anggi. Thank you again for those insightful presentations. We have heard two perspectives that first glance might seem quite a different. Riza Anissa invite us to think how communities can imagine and co-design more resilient futures, while Pak Anggi brought us into realities of land, extractivism, power, and also global production network. So I think it's a great time to open these discussions, and yeah, feel free to asking to these two panelists. So yeah, I have opened this discussion. So if everyone have asked questions or commentary or even want to share your knowledge, so yeah, feel free to raise hand. Okay, so yeah, if there not is question yet, so I will be first because I have really curiosity to those issues. So I would like to start by asking both of you. Your presentation is really great. So if we want indigenous and local community genuinely shape their own future, rather than simply adapt to future designs by others, what needs to change today? So that's my question to both of you. May Miss Riza Anissa will be first answer my question, there followed by Pak Anggi. So yeah, just go ahead.
So I think what needs to change today is actually a dominant narrative, how we build and how we change top-down narrative, top-down policy to be more place-based knowledge, especially with the marginalized people, because their lack of access to their own knowledge, especially in agriculture, for example, in biocultural resilience, for example. And how do we can say that sustainable development goals leave no one behind while we don't have the true sense of indigenous and local community. So I think for young people, for example, we can building local narrative, we can construct dominant narrative, and how we try to advocate this with the local government, for example, and how we advocate it with the United Nations and all the environmental agenda, especially in the climate conservation and environmental policies. So I think it's a long and hard work, but I start to learn more young people already doing this great job, and storytelling is important. Building local narrative is important. So yeah, I think we need to change the dominant narrative, but more in a grounded and being in place-based knowledge with the local community as well. So
So thank you Miss Riza Anissa, I'm sorry. So yeah, may I ask to Pak Anggi what
Okay, okay, thank you. Sorry, I can turn on my camera. Uh, 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 I think indigenous people can shape the future by offering alternative way of managing land, natural resources, and the environment. Their traditional knowledge is often based on sustainability, collective ownership, and long-term relationship with nature. But for this to happen, we need to change things today. First, indigenous people must have a real participation in decision about their land and resources, not just consultation. Second, their land rights and customary territories need to be legally recognized and protected. Third, development project, including mining and other extractive industries, need stronger environmental and social accountability. So the key change to move from seeing indigenous people as obstacle to development to recognize them as partners and knowledge holders in creating more sustainable future. I believe that the future should not simply be developed for indigenous people, but developed together with them. Thank you.
Okay, so before we move to a brief session, I think I just perceived one question from Miss Julia. Yeah, so yeah, just go ahead. So please tell us your name and your affiliation and also your country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm Julia Kweku. I am with the University of Cape Coast here in Ghana. And I thank you so much. It's been an awesome evening for me. And I can see a lot of connections from the beginning of the Region 1 GIYSCC. From every presentation to where we have gotten to, I think it's interesting. But there is something which is just clicking. I think from the keynote address, I got something about if we are going to protect the environment, it shouldn't be done without improving lives. Protecting the environment is not different from improving lives. And now we are also hearing about the case in Indonesia where now I don't even know whether it's the protection of lives which is going on, or is the protection of the environment, or it is the reduction in even the standard of living. I don't know what is happening. And I also can even relate.
I think you unmute, Miss Julia. Okay.
Sorry. Where I am, we also having this issue of mining. We have having this issue of mining sand, mining the gold and all the other things. And then the places where these minerals or mining is taking place, the locales are more or less left depleted. So most of these areas have become death traps where children are even fallen into some of these traps or pools which are having water in them, and it's a whole lot of problems. So I think that I really can relate everything that we have discussed so far. I can just get them together. But then the question is, so what do we do? What happens next? What should be the narrative be? Yeah, that is just a general question that I want to put across, because I really am not getting that aspect of it, but I can see a re-emphasizing of the problem that the top-down approach is still persistent, at least in Indonesia and then in Ghana. And then from Angie's presentation, I can also see a bit of what we are talking about. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much your insightful comments Miss Julia. So if there are any feedback from Miss Riza Anissa or Pak Anggi, just go ahead. As we have only 5 minutes before break, so just uh comment just a brief. So yeah, we only have time shortly. So yeah,
Okay, I will respond. Sorry.
okay,
Can
Pak
I
Anggi
respond?
first. Then yeah, Pak Anggi first.
Okay, thank you. The problem is that many indigenous issues are treated as top-down problems. Government or companies often make decision first, and indigenous communities are only consulted afterward. So we need to change the decision-making process. Indigenous communities should be involved from the beginning, not only at the end. They should have meaningful voice in the decision about the land, resources. Sorry. So we need to change the decision-making process. Indigenous communities should be involved from the beginning, not only at the end. They should have a meaningful voice in the decision about the land, resources, and development project. We also need to recognize indigenous land rights, strengthen community institution, and make companies and government accountable for environmental and social impacts. That's okay.
So thank you Pak Anggi. Miss Riza Anissa, do you want to add something? Just 2 minutes.
Yeah, I really agree with Pak Angge. That's something that we need to build. But I think I want to add some point like how we build how we build like culturally sensitive facilitation with indigenous people, how we build a safe space for indigenous people. And the narratives should be kind of the not to but as a qualitative parameter, and how this became foundational ethics, and then how we design the future with the local community or indigenous community. So there is a step to build that, and we built a safe space with indigenous community, and how we create narrative together and place-based policy brief, and then propose to local government, and then policy advocacy, and then we design the future scenarios by, for example, in foresight study, for example. So building a safe space with the local community, with indigenous community, is very important to build, not just the top-down narrative. So, yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Miss Riza Anissa, for your questions. So we have Thank you once again, Miss Riza Anissa and Pak Anggiwira. Your presentation is really insightful, and we have only around 8 minutes time left. So this is me, Muhammad Rauf. I want to close this panel session and thank you once again. From me, I will say happy Indigenous International Days 2026, and we have time around 8 minutes for a break. So thank you everyone. Goodbye and see you. Good afternoon. Selamat siang.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Rao, for moderating the previous session. I think we will go for a brief break and we will reconvene in around 5 to 6 minutes for the upcoming panel session with Dr. Veronica. So let's take a brief break and we will reconvene in 5 to 6 minutes. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Can I invite Mr. Anurag Singh, our colleague from India, to briefly introduce Dr. Veronica before she starts her panel session? Mr. Anurag, are you here? You're muted.
Hello.
Okay.
Yeah. And hello.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah. Thank you, Asu. Welcome to this panel, Women of Land, sharing stories of healing, resilience, and biocultural social innovation from our panel moderator is Dr. Veronica sorry, if I'm pronouncing. She's Research Engagement Manager, VP Research Office, who holds PhD in Environment and Sustainability from University of Saskatchewan. Veronica is passionate advocate for transdisciplinary and transnational research, specializing in creating community-led solutions to complex global challenges. She holds a PhD in sustainability from University of Saskatchewan and currently works with University of Virginia. Throughout her career, spanning postdoctoral work at University of Calgary and faculty leadership at UTE University. She has championed participatory action research and social innovation beyond academia. Veronica is dedicated to grassroots leaders, having co-founded two non-profit led by Campesino Women in Ecuador and voluntary extensively with indigenous-led organizations across Canada and Ecuador. Please welcome Dr. Veronica. Hello, Dr. Veronica. Hello, Dr. Veronica. Yeah.
Okay.
Are
Can
you?
you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Anurag, and thanks for all for everyone that has make this event possible. Thanks for the introduction, and I will be facilitating and actually be part of this panel because the methodology that we're using here is a circle of to share experiences and a circle of conversation. That is a methodology that we'll be using during the next 60 minutes. So we will have three guests. We'll have with me Gabriela Santa Fe, Yuri Guandinango, and Sofia Tokagon. They will be joining in this circle where we will be discussing some of the themes that we have about this this idea of decolonizing research from the perspectives of indigenous and campesino women in Ecuador. So please, at the beginning of the panel, I will be doing the introductions in English, and then I will let you know when we will switch to Spanish, because my colleagues are primarily located in Ecuador, in South America, and we will be talking in Spanish in this dialogue, but I will let you know. So before I start, I want to do the introductions and invite my colleagues to join the presentation. We have with me Gabriela Santa Fe. Gabriela Santa Fe is a woman from the Ecuadorian Andes. She's a physician specializing in pediatrics, and currently she's a master's student in educational psychology at the University of Regina. And through her studies, she has been strengthening her skills in developing safe and respectful relationships between physicians and patients, especially in historically marginalized communities. Also is joining this panel or circle, Yuri Guandinango Vinuesa. Yuri is a Quechua economist, university educator, and researcher specializing in social and solidarity economies, indigenous economies, and food sovereignty. She uses an intercultural and indigenous-led approaches when she talks about the intersection between sustainability and economies. And our third guest is Sofia Tocagon Tambi. Sofia belongs to Quechua Cayambe people and is a clinical psychologist. And currently she is a master student at the University of Simón Bolívar in Ecuador, where she does a master in youth psychology. She's committed to work with youth from various indigenous and local communities in Ecuador. Her research and practice are dedicated to highlight and strengthen the protective processes that support mental health in youth in indigenous communities, especially in Ecuador. We are here and now that we have done these introductions in English, and before continuing to the next part, we want to do a land acknowledgement. Currently, I'm in Treaty 4 territory, but I come from Ecuador, from the Andes, from Pansaleo land in Cotopaxi, Ecuador, where I have my relationships and a community where I am committed. And now, as part of this exercise of recognizing the ancestral land of indigenous peoples around the world, I invite each of the people that are here to please go to this link that I have here. I put in the chat. Go to nativeland.com, click in this link, and find what ancestral land are you now based. So if you can do that, take 1 minute or two, find who were the first peoples of those lands that you are based, and if you can please share in the chat, that will allow us to know not only where you're based, but also where what relationships you are building there. And please share in the chat if you can do that. So when you go to the link, it will look a map like this. So please go around that map and find the ancestral, what ancestral territory now you are based. And we welcome all of you to this circle. We want that these 4 voices that are now in this panel circle, we invite you to imagine that you are also coming to this circle, you are joining this conversation virtually. And we ask you to keep in mind your own roots, but also the roots, you keep in mind the relationships of the territories that you're based now on. Thank you for taking the time to explore, to maybe for the first time learn about this. And we appreciate this, that you do this in that moment. Okay. Next, I will invite Yuri Guandinango, who is a Quechua woman leader in Cotacachi and in Ecuador. I will invite her to join us and share with us words to help us start this circle in a good way and to help us overcome the possible barriers that we will have, maybe technical language, but we trust that beyond the languages, beyond the disciplines, beyond borders, there is something that all of us are related and connected, which is this commitment to protect our Mother Earth, that for our people is Pachamama. So in this moment, I invite all of you to please, if you are using your translator, and if in case that you don't speak Spanish, we are switching the conversation to Spanish. Ahora sí, vamos a empezar la presentación en español. He invitado como primera parte a Yuri a que por favor nos ayude a empezar este círculo de buena manera.
Bueno, alituta tukuykunawan, ñuka kunan ñuka rimaypi, ñuka shimipi rimagrini, pagninkapak kay hatun ñukanchikpa taytata, kaypi kashkamanta, ñukanchikpa panikunata, ñukanchikpa yayakunata, ñukanchikpa churikunata, ñukanchikpa ushikunata, kayma chayachishkamanta. Chaymanta yupaychani nini Pachamamitata, ñukanchikpa alpa mamitata, nina taytata, wayra taytata, y kashnapi imashama kashnachu ruguta charinajunchik shinapillata paypa napayta, paypa huyayta, paypa ñanta rikuchishpakachu. En este espacio, queridos y queridas compañeras, quiero primero agradecer al gran creador por permitirnos estar aquí. Quiero agradecer y honrar al Taita Inti, que es el Padre Sol, al Padre Fuego, al Padre Viento, a la Madre Tierra, a la Madre Agua, que nos permite estar juntos aquí, y así como les permitieron estar a nuestros ancestros, pues que nos permitan también a nuestros hijos continuar. Quiero que honremos este espacio, el territorio donde estamos, a los árboles, a las plantas, a todos los espacios y a todas las personas y a todos los seres que nos acompañan dentro del gran cosmos. Y con ello también quiero desearles que este círculo que vamos a tener sea un espacio de reflexión, un espacio de compartir la palabra desde el corazón. Y así también toda esta jornada de estos 2 días para cada uno de sus espacios lo sea. Que así sea, hecho está. Bye.
Yupaychani, gracias Yuri, gracias por estas palabras, gracias por ayudarnos a empezar este círculo y deseando también a los compañeras y compañeros alrededor del mundo que tengan un bonito compartir y un bonito empezar. Gracias. Ahora, para facilitar la conversación, nosotros hemos creado una presentación desde donde iremos manteniendo esta conversación con las 3 compañeras. Voy a compartir la pantalla. Permítame un momento. ¿Pueden ver la pantalla? ¿Pueden ver la presentación nuestra?
Aún no.
Ok, voy a cerrar este. Voy a tratar nuevamente. Voy a nuevamente. ¿Pueden ver la pantalla ahora? ¿Sí?
Sí.
Perfecto. Entonces, ahora empezamos con este círculo, un círculo de mujeres conversando sobre lo que es el proceso de descolonización de la investigación. En esta primera parte tenemos aquí un slide que dice, nosotros nunca fuimos el problema. Estamos desafiando a las fronteras académicas y a las fronteras coloniales que han silenciado las voces de mujeres en el sur global y de grupos que han sido históricamente marginalizados también en el norte global, como son los mismos grupos indígenas. Entonces, le invito ahora a eh, que pensemos cada uno de nosotros qué tipo de barreras la colonialidad, no solo en la academia, pero un mundo occidental colonial ha puesto para que nosotros podamos participar en la llamada academia. Y luego de que pensamos en estas barreras, también les invito a que pensemos y a confirmar que nosotros no somos el problema, sino es cómo está construido este sistema, que es un sistema que limita, un sistema que excluye. Y desde estos espacios de exclusión, donde grupos con voces como las nuestras han decidido unirse para generar espacios que sean más inclusivos y donde las voces, especialmente de las mujeres, tengan el liderazgo. Queremos compartir como parte de esta metodología que este es un círculo que nosotros lo hacemos frecuentemente, ya que estamos en distintos países, en distintos territorios y comunidades. Hacemos esta metodología que es una metodología virtual, una metodología inclusiva, en donde nos unimos desde este legado, de esta conexión ancestral que tenemos con el territorio. Invito a Sofía a que por favor nos comparta más sobre esta diapositiva.
Ya. Buenas noches con todos. Con respecto a esta diapositiva sobre nuestras raíces, no son sus etiquetas. Es importante mencionar de que nosotros nos conectamos a través de un vínculo ancestral con la tierra y no a través de identidades impuestas por colonizadores. Es en ese sentido que es importante mencionar que nosotros hablamos desde nuestros territorios vivos, que nosotros nos reunimos mediante un círculo de estudio para poder hablar desde nuestro sentir y que, por un lado, cuando levantamos este estudio, conversábamos de que habían procesos colonizadores que todavía rigen en nuestros lugares de trabajo, pero que también pertenecemos a una comunidad y que esa comunidad hace que que lleguemos a trabajar desde nuestros vínculos, desde nuestras raíces. Y que no hemos perdido aún nosotros este vínculo con nuestras comunidades para poder aportar significativamente a ellas, a pesar de que existen todos estos procesos colonizadores y que no ha existido un proceso de reparación histórica y que no ha habido tampoco el grado de responsabilidad de quienes lo propiciaron.
Gracias, Sofía, por compartir tu perspectiva sobre esta metodología de conectarnos, de invitar a mujeres a conectarnos desde esta relación que tienen con sus territorios. Ahora invito en la siguiente diapositiva, invito a Gabriela a que por favor nos cuente cómo fue, cómo generamos estos círculos de solidaridad, estos círculos de compartir experiencias para decolonizar la academia y la investigación.
Hola con todos. Bueno, en nuestro camino hacia hacer investigación desde una perspectiva donde mujeres indígenas, campesinas y mujeres de la diáspora africana sean las autoras, las propias autoras de esta investigación, nosotros decidimos tomar esta estructura del círculo, el cual lo desarrollamos a través de sesiones virtuales, pero además este espacio subjetivo que creamos era un espacio que lo consideramos que debe ser accesible para todas, que no haya fronteras debido a que nos encontramos en diferentes territorios, que esa no sea una barrera que nos impida poder hacer investigación. Además, también creamos un espacio seguro y de solidaridad, considerando que cada una venimos de tanto pueblos indígenas, pueblos campesinos, y reconocemos que tenemos un trauma intergeneracional. Entonces, este círculo a la vez también fue un espacio donde no permitimos que exista la jerarquización del conocimiento, sino que podamos tener cada una nuestras voces y crear este espacio como un colectivo. Entonces, esta fue la estructura inicial que nosotros tomamos para empezar a hacer investigación, como les dije inicialmente, desde las voces y siendo nosotras las autoras de la investigación.
Gracias, Gabriela, por compartirnos sobre la metodología o el cómo se ha desarrollado estos círculos de compartir experiencias. Uno de los valores claves para los pueblos y comunidades indígenas y locales en la zona andina en Sudamérica es el concepto o el valor de la minga. Para este círculo de solidaridad, la minga es fundamental. Ahora yo le pido a Yuri Guadinango que por favor nos comparta qué significa la minga y cómo lo vamos aplicando en este círculo.
Gracias. Bueno, mencionarles primerito que la minga es un valor muy fuerte que nos ha permitido resistir más de 500 años de procesos de colonización. ¿Por qué? Porque es un trabajo colectivo donde se ponen en manifiesto los valores de reciprocidad, los valores de compartir, de escuchar, de cuidarnos entre nosotros. Por tanto, es un espacio donde construimos de manera conjunta un objetivo consensuado entre todos. Y claro, este espacio nos permite vernos a los ojos. Nadie es más ni nadie es menos, es decir, no hay jerarquización, sino que es un círculo, es una horizontalidad. Eso nos ha servido muchísimo para hacer esta investigación, de tal manera que nosotros podamos decir, vamos a investigar, pero nosotros desde nuestro conocimiento, desde nuestra historia, desde nuestros traumas, desde nuestro vivir, desde nuestro sentir, vamos a construir. ¿A través de qué? De este trabajo colectivo, donde todos nuestros conocimientos se ponen en manifiesto y son valorados de igual manera.
Gracias, Yuri. Gracias por compartir el significado y aplicación de la minga. Uno de los ejercicios fundamentales al realizar este círculo de compartir para decolonizar la investigación ha sido el nombrar cuáles son las barreras, el repensar que esas barreras no son, como dice, no es nuestra culpa, sino es parte del cómo el sistema académico occidental está establecido para excluir. Entonces, invito ahora a Gabriela a que pueda compartir más sobre este ejercicio de nombrar las barreras.
Bueno, cuando nosotros decidimos participar en este evento para compartir cuál es nuestra experiencia haciendo investigación, como les digo, desde nuestra posición de mujeres campesinas indígenas de Ecuador, nosotros recordamos cuáles fueron las barreras que encontramos mientras realizamos nuestra investigación. Entonces, cada una aportó con las barreras que encontraron de manera individual, y a la vez también al reunir todas estas barreras individuales, creamos cuáles eran comunes entre nosotras. Entonces, encontramos lo que era la exclusión por el idioma, es decir, que encontramos que mucha de la investigación que se hace se hace en un determinado idioma que no está accesible para todos. Podríamos nombrar uno del principal, que es mucha de la investigación que encontramos está en inglés. También encontramos la barrera de que los datos que se hacen de nuestras comunidades están, le ponemos como bajo llave porque no están accesibles, tenemos que pagar para tener acceso a estos datos que se hicieron en otras investigaciones. Entonces también encontramos que hay formatos que no son de fácil aprendizaje o entendimiento. Entonces, también podemos encontrar que la estructura en la que está colocada la información en la investigación también nos limita el poder tener un análisis utilizando estos datos que existe de nuestras comunidades. Y también algo importante que pudimos reflexionar es que sigue existiendo este legado colonial que hace que todavía las mujeres indígenas campesinas y de la diáspora africana em, no podamos tener nuestro lugar como investigadoras. Entonces, para nosotros fue muy importante reconocer estas barreras para saber qué podemos exigir dentro de la academia para poder tener nuestro lugar como investigadoras.
Muchas gracias, Gabriela. La importancia de nombrar esas barreras y reconocer que esas barreras no dependen de nosotros, sino es del sistema que nos ha incluido, como por ejemplo la prioridad que se da al inglés como el lenguaje de compartimiento de publicaciones científicas, así también como el acceso a los datos de investigaciones que se han hecho sobre nosotras están bloqueados con llave con las casas editoriales y sobre todo que el mismo sistema académico dice quién es un investigador o quién no es un investigador y deja de lado estas posibilidades de... em, de que las comunidades y especialmente las mujeres sientan que tienen esta posibilidad y este derecho de también hacer investigación y crear y co-crear conocimiento que es muy necesario en sus comunidades. Gracias, Gabriela, nuevamente. Ahora quiero invitar a Sofía, quien va a compartirnos sobre cómo el reconocer el trauma intergeneracional que vivimos cada una de nosotras desde nuestras experiencias individuales, pero también cómo ese trauma intergeneracional está presente en las comunidades y colectivos con los que trabajamos. Por favor, Sofía.
Gracias, Berito. Sobre el trauma intergeneracional en los procesos, en los círculos, diálogos que nosotros hicimos, los diálogos de saberes, llegábamos a analizar que aún nosotros todavía poseemos una barrera, podría decirse como cognitiva, cuando hablamos del dolor que sufrieron nuestras abuelas, del dolor físico y que se ha trasladado a nosotros como un dolor aún emocional. Y frente a eso, es muy importante decir que hemos conversado y en nuestras conversaciones ha nacido dentro de este diálogo de saberes que es muy importante reconocer no solo el dolor que sienten, sino que aún todavía llevamos esas fortalezas, esas enseñanzas dentro de nuestras comunidades, dentro de nuestros pueblos, con una forma de relación horizontal en donde aún hay respeto, hay reciprocidad, hay principios como la minga y otros más que aún se sostienen y que han demostrado que dentro de esto nosotros tenemos una calidad humana innata. Entonces, estos traumas intergeneracionales también están acompañados no solo de dolor, sino también de fortaleza que todos nuestros ancestros hasta el día de hoy nos han dejado con su legado. Queremos también mencionar que dentro de este trauma intergeneracional, por todos los procesos de violencia, de discriminación, de racismo, se han propiciado procesos que han sido destructivos dentro de las familias, como se han instaurado procesos de alcoholismo, de drogadicción, de la normalización de la violencia, del machismo aún, y que eso es lo que actualmente como problemas estamos trabajando muy fuertemente dentro de las comunidades para poder abordarlos con una metodología más bien del sentir.
Gracias, Sofía. Gracias por contarnos cómo este enfoque del trauma intergeneracional en este círculo no solo cómo lo experimentamos a nivel individual en nuestras comunidades, en nuestros hogares, pero también en los lugares donde interactuamos con el medio, como puede ser en nuestros sitios laborales. Y el tener este círculo ciertamente es un espacio donde es un espacio seguro, donde podemos contar cada una de nosotros cómo experimentamos y nos apoyamos también en cómo curar esto. Gracias, Sofía. Ahora yo quiero invitar a Yuri a que nos acompañe en esta diapositiva y nos cuente este, este statement, como digo, este valor o esto que nosotros luchamos, que el conocimiento tradicional de los pueblos y comunidades debe ir más allá de la folclorización, que el conocimiento no es un folclore, es un conocimiento vivo y es un conocimiento válido, como lo es el conocimiento del occidental. Por favor, Yuri.
Gracias, Berito. Mencionarles, estimados y queridos compañeros, que cuando nosotros hablamos de pueblos originarios, a veces pensamos que no hay ciencia, que no hay conocimiento, y lo tenemos, pero están expresados o están escritos a través del arte, a través de nuestras canciones, a través de la danza, a través de nuestras formas de vestir, a través de cómo nosotros organizamos el territorio. Pero lamentablemente, estas acciones que lo tenemos en los pueblos originarios no se trasladan a la academia. La academia dice hay una forma de hacer ciencia y se ha puesto encima para poder decirlo. Y claro, cuando eres de parte de los pueblos originarios y dices, yo quiero hacer una danza, solo se folcloriza y dice, ah, ya, perfecto, los pueblos originarios son parte de este sistema, siempre y cuando hagan una danza, siempre hagan algo que no trastoque las estructuras sociales, económicas, políticas de esto. Pero cuando ya trastocas de esto, dicen no, esto ya no es parte y comienza a haber un proceso de desvirtuar todos los valores que tienen los pueblos originarios. Y en eso quiero contarles algo que está pasando en el Ecuador. Les comento que en el Ecuador existe una universidad, la única universidad intercultural de los pueblos y nacionalidades indígenas que ha sido resultado de una lucha social muy grande que ha sido desde los años 70, desde mucho más antes, y que se materializó recién y que abarca alrededor de 2.500 estudiantes en todo el Ecuador de pueblos y nacionalidades. Pero lamentablemente el Estado no puede aún entender cuáles son las dinámicas de los pueblos originarios y actualmente han sido desvinculados profesores, trabajadores de pueblos y nacionalidades, más de 200, y que este proceso ha desfigurado o está llevando resultados negativos hacia los territorios, porque esta universidad está pensada en estos espacios para fortalecer la educación propia, para fortalecer lo que nosotros somos. Pero el Estado, las estructuras de poder aún no lo entienden. Y eso ha hecho que lamentablemente ponga en riesgo. Pero estoy segura, los pueblos originarios hemos estado principalmente en Ecuador, en América Latina, más de 535 años en procesos de resistencia, que hemos estado con la colonia y que seguimos aquí. Y estoy segura que seguiremos y estoy segura también que el espacio, el creador, permitirá que estos conocimientos florezcan y que no solo sea folclore, sino una realidad.
Muchas gracias, Yuri, por contarnos esto, esta lucha de que el conocimiento tradicional, el conocimiento de los pueblos, de las nacionalidades, es un conocimiento válido y que ha estado ahí, como lo dices, en el caso de América Latina por más de 500 años. Y también gracias por contar la experiencia de la única universidad indígena en Ecuador que en este momento está enfrentando una dura crisis, justamente porque el Estado ecuatoriano no logra entender el significado y la lucha que tiene esta universidad. Así que nuestra solidaridad también con la Universidad Amauta Iguazú. Ahora, en la siguiente diapositiva, quiero invitar a Gabriela para que nos cuente cómo en parte de esta conversación, este círculo que tenemos, también priorizamos que los conocimientos que se hacen están fundamentalmente dirigidos hacia la comunidad.
Bueno, es muy importante em, compartirles que durante este camino que nosotros hacemos hacia hacer investigación, nosotros no estamos creando investigación como personas externas, sino como lo dije inicialmente, como las propias autoras de nuestros sentires desde nuestros territorios, desde nuestras comunidades. Entonces, los beneficios no es para investigadores externos o revistas científicas, es en beneficio de cada una de en beneficio de nuestras comunidades y para nuestros territorios. Entonces, al verlo desde esta perspectiva, con esta visión, lo que queremos en cada una de nuestras investigaciones es poder crear respuestas y resolver las necesidades que tienen nuestras comunidades. Entonces, lo que intentamos, sabemos que existen infinitos problemas a nivel mundial que están impactando a cada una de nuestras comunidades, pero intentamos que sea resolver esos problemas que están visibles y tangibles en cada una de nuestras comunidades. Es por eso que la importancia de crear este círculo de conocimiento y que la investigación se produzca desde nuestros propios problemas, desde desde lo que experimentan nuestras comunidades. Entonces, es por eso que todo esto es en beneficio de nuestras comunidades y queremos ser nosotras las mismas autoras y que salir de esta perspectiva colonizadora de que se utilice solo como herramientas de investigación y no más seamos las productoras de nuestras propias soluciones para nuestra comunidad.
Gracias, Gabriela. Gracias por compartir el significado de la comunidad primero y también cómo se va abriendo este círculo hacia a otros miembros de la comunidad. Ahora quiero invitar nuevamente a Yuri para que nos comparta el significado de de que nuestro conocimiento es por y para nosotros. ¿Cómo vivimos esto dentro del círculo?
Gracias. A ver, yo quiero mencionar que cuando nosotros tenemos este círculo de compartir, de investigar, no es solo se pone en manifiesto el deseo de escribir un paper, de poner en manifiesto alguna temática, sino donde se pone en la mesa, donde se pone en el círculo nuestros sueños, nuestro compartir, nuestro sentir, nuestro territorio, nuestras traumas, todo lo que vamos llevando. Y cada una de nosotras que hemos llevado este espacio, tenemos este aprendizaje y nos gustaría, por supuesto, compartir y mencionarles que no es que sale una temática y decimos, perfecto, vamos a construir esta temática porque, no sé, va a ser la mejor ranqueada, sino que sea un espacio de sanación, que sea para nosotros y que sea un espacio también para, desde nuestras voces, contar lo que está pasando. Entonces, al inicio, pues, cuando ya pusimos esto, la metodología, dijimos, vamos a poner válido nuestros sueños. ¿Cómo vamos a soñar? ¿Qué vamos a escribir? ¿Cómo lo vamos a escribir? Pusimos también nuestros miedos, porque también contar desde nuestras voces lo que está pasando genera miedos, genera dolor, porque también puede generar represalias. Pero también decíamos, nosotros somos las voces que hay que contarlo. Y nos encantaría que puedan tomar esta metodología y que puedan ir construyendo en sus espacios, en otros espacios, esta acción de incorporar las voces en un espacio tan importante que es la academia y la investigación, que no solo sea una acción de afuera, sino desde adentro, desde nuestras voces.
Gracias, Yuri. Gracias por recordarnos que para los pueblos indígenas, para las comunidades que han sido históricamente oprimidas, el ser parte de la academia, de hacer investigación, es algo que muchas veces se hace con miedo, se hace con dolor. Pero también al generar este tipo de círculos como el que hemos construido, es un círculo de acompañar y de conjuntamente desafiar esos miedos que hay. Y también gracias por resaltar que este momento hemos decidido compartir este círculo abierto e invitar a los otros compañeros y compañeras de otras partes del mundo a que miren esta metodología y ellos también, ellas sueñen en replicar esto en sus regiones y en sus comunidades. Justamente esa es la última diapositiva que tenemos acá. Queremos nosotros compartir que nuestro sueño, nuestro anhelo es que este círculo crezca. Y una de las cosas que nos hemos puesto en mente es que no queremos compartir este círculo únicamente para beneficio de la academia o solo en espacios académicos. No queremos convertirnos en un objeto de estudio. Queremos que esto sea un círculo de solidaridad e invitamos a más mujeres, invitamos a más jóvenes, no solo en la región de las Américas, sino a nivel mundial, a que se unan, que nos conecten. Nosotros estamos encantadas, nos gustaría tener estos diálogos con más gente. Queremos pensar y aprender también qué significa decolonizar en otras regiones del mundo. Así que nosotros no tenemos miedo a la barrera idiomática, a la barrera disciplinaria. Nosotros, como lo ha mencionado Yuri, como lo ha mencionado también Sofía, estamos entrando aquí con el corazón y pensamos que también esa memoria de los territorios de donde venimos nos permitirá conectarnos. Así que les invitamos a que nos conecten, a que puedan conectarnos a través de los emails que vamos a dejar aquí. Aquí están nuestros correos electrónicos. Si ustedes quieren conectarse y quieren ser parte de este círculo, son bienvenidos. Y con esto decimos Yupai Chani, gracias, thank you por escuchar y ser parte de este círculo. Ahora les invitamos a cada uno de ustedes a que si tienen preguntas, la puedan hacer. En este momento yo puedo hacer la traducción. Si ustedes tienen alguna pregunta y quieren levantar la mano, participar o poner en el chat en inglés, está bien porque lo puedo traducir al español para mis compañeras y luego las respuestas, pues seguimos traduciéndola desde el traductor. Ok, voy a parar. So we have finished this part of the presentation, and now we invite each of you to, if you have questions, you have comments, and if you want to raise your hand and unmute, and I can translate, and or if you want to type a question, I can also translate for my colleagues to Spanish. Julia, please.
Yes, thank you so much, Veronica, Gabriela, Yuri, and Sophia. It's been interesting listening to you and then reading the transcriptions that come with it. I think that I just had a few comments that some people's translation wasn't working. So if you could just give us a little summary of everything that you've spoken about, I think it would be very helpful for the others who couldn't access their translation. Briefly, thank you so much before maybe our questions can come.
Ok, thank you, Julia. Julia me ha pedido que haga como un resumen de de todo este círculo, porque parece que algunas personas no pudieron utilizar el traductor. Entonces voy a hacer una, una presentación rápida. Well, this was a circle, a conversation, a methodology that we have been using, four of us, we have been using as a circle of solidarity to decolonize research and our role in academia. Each of us, we had roles in the Western academia, but at the same time, we found that the way how academia is structured is a way that exclude voices, especially indigenous peoples, indigenous women voices from the global south because of age, language, discipline. So we create this circle to share those stories of frustration, but also these stories of hope. And what is in the center of the circle is our ancestral values. For instance, Minga. Minga is a value that means community work, but also taking care of each other for indigenous peoples in South America. We also use and recognize the important to acknowledge intergenerational trauma for us as an individual trying to be part of academia. Knowing that colonizers are the ones, in the case of Ecuador, the ones who lead and who own the universities and who own academia. And for a woman, for indigenous women, it's very difficult to take an active and lead role in that excluded and sadly very racist structures. So we create this circle to support each other, to share what is working for us, for one of us, but at the same time to help each other to heal these processes that we go through in academia. We also share about how we have been connecting virtually because although we are from the same land, we are based in different cities or different countries. And our goal, why we are sharing this circle, this methodology here, is because we hope that other people around the world, especially indigenous people that are in diaspora, that maybe they wanted or they were obligated to leave their ancestral lands. We hope that they can create a circle like we did with their people, where they can connect with others. And the most important is that when they are talking about creating solutions, focus on what is priority for your communities, because several times what academia prioritize is not the goals of the benefit for the communities. So that is something that we do in our circle, is that we focus on the benefit of our communities. Although most of the times that means that we don't have resources, that we don't have funding to tackle those issues for our community, but we have our experience, we have our traditional knowledge, and that is the base of how we co-create the knowledge in this circle. So this is the summary, and each of us, Yuri, Sophia, and Gabriela, have shared their experiences on how they experience this circle and the hopes and the goal of sharing today this presentation.
Thank you very much. That is pretty insightful. So do you see this, recently there has been the issue of scientists in crisis, and a couple of calls that I have chanced on have asked about ways and means of supporting scientists in crisis. This methodology that you are using, do you see that it's able to help out? And let me ask, how have you, using this methodology, also helped you individually as in case studies or practical ways or realities, you overcoming what you've been experiencing in your various communities and even academia, your institutions. I don't know if the question is clear.
Thank you, Julia. Yeah, I will ask my colleagues. Julia nos ha preguntado cómo el compartir, el tener este círculo de compartir, nos ha ayudado en nuestras profesiones, en el rol que tenemos en el rol que tenemos en nuestras comunidades. Si una de ustedes pudiese compartir esto, por favor, ¿cómo les va ayudando? O una o dos.
Sofía.
¿Yo? ¿Sí? ¿Cómo nos ha ayudado? Primero que todo, es importante considerar que somos un grupo primero interdisciplinario en profesiones. Además de eso, los pueblos a los que pertenecemos de Ecuador son distintos. Yuri pertenece a Cotacachi, Gaby pertenece a otro sector de Ecuador, pero está en Canadá, pero también, y yo pertenezco a Otavalo, que es otra comunidad, otro pueblo y otra ciudad distinta a la de Yuri. Entonces, aparte de eso, nuestras profesiones son distintas, a pesar de que Gaby pertenece al ámbito de la salud. Yo también tenemos carreras que son distintas. Yo soy psicóloga, Gaby es médica, Yuri es economista. Entonces, en ese sentido, Vero también tiene una formación distinta. Pero lo que nos ha unido frente a esto es, primero que todo, nuestro sentir. Analizábamos desde el trauma intergeneracional y cómo es que esto nos ha permitido, primero que todo, tal vez por un lado, el limitarnos frente a tanto proceso de discriminación y violencia que vivimos y frente a eso buscar procesos protectores entre nosotras para fortalecernos mutuamente, para poder, desde el reconocimiento, desde el sentir, desde el hablar, poder fortalecer nos primero como mujeres y luego como profesionales. Y de esa manera, este aporte que se ha dado primero es un sanar desde la raíz, apoyándonos con nuestros diferentes enfoques desde territorios distintos y con nuestros conocimientos para poder aportar a nuestras comunidades, para que también exista un reconocimiento sobre nuestro dolor y también sobre qué es lo valioso dentro de cada comunidad. Y analizábamos un tiempo cuáles son los roles que asumimos como mujeres dentro de cada una de las comunidades, pero también esos roles que llevan también en la parte urbana, en la academia, en las instituciones educativas o en hacer también actividades propias dentro de cada una de nuestras carreras. Entonces pienso que es un aporte integral desde un soporte propio, desde un soporte grupal, y dentro de nosotras no hay una relación vertical, es una relación horizontal. Em, También somos mamás, bueno, menos Gabriela, pero Vero, Yuri y yo somos mamás y conversábamos también un poco de todo lo que tiene que ver con esta parte tal vez del adultocentrismo. A veces conversamos también de lo que implica la violencia dentro de las comunidades y en base a eso nos fortalecemos. Somos como una red también de apoyo. A pesar de que cada una está en distintos lugares, formamos esta red de apoyo que es en línea y de esa manera nos apoyamos, nos comprendemos.
Gracias, Sophia. Just to summarize what Sophia shares, like as an individual or as a professional, having this circle, which is diverse, has helped each other to learn about the difference of our own communities, our own journeys and experiences, because each of us, Gabriela is my sister, so we come from a similar history and community, but for Yuri and for Sofia, they come from other communities. So we exchange, and that helps to in our fields to understand why the Quechua people think that way, why people in Otavalo are going through this other situation, but also help us from this interdisciplinary perspective, because Yuri is economist, Gabriela is physician, Sophia is in the mental health profession, and we have a very horizontal, and first of all, we try to be humble. We know no matter one of us has a master, a PhD, we are the same. And especially we come with our traditional knowledge to the circle. And it's a circle that help each other, especially when we are facing moments of pain. And I want to share briefly that one of the things that impact me and why I'm also promoting this type of circles is because one time I had a friend who is also Quechua, who was doing a master, and she called me. I was far, I was in Canada, and she called me and she said that she was going through she was thinking in suicide, because she was reading in the books that she was doing her master, she was reading how academia was describing her people, because academia was describing that Quechua people in her community was powerless, was poor, was people that were always in need. And when she went to her master and she experienced, she read what others describe her people, her community, she was in shock, she was depressed, and she was almost she was thinking on suicide. And for me, that was like a moment of think how academia can hurt indigenous peoples when they decide to go into academia, and why it's important to create these circles of support for each other. So that is how I want to answer that question. And I see there is somebody else, and maybe that's the last question we have, because we have to move to the next group. But Pro
Yes,
Crelo, please.
Professor?
Yeah.
Yes, yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Veronica and Gabriela, Yuri, and everyone. Thank you so much. This is a very wonderful session. It's very inspiring. It is very inspiring, and I think a great example of decoloniality in practice. I was wondering if you could, if you have some resources to which are available to share with people and other groups who are who wants to adopt this kind of model. Yeah, so yeah, I think this is a very this is inspiring. It will be nice if you could share a little bit on if you have some resources on how the stories, how you started, and so that people can learn from your experiences. Thank you.
Of course, something that because my role is most of the one that is building the bridges and helping to connect people. So I will leave my email. Also, my colleagues leave their emails there. But we have this circle. So if you want to connect and we can have a chat online, I will leave. I will leave my LinkedIn here, but also. As I work for the University of Regina as a research engagement manager, I will be happy to organize another session just focus on your for your region or your institution, and I will talk with my colleagues to where we can share again what we have been sharing here. So and my email at the University of Regina I will leave here also. And I will be happy to connect and to help connecting with my colleagues from Ecuador. I think with that, I don't want to take more time from the other for the next presentations. I just want to again give a big thanks to my colleagues and to everyone who have listened to us. Gracias Yuri, gracias Sofía and Gaby, gracias por estar aquí. Yupaichani, el cierro si ustedes quieren decir bye o thank you.
Yupaichani Shungumanda. Muchísimas gracias. Bye.
Gracias.
Gracias.
Gracias. Bye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, everybody. Aishu, if you are on, are you able to invite the next speaker?
Yeah, Mr. Anurag, I think you can
Okay.
invite the next speaker.
Okay, thank you, right.
I think we have Mr. Alvian next. Mr. Alvian Wardana from Indonesia.
Hey everyone, good morning from Indonesia. Is that an audible right now?
Maybe Mr. Anurag can give a brief introduction. Uh, uh, um, okay, so thank you, Mr. Alvian, for being here today. Our For the next part of our program, Mr. Alvian will be giving us a short talk titled Meraki: How Gamification Can Shape Climate Change Policy and Indigenous Rights under Pillar 2 Rights, with a particular focus on climate justice. So Mr. Alvian Wardana is an indigenous youth representative from Borneo, Indonesia, within the Asia Pacific region, and he is currently serving as the CSO lead at Literacy Anak Banua and an UNOHCHR Indigenous Fellow. So I will give the floor to you, Mr. Elvin. Maybe you can share your slides.
Sure, thank you, sure. Just give me a second, please. So, good morning again, everyone. I'm Alfian. I'm an indigenous young people from Borneo, Indonesians, and today I want to share one of my projects called Meraki, Merdeka Anak Muda Indonesia. Simply, these projects are incubation program toward indigenous young people that focus to empower young people, especially indigenous youth, toward the climate justice processings. And these projects are conducted by my NGO Literasi Anak Muda and supported by the UNESCO MGIP and UNICEF. So back when in 2021 we faced a huge flood happen in my community, and back then I tried to understand as the young people how people like me can shaping the climate policy and how people like us that affected the most are the one that doesn't have access to climate justice processings. And when I tried to understand more like what is the real situation on the ground, I found that indigenous people worldwide only receive less than 1% of the climate funding. It is very hard for access the climate window. And based on the National Adaptation Plan 2025, based on the Indonesian government, that 90 to 95% of Indian community in Indonesia are employed in the informal sector. But against the climate change has been impact around 60% of the damage on the informal workforce. And on the education sector, like there is no obligation by the government or by the state to building educational facility that made the green skill transfer is not longer reliable. And in my regions, like called Hulu Sungai Regency, we are the one of the most vulnerable region to the climate change. But for indigenous people, village are impacted the most with climate change. And during 2021, 2023, that the indigenous climate is no longer reliable, and there is were 2 years without any harvest season. So what I do with the market projects. So market project as the incubation programs are a series of the workshop, a combination of the program from the gamification as the fundamental and continue with the series of the workshop on the business environmental management skill and global citizen education. And it continue with the seed funding and mentoring on youth climate initiative. And then we intervene on the policy making processing. So what we do with Meraki that we try to intervene on the systematic change from the grassroots to the policy level. So I want to show you how the gamification look like and how they can learn about fundamental things from on the planetary health and the climate issue. So what we do is like this is like a monopoly game where we have a certain of the issue from the education to environmental challenges that related that have intersection with the climate impact. So with this scenario things that we bring some study local cases that related on environmental as the example, like the effect of the climate change on indigenous people and so on. So what we do with this that the participant then try to solve the issue on how climate change and how they discuss with the other participant to creating like the solutions in their local solution. So that's we do on the very first step. But at the same time, this unique approach not only we try to creating the fundamental educations on the intersectional of issue on the climate change, but at the same time we collecting the issue around the local community where some of the community are oppressed by the private company, where in this case with this kind of systematic change we can gain a data that it's not really it's hard to observe because the limitation on that way. But with this kind of the approach, we can make sure that the receptivity of these people, of indigenous young people, to share their vulnerability and to share their issue on the ground. Then on this very simple point, this game like they need to collect in 5 element point, which is 5 different issue from the thematic that we provided, and then they're discussed with other peers and solve this kind of the problems and so on. And during this program as well, during this gamification as well, that they have also like the project management tool kits, like how to create and planning a projects, how they can create things like the monitoring and evaluation and so on. This is what we do on the gamifications, how we supporting them. And besides that, we also creating the role playing concepts. So in these gamifications that the young people that they also like try to put their head on a different situation and different role. As the example, if I get opportunity to be a Runa, a climate activist, how I can use my idea, how I can like creating my point of view to create things like a solution toward the issue. So and they will be discussed with amongst other like the counterpoint, and then we creating the collaborations approach solution. And this is the chunk part that I mentioned before, where like they will provide with series of the issue and the questions that the participant will gain and guide them to creating the solution. And this is the project management that they will learn. So every time they win like one round, which one round is like they collective 5 elements from the educations, health and so on, and they will turn to every like step. There is 6 steps, and every one step they will learn about every stage of the project management tool, from the planning, how to generating the ID, and even to improvement of the projects. So is how it looked like on the Meraki gamification projects. So how do you can see here that we can implement it in informal setting and also in formal settings. Like in some of our indigenous village, there is like some of like internal conflict happen where this kind of the approach can be used, especially for what's called to be implemented by household and then move to other places. So it's very applicable in very broad setting. Then, wait, give a second, please. And this is like the workshop. So after they're like receiving the gamification to like building fundamental knowledge on how to solve the problem, then we move to the workshop setting. So in this workshop setting, we can we have the series of the workshop on the business and entrepreneurship, global citizenship, education, and social emotional learning, and environmental management skill. Which with the hope of this workshop that we can improve the skill of the indigenous young people toward this type of skill, and then they can creating like new approach how they create idea to solve the solution from the perspective of the entrepreneurship, from the perspective of the activists, and how they can like localize and understanding the resources. But we are not just stopping there. because it's just like a two-step first. Then we realized that it's not enough for us to create only what's called education influences, but then we create things from like 100 indigenous youth. We divide into 8 group of small initiative where we creating a grouping mechanism, and then every single of the group then creating their like a projects, which then we supported with the seed of the funding, and we support them with the mentor that can support them to creating their projects. So this is something that we do. And then after the creating like the mentorships and creating the projects, what is the impact right now? So we have like a climate initiative on the ground from indigenous people to indigenous people in very diverse way of the approach that mostly on the intersectional of the environmental education. Like one of them is called like the Dongeng Penjagaan, an indigenous tale store to tell on climate change. So what the participants do on these projects that they're creating like a projects that combine the local and indigenous storytelling into like a puppet storytelling, and creating like the value and to pass this kind of the value to other generations. And we have like another like 8 projects as the group. But beside that, we also supporting like 100 indigenous young people to create their individual projects on very small level, which is very diverse from what's called from the Ricycle, radius and so on, and diverse projects that they conducted by the young people. So with this kind of the supported, we are not only like creating a group projects climate initiative, but to ensure that there is a behavioral change on the individual level of
Alvin,
the sorry. Yes.
yeah, try to finish this. We have other participants as well. Try to finish soon
Okay, just
as
give me a second. And
yeah.
the last approach that we do policy intervention on the climate policy spaces that we engage on the MBRIPS, we engage on the LCIPT, and we also like intervene on the local and indigenous young people and creating the draft bill recognition of indigenous young people on the regional level. And this is the impact that we do right now, and I think that's all from me. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you, Alvin. We have our next uh, uh, short talk on how peer-to-peer education sparks local environmental action by Mr. Devika Menon. Devik Menon, a 15-year-old student and environmental enthusiast from Kerala, India. Over the past year, he has focused heavily on sustainability and grassroots tech education, delivering interactive sessions to hundreds of students across different schools to inspire local action. Davik, hello, Mr. Davik Menon.
Hello. Okay. I will share my slides now.
Yeah, yeah.
All right. Okay. I hope it's visible. Can
We can't see your slides yet. I think it's loading.
I? Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think there are network issue. That we can't see your slide.
Okay. Let me restart it. Give me a quick second.
Yeah.
I hope it's visible now.
Yeah.
Okay. So, hi everyone. It's really nice to be here with all of you today, joining from so many different parts of the world. I'm David Menon, joining you from Kerala in the south of India. So, I want to start with a question, which is when you hear the words climate change, what do you picture? Maybe melting glaciers, rising sea levels, extreme weather. But when I think about climate change, I don't immediately think about any of those things because I think about water. Think about the rivers and backwaters around where I live. They're not just things we see on a map, they're part of our everyday life. And that's where my interest in this began. Pollution was not something happening somewhere far away that I was reading about. It was something I could actually see. And that made me ask, if young people are learning about climate and environmental problems every single day, why are not we more involved in solving the problems we can actually see around us? I think a big part of that answer has to do with the way we learn, because there's a huge difference between learning about a problem and learning how to actually do something about it. And that's what I want to explore today. How young people learning from other young people can turn something that starts in a classroom into action in the community. And for me, the question eventually became very real through Project Arcotrap. And this is where I think the problem starts. Let me take into classroom for a minute. It's a normal school day. You're sitting at your desk. Your textbook is open, and you're learning about ecosystems and pollution. And then you look outside the classroom window. There's a water body right there, except it doesn't look anything like clean diagrams in your textbook. The water is polluted, there's waste around it, maybe there's even a smell, and you know this is not something that you're going to write about in an exam. It's happening right outside your classroom. That's the disconnect I'm talking about. We can spend an entire lesson learning about an environmental problem and still finish without knowing what we can actually do about it. And I don't mean schools are failing us. The science matters, the teachers matter, but students also need opportunities to connect what they've learned to the place they're actually living in. Imagine if that lesson didn't end with the textbook closed. Imagine a student asking, why is our water like this? Can we actually test it? Suddenly, you're not learning environmental science only because you have to pass an exam. You're learning because there's something outside your window that you actually care about. And that brings me to the question, why does learning from another young person sometimes make that jump from knowledge to action so much easier? Because we've all had this experience. A teacher explains something, you're trying to follow along, and you're thinking, yeah, I have absolutely no idea what just happened. Then your friend explains basically the same thing in 30 seconds, and suddenly you're like, oh, I get it now. Thank you. The science did not change, the facts did not change, the way it communicated did. And I think there are three reasons that matters. First is real trust. When you're learning from another student, there's less pressure to already know everything. You can ask a basic question without feeling judged. Second is plain language. You're not trying to sound like a textbook. You're explaining it the way you're actually explained to a friend. And then there's the one I care about most, which is real action. Once you understand something, you're much more likely to actually do something with that knowledge. You might test something, you might show someone else, you might start asking what's happening in your own neighborhood, and that's where pre education becomes really interesting. It is not just another way of delivering information, it can change what young people do with that information. Instead of knowledge moving only from the front of a classroom, it can move between people, student to student, friend to friend, and eventually into the community. That's the idea we wanted to put into practice with Project Arcotrap. So, how do we actually put that idea into practice? This is where Project Arcotrap became our example. We built the process around three steps: observe, measure, and restore. First, we observe. Instead of simply telling students that a river is polluted, we get them to look at what's actually happening around it, including possible point sources like industrial or factory discharge. Then is measure. We use accessible digital pH and TDS meters so young people can test the water and see the readings for themselves. And that's when the questions start. Why is this reading different? What could be causing it? What happens if we test another location? Then comes restore. ArcoTrap uses biohybrid floating rafts combining solar-driven technology with biological vetiver roots as part of our approach to improving water quality. But the technology is not the part I want you to remember. Look at the process. Observe, measure, and restore. A student sees something happening in their own environment, they investigate it, they understand it, and now they have a starting point for doing something about it. That's what hands on environmental education can look like. And once the student experiences that, the learning does not necessarily stop at the river. And this is where the idea really gets interesting. Where does that knowledge go? Hopefully, it doesn't just stay in a notebook. Imagine one student learning how to test the water around them. They go home and tell their parents what they found. A friend sees it and asks, wait, can I try that too? That's the first ripple. One student becomes one family, then that knowledge can comes back into the school. More students get curious, a teacher gets involved, one family becomes one school, then it moves outside the school. Students start paying attention to the streams and water bodies around their neighborhood. One school becomes one community. And when enough people start doing that together, you have a movement. That's what I find so powerful about peer education. Knowledge does not have to move or leave from the top down, it can move sideways, student to student, friend to friend, family to family. Think climate change is global, but the places where we respond to it are often incredibly local. Our water, our neighborhoods, our forests. And when a young person has the knowledge and tools to understand what's happening around them, the knowledge doesn't necessarily have to stop with them. It can travel. And you never really know how far one small piece of curiosity can go. So we've gone from one student sitting in a classroom to the student asking questions, testing the water, sharing what they've learned, and bringing other people into it. And I think that's the part I really want us to think about. What if that's what climate education looked like more often? Not just learning what climate change is, but learning something, trying it, sharing it, and letting that knowledge travel. That's what I mean when I say trust youth and equip us, because we don't need every young person to have all the answers. We need the space to ask better questions, the tools to explore them, and the chance to share what we discovered. Because the most important thing about peer to peer education is not simply that one student teaches another, it's that one student can make another student think, maybe I can do something about this too. And once that happens, the possibilities get much bigger than one classroom. A river can become a starting point, a student can become a teacher, a lesson can become a conversation, and a conversation can become action. So, if there's one thing I hope you take away from my talk today, it's this: the future we're trying to sustain is not something young people are waiting to inherit. We are already learning how to take care of it. We just need the opportunity to do it, because the most powerful thing we can give a young person is not all the answers, it's the confidence to believe they can find them. Thank you.
Thank you, David. It was a very interesting talk and approach, especially. And please wait for, we have a video. After that, we will start a discussion. Many of
Okay, sure.
our participants would like to ask you questions. So,
Okay.
Asu, our next, I think we have a video. Asu?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Anurag. So next we will be playing a pre-recorded video from Alam. Let me just share my screen. Can someone confirm if they can hear the audio?
Sure.
Is the audio available?
I think I can't hear audio.
Can someone confirm if the audio,
No
if you
audio,
can hear
no audio.
no audio? Let me just.
No audio.
Sorry, is the audio available now?
No audio.
No audio.
No.
I don't know if Stefan can do something about it. Hello, Stefan. Are you able to help Aishu with the audio?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Let me uh, Stefan, can you help with the audio? I sent the file in the chat, in the technical support chat.
Ibu terbunuh dalam kejadian gempa bumi yang mengakibatkan limpahan ombak besar di 8 negara.
Pulau Pinang adalah antara negeri yang paling kuat merasai gegaran.
Nama saya Ilyas bin Syafi'i, iaitu Pengerusi Persatuan Kebajikan Nelayan Pantai Pulau Pinang, dikenali sebagai PIPOA. PIPOA itu adalah singkatan bahasa Inggeris. Saya seorang nelayan. Apabila saya melihat hutan-hutan bakau ini semakin kecil, jadi saya memikirkan generasi akan datang ini, apabila mereka menjadi nelayan, kemungkinan anak saya sendiri pun akan menjadi nelayan. Kita mempunyai anak yang ramai, mungkin ada 1-2 tu akan turut serta jadi nelayan lah. Jadi kita fikir anak cucu kita besok, kalau tak ada hutan bakau, mereka nak tangkap ikan, mungkin ikan pun berkurangan. Jadi saya mengambil inisiatif ini untuk memelihara balik hutan bakau yang ada ini, supaya kita dapat membantu masyarakat akan datang ni, mereka dapat merasai macam mana yang kita rasa. Ikan pun kita tangkap pun ada, jadi untuk kita jual, orang yang makan ni pun dia orang kata ikan yang sihat.
Dengan Cik Deh ni saya kenal dia dah lama dah. Nak kata belasan tahun lagi saya kenal dia.
Apabila kita melakukan sesuatu yang berbeza, yang tidak pernah buat di orang tu, macam-macam temahan lah. Permulaan kita mulakan tanam pokok bakau ni, orang menganggap kita ni sebagai orang gila kan. Kalau kita pergi kedai pun, orang masyarakat kampung mengatakan kita ni orang gila. Sepatutnya kita tanam pokok buah-buah, bukan tanam pokok bakau. Pada permulaan tu dapat gangguan-gangguan lah. Apabila kita nak menanam tak dibenarkan lah, berbagai. Lama kelamaan dah, apabila tsunami lah. Apa orang kata tsunami ni dapat mengajar semua lah. Apabila tsunami mai pada 2004, bermakna yang tak ada hutan bakau ni, dia akan ada kematian dan sebagainya. Jadi apabila kawasan-kawasan yang ada bakau, selamat. Jadi baru orang tahulah kepentingan hutan bakau tu.
Kita bercerita berkenaan dengan tsunami 2004, juga dikenali sebagai tsunami Lautan Hindi yang telah berlaku pada 26 Disember. Untuk negara kita, boleh dikatakan 4 negeri yang terlibat, iaitu negeri Kedah, Pulau Pinang, Perak dan Selangor. Tapi yang kawasan yang paling terjejas adalah di Langkawi dan juga Pulau Pinang lah. Kalau mengikutkan rekod, seramai 5,000 orang telah kehilangan tempat tinggal, dan semua petani dalam 86 orang, dan nelayan yang terjejas sekitar 2,486 orang. Untuk negeri Pulau Pinang telah merekodkan kematian yang agak tinggi, ramai 52 orang daripada 68 di seluruh negara. Masa kita belajar dulu, kita dikatakan kita terhindar dengan bencana alam. Tapi kita tidak. Sekarang kalau kata bencana alam tu makin kerap berlaku lah. Sama ada daripada segi aspek gempa bumi ataupun daripada segi aspek meteorologi tu lah.
Masa tsunami berlaku kan, tengah-tengah ribut, masa tu kita tak tahu kan, kita kata ribut je lah. So orang semua balik duk lari masuk rumah. Kuku saya ni keluar pergi ke laut. Pasal apa? Susah, hidup susah kan. And then nak protect, nak save sampan dia. You know? Nak save sampan dia, nak ikat, nak tambat sampan dia tu supaya kuat kan. Dia tak balik.
Kolor Haji Ibrahim tu saja yang kena sampai kan. Ya, dia punya kolor tak jauh lah, dekat dengan laut. Mungkinlah masa tu yang penuh. Bila alun tu dia pukul, dia himpun sampan ke ban lah. Tapi orang tak apa lah. Masa tu masa yang penuh orang dah, nelayan dah balik kan. Pertama di sini hutan bakau tak hutan bakau. Kalau tak ada hutan bakau ni mungkin Sungai Udang tu dah kena. Alun tu dah sampai, Sungai Udang dah kena.
Sekarang ni nelayan pun dah sedarlah. Macam saya kata tadi, apabila tsunami itu dapat mengajar. Jadi nelayan tahu. Nelayan sudah tahu kata hutan bakau ni dapat jadi zon penampan. Dia boleh membantu untuk kesan daripada tsunami itu.
penting yang kita kena tahu dan kita kena hayati sebagai rakyat Malaysia khususnya adalah Malaysia ni antara negara yang mempunyai hutan bakau terbesar di dunia. Hutan bakau ni dia mempunyai ciri-ciri sama macam hutan atau pokok-pokok di daratan, tapi kehebatan dia adalah dia boleh beradaptasi dengan keadaan ekstrim. Keadaan ekstrim yang boleh saya katakan kat sini adalah pasang surut, satu. Dan kedua, kemasinan. Cubalah siram air masin dekat pokok-pokok darat kita, pokok durian, dia memang tak boleh survive. Tapi pokok-pokok bakau, jenis-jenis pokok yang boleh hidup di dalam hutan bakau ni, dia boleh beradaptasi. Maksudnya dia dah berevolusi selama juta-juta tahun untuk mengatasi isu tu. So, hutan bakau sebagai supporting role ni maknanya dia memberi tempat tinggal atau habitat untuk tumbuhan dan haiwan. Tahun 2004 tu mengajar kita bahawa negara kita boleh terkena impak tsunami walaupun gempa bumi itu berlaku di Aceh, sebab dia berlaku di dasar laut kan, dia menyebabkan ombak besar yang menyebabkan tsunami. Dan sebenarnya kalau difikirkan juga, kita impak yang kita terima itu sebenarnya dah diminimalkan disebabkan dilindungi oleh Sumatera, Aceh tu. Lepas tu jauh lah dia nak travel daripada lautan India tu masuk ke Andaman sebelum masuk ke Selat Melaka. So sebenarnya impak dia tu dah mengecil bila sampai ke perairan kita. Hutan bakau memang bahan karbon yang berpantas dan tinggi. Risikonya sekarang adalah jika kita tebus guna tanah hutan bakau. Bila kita tebang pokok bakau, peluang untuk menyerap karbon dah hilang. Itu satu. Dah lah, bukan sangat serap yang luar biasa punya laju ni. Okey, itu satu. And then kedua, bila kita dah tebang tu pula kita dedahkan dulu tanah tu pula nanti dia nak teruka untuk aktiviti lain. So peluang untuk anak benih tadi yang datang ataupun yang bawa oleh arus pun dah tak berpeluang untuk tumbuh. Tapi yang tiga yang paling dahsyat, apabila kita dedahkan tanah yang penuh dengan karbon ni tadi kepada udara lah, kepada oksigen, so karbon tadi yang dah tersimpan akan teroksida. Hutan bakau yang banyak ni boleh menyerap karbon yang sangat banyak untuk membantu dunia memerangi perubahan iklim. Kita pula bila kita dedahkan, kita pula akan jadi pencemar karbon. Itu kerisauan dia.
Setiap lapisan masyarakat memainkan peranan yang berbeza-beza, tetapi secara kolektif boleh menyumbang kepada usaha pemeliharaan dan pemeliharaan hutan kayu bakau yang berjaya lah di peringkat kebangsaan. WWF dengan Pak Cik Ilyas melalui Persatuan Dia Pifwa, kami memang dah lama mengenali antara satu sama lain. WWF dan Pak Cik Ilyas ni kita sentiasa bertukar-tukar pendapat tentang kaedah penanaman terbaik. Contohnya bagi spesies berembang, sebab Pak Cik Ilyas telah beberapa kalilah mencuba untuk menanam spesies berembang ni. Jadi daripada situ kita tahu dia ada pengalaman, dan daripada pengalaman itu kita bertukar-tukar pendapat lah dengan Pak Cik Ilyas untuk kaedah penanaman yang lebih baik.
Sejujurnya kagumlah dan cukupnya menghormati usaha yang dilakukan oleh Pak Cik Ilyas ni. Lebih dia mesra dengan kita panggil Pak Cik Ilyas lah. Dia bukan saja menggerakkan daripada usahanya, kelestarian masyarakat, tapi juga menjadi seorang individu yang memimpin satu nelayan dengan baik dan cukup komited dalam tugas dia.
Sebenarnya dah berjaya menjenamakan diri dia lah kan, di mana banyak pihak yang nak bekerjasama dengan dia, termasuklah daripada company-company yang besar-besar kan, because benda ni memang dah jadi satu trend lah dalam dunia, di mana dan di Malaysia sendiri kita ada kempen kan, penghijauan Malaysia, jadi memang ada satu demand di situ. Di samping bukan sahaja buat saja, tapi kita tahu setiap usaha kita tu akan menyumbang kepada penghijauan Malaysia dan juga menyumbang kepada pengurangan suhu dunia lah kan. Walaupun nampak sikit, tapi orang kata sikit-sikit lama-lama jadi bukit.
Bagi saya memanglah harapan saya tu begitu tinggilah kepada semua masyarakat lah, orang kata mana kepentingan hutan bakau ni sangat penting. Sebab tu kita minta semua terlibat lah, dan syarikat-syarikat swasta yang membantu kita untuk membuat siasat, agensi kerajaan juga yang mana turut serta menyokong kita dalam daerah hutan elok ni. Jadi kita harap berterusan lah, lebih-lebih lagi pada belia-belia kita lah.
From our engagement, what we observe, right, youth banyak actually very prihatin. Masalah diorang platform. Platform is insufficient. They are aware about climate change. They are aware about the need for us to do something. However, not much things are being done. And when I say not much things are being done, not much things are being done by the adult group.
Ini adalah tanggungjawab bersama. So ke arah usaha itu, saya betul-betul mengharapkan ataupun yang saya ingin nak lakukan sangat ialah untuk memperkasakan peringkat akademi ini dalam usaha penyertaan. Mananya kita sangat-sangat mengharapkan partisipasi ataupun penyertaan rakyat setempat, penduduk setempat dalam usaha-usaha yang dilakukan oleh kementerian dan juga lain-lain agensi yang berkaitan berkenaan dengan kelestarian alam sekitar ini.
Tu tanah runtuh dan melanda kota. Siapa lagi kalau bukan kita? Tunjuk contoh cara untuk kita jaga kita. Silakan pada tahun aku kena hari esok. Pembalong tentu bersedia. Kita bersama. Kemenangan di tangan kita. We believe that with a leaf together we can make this change. We believe that with a leaf, yeah. We believe together we can make this change. We believe that with a leaf, yeah, yeah. We can make this a better place. Udara bersih sekitar Malaysia.
Thank you, Alam, for providing the video. This is an initiative from Alam, and it's an activity that was initiated from one person, and it grew to become a community activity. So I just wanted to say thank you to Alam for providing that video. I think we can move forward with an open discussion along with Mr. Daivik and the earlier presentation. We can maybe open the floor to questions. Mr. Anurag?
Thank you, Ashu. We are open to discussion to Mr. Alvian and Mr. Davik. As Mr. Alvian talked about gamification-based incubation program empowering indigenous youth towards climate justice, and it was a very fun way to empower and let people know about climate justice. And Mr. Davik, it's very interesting as in our comment we also see that observe, measure, and restore. It's a very good way to put things, and also your approach to peer-to-peer acknowledgement from student to student and from family to community. Also, if anyone have questions, please ask. Promlika, I think you want to ask questions. Do you have anyone have any question? Oh, I think nobody has.
Julia.
Julia, do you have any question?
Yes, thank you so much. It's been a beautiful session, especially with the gamification and the about the methodology of climate change, even with the children. And I'm very much interested with David's presentation, and I'm like, so how do we do it? We take the students or the pupils from the class to the outside world, or how do you actually mean, and how are you doing it? Because it's very interesting to me.
Thank you so much for the question. So what I meant is that it's not completely, you're picking students from the classroom and going out. So for me, the example I used is AquaTrap, which is my project that I've been building for the past 2 years. So this project, what we do is that we teach, me personally have taught 5 different students from my classroom. And then I saw the ripple effect in the real world, because those 5 students ended up teaching we connected to more than 100 students across 10 different schools here in Kerala. So basically what I meant is that when you teach peer, not replacing teachers, or you're not doing in front of classroom you're going and saying that you should learn about this, you're not doing that. You're teaching your own peers so that they can teach others in this very crucial subject, which is climate change. So the approach to that was explained via Project AquaTrap. So what we did is that we gave these students, after explaining what is currently happening, I mean, they can see it because I mentioned about the water. Well, Kerala is known for its waterscapes. So we see pollution every day. So we gave them the enough knowledge to pursue their knowledge even more, to research about this project, about this pollution even more. And then after that, after making sure they are ready, we gave them necessary tools such as digital pH meters, TDS meters, so that they can find things out themselves. So this was the approach used. Thank you so much for that question.
Thank you, Davik. And I think Noor Wali has also question. Noor? Noor?
Sorry. You hearing me?
Yeah. We can listen you.
Sorry. I'm asking about the Elvin presentation. It's a nice presentation, and he put something about the ideas. Actually, our young people, especially the youth, college and university guys, they don't know about the new ideas and some innovative approaches. So I appreciate the presentation that he put something about the new concepts and ideas. It's a nice about it. because currently mostly the universities, they are producing just the degree holders, but we need the innovative ideas, people with innovative and new approaches, because we have a lot of challenges currently. So we have to work on that. So I like that presentation about his ideas, what he put in his presentation. It's a good, nice presentation.
Do you have any question? Okay, so you are appreciating Mr. Alvin. So anyone have question? Yeah, so I think we are here. Asu, would you like to conclude? Because I don't think anyone have any question.
Okay, so if anyone does not have any questions, maybe we can go for a short break and reconvene in a few minutes. So if anyone has any questions, please feel free to ask. We still have some time until we go for break. So if there are any questions for Mr. Alvin or Mr. Daivik from India, if there are no questions, then we can go for a break and we will reconvene shortly in like 15 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Anurag, for moderating, and thank you, Mr. Daivik and Mr. Alvin, for your presentations. We'd appreciate if you could share your slides with us as well. So thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you all. Thank you, Asu. Thank you, Julia.
We'll Welcome back, everyone. I hope you guys were able to get a short break. I will now pass the floor to Dr. Noor Wali, our co-lead from Pakistan, who will be moderating the next session. I will pass the floor now to Dr. Noor Wali. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashwarya. Thank you so much. And now we have to start the next session. And we have our presenters. I think Dr. Harun is here. Let me introduce about Dr. Harun. He is currently working as the Deputy Director at the Center for Climate Change in the University of Peshawar, KPK. He has PhD from Queensland, Australia, and he has postdoc from Turkey. And he has good working on the ecological system of the plants system. Especially he has his PhD and postdoc in the weed sciences. He is the presenter and at international level, at very high level meetings and summits, and he is a renowned scientist in the weed science and doing a very great job in this field. And now I give the floor to him to talk about the climate changes, challenges, threats, and opportunities with special reference to Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, Pakistan. Let's start, please.
Thank you, Dr. Noor. Good morning and greeting from Pakistan to everyone. First of all, I am highly thankful to the organizer of the Global Indigenous Youth Summit on Climate Change for giving me the opportunity to share my thoughts on climate change challenges, threats, and opportunity with special reference to Khyber Pakhtunkhwa province in Pakistan. I'm sharing my PPT slide. Please allow me to the screen.
Dr. Harun, could you go full screen mode?
Okay. Screen is visible?
Yes.
No, it's
okay. Thank you. Thank you. My name is Dr. Harun Khan, working as a Deputy Director, Climate Change Center at the University of Agriculture, Peshawar. The title of my talk is Climate Change Challenges, Threats and Opportunity with special reference to Khyber Pakhtunkhwa province. This slide represents some basic statistics regarding the Pakistan agriculture sector. In my country, we have total area is 79.61 million hectare, while the crop area is 23.13 million hectare. In crop area, we have 19.02 million hectare, 33% was irrigated, while 4.11 million hectare, 7% was unirrigated. Area under forest cover is approx 4%, while cultivable waste area is 8.12 million hectare. As per Pakistan Economic Survey, latest report, agriculture contribute 23.5% to our GDP, to our economic growth. Among the agriculture sector, livestock is the major contributor, contributing approx 15%, while the crop sector is 7.72% contributor, while the forestry and fishery sector are collectively contributing 0.85% to our GDP growth. This is the Pakistan ranking in the world productions. So we have major producer of some important crops like sugarcane, mango, guava, cotton, onion, dates, tobacco, chickpea, wheat and rice, and potato and citrus and maize. So Pakistan is the global leader in the production of so many important crops. Global problems. United Nations enlisted these areas and consider as a major global problem: water, energy, health, agriculture, and biodiversity. All of these domains and areas are interconnected with climate change. As per World Economic Forum, the top global risk by severity over the next 10 years. So the climate change sector is on the top, and all the remaining threats were also interconnected with the climate change. We can say that climate change is a multiplier effect, and all these other parameters are interconnected with the climate change phenomena. Some basic statistic of Pakistan. So the total population of Pakistan is 241 million, while Khyber Pakhtunkhwa province population has increased to 41 million. Agriculture employs the largest portion of the labor force of the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa province at 33% and contribute 22% to the GDP of the province. In Khyber Pakhtunkhwa province, 51% of population suffered from the multidimensional poverty. 71% of the KP residents are considered food secure. Main causes of global warming and climate change. You know, industry, the huge industry influx, the land use changes, and the deforestation are the main causes of increasing concentration of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. As per German Watch Global Climate Risk Index 2025, Pakistan stands on the top most affected country. Pakistan contributes very little, 1% to the total global greenhouse gases emission, but remains one of the most vulnerable countries. As per the emission data, we rank 135th globally. Energy sector contribute 50% to the emission, while agriculture sector contribute 39%, while industry contributes 6%. As per long-term climate risk index, Pakistan has become the 8th most affected country in the world. You know that a German Watch released a report and their basic parameter for recording long-term climate risk index is 20-year data. So we are ranking at the 8th position, with the economic losses with worth 3.8 billion. Khyber Pakhtunkhwa province is projected to experience warming of 2.5 degree by 2050. In recent monsoon rainfall and temperature have become increasingly irregular and difficult to forecast. Pakistan is historically prone to extreme weather event disaster at different point in time. Snow melting, extreme heat in May and June, heavy rain, river flooding, extreme rainfall monsoon, and other important phenomena like water crisis, like drought. So in Pakistan, more than 70% of extreme weather events are associated with monsoon season. As per historical record, climate change associated hazard in KP. So we documented, we recorded this data from the International Disaster Database. So we have diverse type of climate change associated hazard in KP. We have a rich history of CC related hazards in KP, including irregular monsoon pattern, drought, pest attack, and avalanches. So we in KP is very prone to climate change disaster. Major climate change related concern of Pakistan. We have two important sectors like water and agriculture at the greatest risk. This could directly affect the country, national and food, water and energy security. Pakistan depends on agriculture, and agriculture depends on glacier, because glacier provide 2/3 of water for irrigation. CC climate change may cut the sustainability of providing water to our agriculture, and we may face severe issue of food security in our country. Pakistan is highly vulnerable to climate change. When we apply this matrix, we calculate the climate risk of our region. So we have high exposure towards climate change, long-term temperature and precipitation trend, while vulnerability is also high due to low coping capacity and high sensitivity. If we explore the climate change exposure in Pakistan, so we are facing rising temperature trend. Our seasonal pattern are changing, like the winter becomes short, spring becomes short, and early and longer summer. We are passing through early and longer summer. The traditional rainfall pattern change, prolonged monsoon pattern, start early till September, but an interval. Winter rain occur late. Winter rain is very important for our rabi crops, and it become late. Climatic variability has been increased in recent year, both inter-seasonal and inter-annual variability, and we are facing serious difficulty in forecasting frequent and intense unpredictable extreme event like no rainfall, drought-like situation, sometimes heavy rainfall like flood-like situation. Pakistan is high climate change sensitivity. We are falling in the arid, in the semi-arid climate, heat surplus zone. We have annually less than 300 millimeter annual rainfall, and we depend on heavily on irrigated agriculture. High climatic and geographic diversity, less control over the environment. The country agriculture highly depend on irrigation water from glacier and snow melting. Changes in snowfall and rapid snow and glacier melting due to the climate change have serious implications for irrigated agriculture and thus food security and water insecurity. Pakistan has low coping capacity. Capability and adaptation measure and coping capacity is very important, but we have lacking. Majority of population is living in the rural and depend on natural resources. They are consuming natural resource for their livelihood. We have small land holdings. Majority of population are rural and poor. They have poor resilience and lack adaptive capacity. Indigenous and traditional coping mechanisms have become ineffective, especially due to the use of ICT tools. The young generation, the knowledge, indigenous knowledge is not transferring from the old people to the young generation. Even at the country and the province level, we are lacking R&D and extension department, and they have low institutional capacity. This is the traditional monsoon pattern. We are getting 65% of annual rainfall precipitation from June, July, August, September month. While in winter, December, January, and February, we are getting 25% of annual rainfall. This is the traditional monsoon pattern. But now, due to the climate change and shift in the climate or environmental parameter, so this traditional monsoon zone changed and they shifted from this location to this. Now, these areas required more attention for water management to mitigate flood disaster in the future. We have 100-kilometer shift. It has been reported as per Pakistan Meteorological Department data. It has been reported that over past 3 decades, the climate change has resulted 100-kilometer shift towards the west in the Ural monsoon pattern in Pakistan. There is a special as well as seasonal shift in the rainfall distribution pattern. The summer monsoon has shifted towards the end of the season, and similarly, the winter rains have shifted towards the late February and March. It has been predicted that there is a possibility of localized flood in KP, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa province, Azad Kashmir, and Gilgit-Baltistan during the monsoon due to the heavy rainstorm and the upper region of Pakistan. Let's explore some forecasting of climate change in Pakistan. As per the climate change modeling and projected study, this slide represent projected changes in the average temperature of Pakistan. So, under 4 RCP's model, representative concentration pathways from minimum to high. At all RCP's projections, the future trend shows that the Pakistan average temperature will be increasing, and this increase will be higher from the globe when we compare all these scenarios with the global changes. So in Pakistan, the average temperature increase will be more. We use RCPs as per the IPCC modeling, climate change model. So we use, this is basically radiative based phenomenon. When we analyze the different provinces, different regions of Pakistan, so the average hike in the temperature for Pakistan is 0.51 degree, while this is high for Khyber Pakhtunkhwa province and Gilgit-Baltistan. Both are high when we compare to other provinces of the country. And they have serious implication because in Pakistan, we have more than 7,000 glaciers, and all of these glaciers are located in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa province in Hindu Kush region and Himalaya region in Gilgit-Baltistan. So when the temperature increase, so there will be increase in the melting, and it will create a serious issue of high flood. And this is we have, as I mentioned, we have a rich history of climate change, hydrometeorological related disaster.
Dr. Arun, actually and the talk is very interesting, but we have some constraint about the times we have to.
Okay, noted. I hope within 2-3 minutes, so my presentation will be completed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
This is the season. This slide represents the seasonal shift in Pakistan and the scenarios and the future threats. So we are facing severe issue of water shortage and less precipitation and Rabi season when we compare with our baseline data, and this is serious implication for our wheat crop. I will move quickly. So,
yeah, sure.
Especially in Rabi season and October, November, December, it will become more drier. So it will create serious issue for our wheat sowing season. These are the major climate change implication in agriculture ecosystem. Sensitivity analysis, our cropping window and cropping calendar, and due to this climate change seasonal shift, they are changing. This slide represents the climate change related losses in the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa province: agriculture damage, water issue, water shortage, health impacts, and glacier melting. As I mentioned, that we have a large number of glaciers and serious economic losses. Water situation is also not good. Water need is high and net storage is low, and our fresh reservoir and freshwater reservoir are reducing. Livestock have also serious implication, disease outbreak, and they have reproductive issue, and they have milk production, and they have meat production issues. Forestry sector is also suffering due to the climate change impacts. This is the policy review. We have Khyber Pakhtunkhwa agriculture policy and Khyber Pakhtunkhwa climate change policy, and we have a national adaptation plan, and we are working to cope with and mitigate and to adopt the climate change issue in our province. Conclusion: seasonal temperature changes. Winter and autumn and spring temperature have been increased and increasing. Winter is getting mild and summer gets hotter. Snowfall has been reduced. We are facing changes in season duration. Summer is prolonged while other 3 seasons are shortened. Rainfall distribution and intensity changed. Significant change in rainfall distribution and intensity have been observed over the year in the major district of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. This is the last slide. We have some specific climate change related adaptation needs. We need genetic research to develop short duration in heat, moisture, stress resistance variety to cope with the increasing temperature and low rainfall. Change in the cropping pattern, cropping calendar. We need to change our sowing window and cropping calendar and to adapt to the new emerging situation. Analyze adaptive capacity and provide useful recommendation on regional developmental plan. We need to develop adaptation strategy to take the consideration the adaptive capacity. We need to manage and store our summer water overflow. We need to build new reservoir and check dams. Encouraging and adopting demand-driven high-efficiency irrigation system. Minimize natural resource degradation and to cope with the biodiversity loss. We need to integrate the climate change in our social action and development program. Rainwater harvesting, way forward. New varieties, new agroecological zone, and implementation of climate smart agriculture. This is the way forward. Change is happening. How much adaptation will be needed? This is very important. And we need to promote science and technology-based policy in practice. Research need to improve policy in practice. This is very important. What we do, how we work together will make the difference. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. And if you have any questions, so please, you can share. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Harun. It was a nice talk and very elaborately explained about KPK, especially Pakistan, and the Aryans may have a lot of questions. I also myself have many questions. And Shurya, you will ask the question and after the session.
We have another pre-recorded video from Alam, and after that video we can go ahead with another presentation, and then we can moderate. You can open the floor for discussions.
So Dr. Harun, you have to stay with us and we'll ask some question.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate if Dr. Harun could stay with us for a bit longer time. I think we have another pre-recorded video from Alam on waste management. Stefan, can you help to play the video?
Malaysia berada di kedudukan ke-8 teratas yang menghadapi masalah sampah plastik tidak terurus.
Sisa pepejal di Kota Baru, Kelantan meningkat sebanyak 430 tan sehari sepanjang bulan Ramadan ini berbanding 350 tan sehari pada hari biasa.
Masalah sampah terutamanya plastik yang memenuhi ruang lautan menghantui bukan sahaja Malaysia tetapi juga negara-negara membangun yang lain.
Hampir 50% daripada jumlah plastik yang digunakan adalah plastik sekali guna, dengan anggaran global menunjukkan 13 juta tan plastik dihanyutkan ke lautan setiap tahun.
Manusia dan plastik tidak boleh dipisahkan. Kebergantungan kita kepada penggunaan plastik sangat tinggi dan tidak dinafikan, murah, praktikal, tahan lama dan kalas air. Tidak kurangnya ramai menganggap penggunaan plastik ini merupakan isu remeh, maka ada yang tidak kisah dibuang merata. Namun tahukah anda, plastik adalah musuh senyap kepada manusia dan ia boleh mendurjanakan. Bukan saja kepada alam sekitar, malah manusia juga boleh menjadi korban. Dalam edisi kedua dokumentari Kesedaran Kelab Belia Prihatin Malaysia, kami akan membawa anda memahami situasi semasa pembuangan sampah, terutama plastik di Malaysia. Fokus turut diberi kepada risiko bahaya, kesan maupun impak yang sedang menjadi barah ini. Apakah pula tindakan dan langkah untuk kurangkan kemudaratan ini? Semua isu ini akan dikupas dalam dokumentari khas dibawakan Kelab Belia Prihatin edisi kedua.
Malaysia boleh menjadi suara negara-negara membangun untuk melawan plastik haram ini. Oleh itu saya membuat keputusan bahawa kita perlu lawan dan kita menjadi suara.
Dan selebihnya mesti dalam 40% lah adalah sampah plastik. Sampah plastik paling banyak lah, styrofoam, helmet, semua plastik-plastik jenis macam tu.
Pencemaran plastik ini satu daripada krisis planetary yang sangat-sangat besar yang kita menghadapi sekarang. Dijangka dalam 9 bilion tan plastik yang kita sebutkan di Pacific Garbage Patch. Macam satu pulau plastik yang mencemarkan alam sekitar kita.
Jadi ini memerlukan inisiatif dan kesedaran di semua pihak, terutama sekali juga kepimpinan negara, kepimpinan ahli politik.
Kita mengurus sisa dan sampah sebagai contoh. Kita telah mengambil satu teknologi daripada Finland yang is called Smart Deep Collection System.
Tahukah anda, rakyat Malaysia membuang sebanyak 36,699 tan sampah setiap hari. Ini bermakna setiap rakyat Malaysia membuang sebanyak 1.17 kilogram sisa pepejal secara purata. Sekiranya ini berlarutan, tak mustahil pandang kiri, pandang kanan akan kehilatan sampah. Yang menjadi mangsa adalah alam sekitar termasuk sungai. Kami di Kelab Belia Prihatin berkesempatan untuk ke Sungai Kelang, salah satu daripada 50 sungai terkotor di dunia beberapa tahun lalu. Kami berkesempatan untuk mendapatkan Selangor Maritime Gateway SMG untuk mengetahui maklumat lanjut mengenai sisa pepejal plastik. SMG yang berperanan menjaya projek untuk meningkatkan nilai Sungai Kelang menggerakkan jentera pembersih sungai dikenali Interceptor. Inilah Interceptor yang merupakan sumbangan daripada kumpulan rock popular dari Britain Coldplay yang menaja mesin perangkap sampah dinamakan Interceptor. Difahamkan Malaysia merupakan negara pertama yang menerima sumbangan tersebut dan menggunakan mesin perangkap sampah dengan kendalian NGO di Ocean Cleanup. Interceptor 005 ini memulakan operasi di Sungai Kelang pada 2021, mampu memerangkap hingga 100 tan sehari sampah terapung yang dibuang ke dalam sungai sebelum sampai ke laut. Namun sebelum Interceptor 005, terdapat satu lagi mesin perangkap sampah iaitu Interceptor 002 digunakan di Sungai Kelang dengan kendalian NGO sama bersama Selangor Maritime Gateway.
Sepanjang 56 km Sungai Kelang ni, kita ada memasang 7 perangkap sampah dan 2 interceptor, termasuk interceptor yang di belakang saya inilah. Okey, kalau in totality, pungutan sampah kita telah berjaya memungut sampah daripada 2016 sehingga tahun 2023, Mac 2023, anggaran daripada 10,000 ke 16,000 tan metrik untuk setahun. Dan untuk sebulan anggaran dan 1,000 tan metrik sebulan lah.
Kelab Belia Prihatin turut menjalankan tinjauan dan usaha pembersihan Sungai Melayu Iskandar Puteri Johor dengan aktiviti mengutip sampah di hutan bakau di kawasan itu. Sungai Melayu yang berada dalam kawasan seliaan pembangunan oleh Iskandar Investment Berhad IIB ini tidaklah seperti sungai-sungai lain, walaupun kedudukannya di tengah kawasan pembangunan IIB. Namun tidak dinafikan, sampah-sampah yang berjaya dikutip turut mengandungi bahan plastik yang dibawa dari hulu ke hilir. Impaknya akan mengalir terus ke laut sekiranya tiada tindakan diambil. Namun bagaimana pula dengan sungai-sungai yang lain, terutama sungai yang tidak diurus dengan baik oleh pihak berwajib? Pastinya satu situasi pencemaran yang sukar untuk kita hadap. Pasti anda ingat akan laporan-laporan sebegini. Malaysia menjadi salah sebuah negara tempat pembuangan sampah plastik haram. Ia bermula apabila China menutup sempadannya tidak lagi menerima sampah plastik untuk dikitar semula di negara itu yang aktiviti ini dijalankan oleh perusahaan haram. Jelas mantan Menteri Tenaga, Teknologi, Sains, Perubahan Iklim dan Alam Sekitar Yeo Bee Yin yang juga ahli Parlimen Puchong. Apabila ini berlaku, sindiket ini menyasarkan negara-negara berdekatan dan Malaysia tidak terkecuali.
Kerajaan di negara-negara maju, mereka pun tak tahu ada benda macam inilah. Kalau you keluar daripada negara mereka, pergi ke negara lain, plastik itu dikitar semula secara haram. Mereka ingat semua ini keluar, dia pergi kitar semula ya dengan baik. Oleh itu, negara-negara maju ini juga shocking terdapat berita ini. Oleh itu, saya rasa ini adalah satu loophole dalam recycling policy di negara-negara maju. Selepas kita mengangkat isu ini di international media, negara-negara maju ini dalam recycling policy mereka telah pun memperbaiki recycling policy mereka untuk memastikan bahawa apabila sisa-sisa plastik ini mereka dikutip dan dieksport, sisa plastik ini betul-betul dikitar semula dengan cara yang baik dan mesra alam di negara-negara lain.
Jelasnya terdapat kelemahan dari sudut polisi dan perundangan di negara-negara maju. Jelasnya dengan tindakan berani dan lantang itu, Malaysia menjadi suara dalam komuniti negara-negara membangun dan sedikit sebanyak dapat menyelesaikan masalah sampah haram di Malaysia. Dalam babak seterusnya, kami akan membawakan kemudaratan plastik ini. Bukan saja alam menjadi mangsa, manusia juga boleh menjadi korban seterusnya. Kalau dilihat kiri dan kanan kita, lambakan sampah dan plastik di keliling kita. Semua ini puncanya dari sikap kita. Tidak menguruskan sampah dan plastik secara teratur. Tahukah anda, pembuangan dan pelubusan sampah tidak teratur boleh menjejaskan kesihatan selain alam sekitar? Ya, ini kebenaran yang perlu kita hadap. Profesor dan Pengarah Eksekutif Sunway Center for Planetary Health, Sunway University Malaysia, Tan Sri Dr. Jamilah Mahmud memaklumkan, kesihatan manusia sangat berkait rapat dengan kesihatan planet. Jelas beliau, hasil tangan manusia ini dijangka lebih 9 bilion tan plastik berada di lautan Pasifik dan ia membahayakan kehidupan.
Dan ini adalah sangat berbahaya kerana bukan saja plastik itu nombor satu menjejaskan kehidupan haiwan dan sebagainya dan tumbuhan di dalam laut, tapi yang menjadi punca makanan kita, tapi juga mikroplastik bila plastik ini pecah dia menjadi kecil, dimakan oleh ikan dan sebagainya, dan bila kita makan pun kita dapat mikroplastik itu. Tapi juga plastik yang terdedah, dia akan juga mengeluarkan mikroplastik yang kita akan menghidu ke dalam paru-paru. Jadi banyak penyakit yang berlaku akibat mikroplastik. Mikroplastik ini boleh melalui susu ibu. Mikroplastik ini saya sebutkan dihidu, bukan saja dimakan di udara. Jadi bila plastik itu terbiar pun dia akan hidu dan akibat ni banyak masalah kesihatan. Misalnya ada kaitan dengan ketidaksuburan terutama kaum lelaki. Ada kaitan dengan penyakit paru-paru di mana ia boleh menyebabkan gejala-gejala paru yang sangat serius. Mungkin juga ada sekarang yang barunya ada kaitan dengan obesiti. Maknanya mikroplastik itu sendiri boleh menyebabkan obesiti. Dan juga kita tahu plastik itu toksik ya, dan mungkin akan akibat lama ialah ada long term ialah kanser dan sebagainya.
Selain aspek impak kepada kesihatan, aspek alam sekitar sudah pasti paling terima tempias susulan pembuangan sisa plastik dan sampah tidak terurus ini. Menurut ahli Lembaga Pemegang Amanah Lestari Alam Profesor Tan Sri Zakri Abdul Hamid, kegiatan manusia tidak lestari akan terus mengancam kepupusan haiwan maupun tumbuhan.
Nature would still go on. Tetapi manusia kalau menggugat nature, alam semula jadi, dia punya dampak ataupun impact dia tu akan kena juga kepada manusia. Sekarang kita lihat ekosistem services yang memberi kita air, makanan, udara yang bersih, ya, semua tu telah terancam. 60% daripada ekosistem services ini, perkhidmatan ekosistem telah tergugat. Jadi kalau kita teruskan amalan rakus ini, nanti tahap itu akan lebih tinggi dan mengancam survival manusia. Itu dari segi global. Sebagai orang Malaysia, kita juga ada tanggungjawab. Tapi di peringkat nasional, di peringkat kebangsaan, di peringkat lokal, ya, kita juga ada tanggungjawab. Apa yang dipanggilkan orang think global, yang kita fikir global but act local. Itu tepat sekali. Setiap rakyat, ya, kecil besar, tua muda, ada tanggungjawab masing-masing untuk hidup secara sustainable ataupun lestari.
Jelas beliau, kesedaran dan tindakan perlu bermula dalam keadaan segera. Sekiranya tidak, alam sekitar pasti akan terus disakiti.
Inisiatif dan kesedaran di semua pihak, terutama sekali juga kepimpinan negara, kepimpinan ahli politik nombor 1. Kalau tak ada political commitment tu, orang biasa macam kita ni kurang sikit nak memberikan kita punya iltizam, ya.
Masyarakat juga jelasnya perlu beri sokongan kepada inisiatif dan program yang dijalankan serta mempunyai tanggungjawab sendiri untuk memastikan alam terus terjaga. Jelas pensyarah kanan dan fellow penyelidik di Institut Alam Sekitar dan Pembangunan Lestari UKM, Dr. Ahmad Adri Amir, salah satu ekosistem hutan yang penting dalam negara kita iaitu hutan paya bakau juga tidak terkecuali daripada menerima impak kepada sampah plastik ini.
Dalam masa yang sama, dalam era moden ni ataupun antroposen ni, tekanan yang dihadapi bukan setakat memerangkap sedimen ataupun terhapus disebabkan pasang surut, tetapi akar-akar ni menjadi sangat kondusif untuk memerangkap sampah. Seluruh garisan khatulistiwa, semua negara-negara tropika dan negara subtropika yang mempunyai hutan bakau mengalami isu ini sebab macam kita bincangkan, sampah bukan datang daripada darat sahaja, daripada hulu sungai ataupun pertengahan sungai ke muara. Sampah ni pula boleh juga datang daripada negara lain, daripada sungai-sungai lain, daripada laut pesisir pantai lain. Jadi ada kemungkinan sampah kita buang di rumah kita di Malaysia ni akan boleh sampai ke Indonesia, boleh sampai ke Papua New Guinea, Australia dan seterusnya. Sampah-sampah ni pula akan terperangkap di celah-celah akar bakau dan mereka tidak boleh keluar lagi sebab di bawah arus terperangkap dan air keluar tapi sampah-sampah ni tinggal tetap. Jadi ketika air pasang surut tu, sampah ni terus melekat dan menutup tanah-tanah dan juga akar-akar bakau itu sendiri.
Apabila pokok paya bakau ini terjejas, sekaligus beberapa lagi ekosistem dan rantaian mempunyai nasib sama.
Jadi bila berkurangannya hutan bakau, bila merosotnya letupan hutan bakau, jadi fungsi-fungsi ataupun ekosistem services, perkhidmatan ekosistem yang disediakan oleh hutan bakau kepada manusia dan juga kepada alam akan juga terganggu. Jadi kita akan kehilangan habitat marine, ya, habitat hidupan laut. Ilmu yang semakin kita tahu sekarang adalah peri pentingnya hutan bakau ni sebagai penyerap karbon, ya, yang paling unggul. Jadi dia menyerap dengan pantas pokok-pokok di dalam hutan bakau dan dia simpan dengan sangat banyak dalam sedimen, dalam tanah-tanah hutan bakau ni mengandungi kandungan karbon yang sangat tinggi. Jadi kalau kita sebuah negara yang memainkan peranan sebagai global player, pemain antarabangsa, kita berpeluang sebab kita mempunyai lebih 600,000 hektar kawasan hutan bakau yang keseluruhannya menyimpan berjuta-juta tan equivalent of carbon dioxide dalam sedimen, dalam tanah hutan bakau. Jadi kita kena ambil peluang ini, kita kena ambil peranan ini sebagai global player. Kita lindungi hutan bakau yang kita ada sekarang.
Selain itu, jelasnya peranan paih bakau untuk melebarkan garis pantai dan melindungi masyarakat pesisir pantai daripada ribut, taufan dan angin kencang pasti tidak lagi boleh berfungsi dengan baik sekiranya hutan ini terus dicemari sampah serta pembangunan tidak mampan dijalankan. Itulah kesan sekiranya pasir ini tidak diuruskan dengan baik. Dicampak melata akhirnya alam dan diri jadi mangsa. Jangan biarkan situasi sudah terhantuk baru tengah dah berlaku, barulah kita ingin ambil tindakan. Dalam kupasan seterusnya, kita akan memahami apakah inisiatif yang dimainkan oleh pihak berkuasa, badan bukan kerajaan, swasta dalam mendukung usaha agenda hijau ini. Teruskan ikuti pendedahan berikutnya. Kita perlu bergerak sekarang, ambil tindakan segera. Tindakan pastinya terarah kepada usaha mengurangkan penggunaan plastik ke arah satu gaya hidup yang mementing alam sekitar.
Pihak kerajaan, pihak swasta dan juga pengguna perlu bekerjasama dalam memastikan perkara ini dapat diselesaikan. Saya percaya pencapaian maklumat yang jelas hasil daripada kolaborasi semua pihak ini akan dapat untuk memberi pendedahan dan juga maklumat yang jelas kepada pengguna khususnya untuk mereka mengubah dan juga memilih gaya hidup yang lebih mampan. Kerana ini sangat penting untuk kita mengubah masa depan.
Selain bahan plastik, bahan sukar terurai juga turut menjadi fokus. Bagaimana kita boleh memainkan peranan dalam memberi kesedaran dan menggerakkan satu gerakan kitar semula secara baik.
Dengan data yang kita ada, at global data that we studied that thoroughly, and also the Malaysian data that we are very privileged to receive from our government, so we have decided that this is the right time for Malaysia to have a specific movement to catalyse the textiles and clothing circular economy in Malaysia, di mana kita punya sasaran adalah number one is that to create awareness that unwanted fabric should be retained, reduced, reuse, repurpose and recycle. Sebab pengetahuan tu kurang mendalam di Malaysia. Nombor dua ialah yang paling penting, we want to ensure that Malaysia has sufficient textiles or clothing recycling bin. It's only because even if you create of awareness, a lot of awareness, walau bagaimanapun, kalau tak ramai orang tahu di mana nak membuang pakaian lama, benda tu tidak ada faedah juga. Hand in hand, in a nutshell, that's what we do to create awareness, then to ensure that fabric recycling facilities are closer to you. And most importantly is that we communicate you with substantiated data.
Pastinya, usaha berterusan daripada korporat amat dituntut. Selain daripada inisiatif syarikat ke arah menjalankan program agenda hijau, cara bagaimana pengoperasian juga boleh diterapkan.
I think for us to take this ESG to the next step is looking into how can we use technology to help us achieve these ESG policies. This is also why we exist. As I mentioned before, we provide sustainable technology solutions because I really believe technology should be used to help us achieve this sustainability. So apart from just looking at the policy, in terms of execution, why don't we look into technology that is already out there, is really available, but all we have to do is just put that sustainability lens to it to help us achieve the ESG goals. And I think that's very important lah, because as you know, I think in terms of blueprint, we are very good at doing blueprint, but when it comes to the execution, it's a bit slow. And I understand maybe the workforce or the people in the execution level is not well equipped yet. And that's why training and smart technologies are very crucial in terms of executing these policies very well.
Yang pasti pembangunan yang mampan dapat memastikan kelangsungan kawasan-kawasan hutan terus bernafas dan tidak dimusnahkan. Ini yang dijalankan oleh Iskandar Investment Berhad di kawasan Iskandar Puteri Johor yang menerapkan pembangunan mampan.
Kita di dalam perancangan untuk membina the first net zero carbon Central Business District South Asia. Jadi kawasan Paya Bakau ini, as you know, carbon sequestration daripada kawasan Paya Bakau ini adalah yang tertinggi, lebih tinggi daripada hutan biasa dan tanaman-tanaman lain. Jadi kita menggunakan ini sebagai satu aset utama kita dalam membangunkan pembangunan lestari bandar low carbon ini.
Ini termasuk usaha untuk menguruskan sisa pepejal. Bagaimana ia boleh diuruskan dengan cekap serta mampan.
Penting juga untuk saya kongsi bahawa hasil kecekapan sistem pengurusan sisa pepejal yang kita jalankan juga inilah sebenarnya berhasil untuk mengelakkan daripada sebarang pencemaran langsung atau tidak langsung daripada berlaku di situ. Sekaligus dapat kita memelihara khazanah alam ini.
Dengan membangun pembangunan secara terancang, memelihara serta memulihara alam, pastinya pembangunan di kawasan Iskandar Puteri ini boleh dijadikan contoh sebagai sebuah pembangunan lestari.
Harapan saya agar sedikit masa lagi Iskandar Puteri dapat menjadi sebuah bandar raya contoh di antara wilayah perniagaan utama di Asia Tenggara. Bukan sahaja melalui penyediaan dan pembangunan infrastruktur fizikal serta peluang pekerjaan, tetapi yang perlu ditekankan juga adalah satu sudut pandang penjagaan alam sekitar, sekaligus menjadikan Iskandar Puteri ini sebagai bukti bahawa alam dan manusia boleh hidup bersama secara harmoni. Ini juga akan menjadikan Iskandar Puteri sebagai satu destinasi pelaburan yang terbaik dan yang unik di Asia Tenggara. It is our responsibility to prioritize sustainable development that safeguards the well-being of Mother Earth.
Pastinya kesemua tindakan ini sekiranya diambil dalam keadaan segera, kita menjanjikan dunia yang baik untuk diduduki bagi generasi akan datang. Walau sekecil usaha kita dalam menjaga alam, kesannya sangat signifikan dalam jangka panjang. Usaha ini pastinya perlu disokong dan didukung semua lapisan masyarakat, terutamanya anak muda, anda pewaris alam ini. Sebagai penggerak belia, Kelab Belia Prihatin sentiasa mengharapkan kerjasama anak muda. Sertailah kempen, jayakannya dengan rela hati demi dunia tercinta ketika masih bertenaga ini.
Thank you, Stefan, for playing that video. Um, So the Sampah Melata Alam Merana video actually highlights how improper waste management affects our ecosystems, communities, and quality of life, reminding us that environmental protection begins with everyday choices and collective responsibility. So, for the summit, the story connects to the importance of stewardship, intergenerational responsibility, and youth action in protecting land, water, and natural resources for future generations. So, I would also like to take this time to extend my thanks to Alam again for providing us with a pre-recorded video for our summit this year. Um, Dr. Noor, I think you can go ahead and introduce the next speaker. You're muted.
Sorry. Our next speaker is Dr. Sarah. She's from the REMU Education and Community Office over there, and her talk is about voices of the forest and indigenous women shaping the future of their communities. So the floor is Dr. Sarah, please.
Hi everyone, can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right.
Yes.
All right. Okay. Can you see my slides?
Yes. Maybe you
All
can
right.
go full screen.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll start presenting now. Hello everyone. My name is Sarah, Dr. Sarah. I'm an education and community officer. Position in Rimau. I'll take a brief about Rimau first. Rimau is a non-benefit organization, non-government organization that's focused on the conservation of Harimau Malaya. So that's our main mission. But in complementary, we also have the engagement with the indigenous people that work with us, mostly in the education and community work. So my presentation today will be focused on will title Voice of Forest, Indigenous Women Shaping the Future of Their Communities. This is the settlement of Sungai Keja. Sungai Keja in the Royal Belum State Park in Perak. So community here reside here in this rainforest. We have like 5 village, and the community here is from a Jahai tribe. They are semi-nomadic and sorry. They are semi-nomadic and they move from village to village if they are having some disease, they are having an argument, whatsoever. But nowadays, they're already advanced and settled at one place. So our rangers and community teachers work, stays and work here in the Sungai Keja vicinity. So I'll share about the women of the Jahai community, because today we'll talk about the women of the community. So they still apply the traditional way of life. The women of Jahai indigenous community in Raya Belum preserve deep cultural root while upholding essential domestic roles within their rainforest village. So their primary dedication to family well-being and domestic responsibilities, while the men are out doing the traditional job like hunters and gatherers. And nowadays they also working as the with the tourist operator. They're working as our patrollers. So this is the traditional way of life for the women. So they are nurturing and guiding children through early development, managing home care, including laundry, dishwashing, household management. So they are serving as a foundational pillars for community stability and social cohesion in their village. So they practice a subsistence economy and livelihood mostly in the crop cultivation, seasonal harvesting. So Jahai women plant crop all over their village for immediate household consumption, sustaining daily nutritional needs through traditional agriculture practice within the forest settlement. So mostly they plant tapioca. So tapioca, they plant chilies, they plant some herbs all around village, but they cannot do the large scale of plantation because it would attract the wildlife into their village because they are just live totally in the rainforest. Yeah, so they plant just enough for their families, and if they had exceed the amount, they sometimes sell it to the houseboat and to other customers outside of their rainforest. So they also practice the seasonal harvesting. So during forest fruit season, women gather wild produce to feed their families and sell surplus yielding to nearby market for the supplementary household income. So it depends on the season. So we just finished the honey season. So they collect the honey from the tualang trees, and now they are entering the fruit season because they are nearing the hornbill season. So when the hornbill come and migrate, that's when you know that the season of fruits are coming, like buah jias, buah terap. They collect it for their livelihood. And this contribute to the income instability, which is livelihood remain highly vulnerable to unpredictable weather, climate change, and seasonal fluctuation, resulting in the irregular household earning throughout the year. So because bear in mind that these people live with the bare minimum of the basic needs. They have the clean water, but they don't have the full electricity in their household, so they don't get the fridge, they don't have the basic necessities like us. So all the fresh produce need to be consumed immediate after they get the fresh. Okay, so what we do with this community is empowering the local teachers. Aside of our conservation effort, and we are hiring the patrollers for our patrolling work, we also engage closely with this woman. So these local teachers play a vital role in bringing education closer to the children within their own community by providing opportunities for them to teach in their home village. We strengthen local capacity, encourage community ownership, and create a more sustainable learning environment for children. So currently, we have 4 teachers with us, 4 permanent teachers. Teacher Diana, we have teacher Rita, we have teacher Shaira, and teacher Azura. And previously, they never been worked before. They just do the household like the other women in the village. When they finish their primary and secondary school, they are just tending to their children. So this is their first job, and they are very passionate about their job and saying that they hoping to do this job for a long-term time. The voice of empowerment. So along the way that we work together with teacher, we provide them with a training, we observe them, monitor them how they do the class with the kids and everything. So this is a few of conversation with me and the teachers. Teacher Shaira would be like, is the training still on? I've finished one module and I'll work on second one when I get back. I'll check with the judges. So you can see here, like they are very anticipated with our module making. Like teacher Diana, Sarah, can you teach us English? We want to learn so we could speak to tourists that visit our village. So these Jahai people, they talk in a Jahai language, and we teach them in the Bahasa Melayu, which is the second language. It's not their mother tongue. And suddenly they want to learn English as well. Like this is like the initiative that they are taking, that they want to learn more. And teacher Azura said, I've never worked before. I'm just a housewife. I'm interested in becoming a teacher because I want to help my family. Teacher Rita said, I feel so motivated seeing those kids come here. Personally, I like to keep working and continue caring for the children in the future. So this is like a few of our teachers training. As you see here, this is like a module making teachers training that we held for almost 2 years with the teachers. So we include them in making the module for the kids. So here Teacher Azura are doing the student assessment with the kids. You can see these kids, this tool is the real assessment to know whether they know bitter, sweet, sour, and everything. So Teacher Rita with a memory game. Okay, so this is the modules that I'm talking about. This is a culturally relevant learning module because as we run Rumah Baca is the name of our preschool program with this woman and the kids of Royal Belum. We noticed that the mainstream modules are not quite to their level and it's not relatable to their daily life. So we are in the progress of making the culturally relevant learning module. As you can see here, it's a traditional food by approach of boiling. So this is like the banana. So we boil the banana until it's edible and they eat it. So these short stories created by our teachers. So we take their stories and make it into a proper module template like this. And we extend it to the interactive early childhood worksheet. So the educational material are specifically adapted to the indigenous culture and daily life, utilizing familiar theme such as like the traditional food recipe just now and the hands-on worksheet like this encourage the fine motor skills, spatial reasoning, sensory discover, and practical cognitive development talent for the young indigenous learners because they are not used to write, they are not used to spell the alphabet, right? So the sensory skill is quite rough. So we need this kind of extension worksheet to make for them easily to write and learn throughout our program. So instead, aside of the module, we also like create, these teachers help me create the dual language pedagogical approach because as we use the mainstream material, we could see only the dual language is a Malay and English, right? So English is already like their third, fourth language. So it's hard for them to learn that as well. So we make it dual language using the Jahai and Malay. So this bridging cultural heritage and formal education, which is dual language material, eliminate the language barriers, allowing Jahai children to thrive academically without losing connection to their forest as central roots. So what's the teachers here are preparing this younger generation for a better livelihood. So as you can see here, this is our dual language material. This is a body part. This is like the red one is a Jahai language. So Jahai language for head is koi. You can see here. So it's easily captured the interest of the kid because it's in their language, like meat, mata, which is eye. So this is like a team team dual language material. As for this is a Kampong Ye. Kampong Ye means my village. So this is all the facilities, all the things that could found in their village. And this picture are hand drawn by our teachers. This is, I think, the teacher Azura drawing. Yeah. So as we work with this woman, we could know their talent and we make use of their talent in making this program successful and adapt to their culture. Aside of our education, we also have a craft workshop and economic empowerment. So this craft workshop It's for artisanal skill training. The hands-on workshop empower Jahai women to refine traditional crafting technique, converting cultural heritage into high-quality handiwork. And we also use the sustainable forest produce, utilizing eco-friendly, naturally harvest material from the Royal Bloom rainforest, such as wild jelly seed. We're making the jelly seed into the bracelet and natural beeswax. And this would help for them to financial self-reliance themselves, fostering sustainable micro-enterprise growth to generate reliable family income while actively preserving the indigenous cultural craftsmanship, because they already have craft in their village whatsoever, but then their craft are quite rough on the edges. We train them by hiring another trainers, and as you can see here, this is our trainers, and our trainers also coming from the Jahai community itself. So we work together with another NGO, MNS. So this NGO train this adult woman into making the craft, and we hired back this trainer to teach our girls. So it's much likely easy for them to engage, communicate, and learn through each other. So we empowered this trainer to teach the younger generation. As you can see, this is a bracelet that we made. Yeah, they are very fine program with them. They are eager to learn. And this is the beeswax workshop. As I told just now, in the rainforest of Belum, we have tualang honey. So after they are collected, the tualang honey, the beeswax, are becoming a waste. So we does not want to become a waste. We want to use the whole product as it is. So we ask the men that collect the honey to bring out the beeswax. And so this girl processed the beeswax into this candle. This is the melted candle. And as you see, from this candle, it have quite a different color. So it depends on the temperature of them boiling it. So some customer prefer it in this tone, some customer prefer in this tone, yeah, and they sell it for as a melted candle, and it can be sold for the customer to be used to make other product of beeswax, such as candle, soap, lip balm, which is like we are going to teach this girl eventually how to make their lip balm. It's for their economic improvement. Yeah. So the reflection is the Jahai woman anchors community stability and bridge a central rainforest knowledge with sustainable forward-looking village development, and they are become the educational pioneers. We were transitioning from homemakers to educators. Local teachers lead culturally relevant early learning that inspires the next generation. So through the eco-craft, through the education, women rebuild reliable livelihood that reinforce both family well-being and forest conservation. So, by amplifying the voice of indigenous women, we do not merely preserve the forest, we empower the true architects of its future, the women of Jahai. Thank you. I think I've finished my presentation.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Sarah, for your very interesting presentation. I think now we can move on to the discussion part. Dr. Noor will be facilitating an open talk discussion with Dr. Harun, who presented earlier as well. So I'll hand it over to Dr. Noor. Thank you.
Thank you, Aishwarya. Dr. Sarah, thank you so much for your talk. It's a nice talk. You present very well and in detail about, especially with.
Yeah, I hope it's not too short and you guys had something to learn.
I have a question of what is the area in Malaysia? In which area you are doing this?
Sorry?
Project.
Sorry, it's
In
quite.
which area, Malaysia, you are doing this project?
Which area? It's in the Perak.
Which location? Look, Perak.
Royal Belum State Park. In the Perak.
Okay. So how much your geographic area in which you are doing this project?
How much?
Geographical area and how much area in a province or in a local community?
It's for as I said just now, it's in the Sungai Keja settlement. So we work together with 5 villages of the Jahai tribe, and it's not the kind of village that the tourists come. It's kind of village that quite backdated in education because the logistic wise. So that's why we are doing the preschool program and everything, because they themselves cannot go out because it takes a cost of money and the logistic wise of using boats, because the nearest school will be like 1 hour by boat. Yeah.
1 hour by boat.
Yeah,
It is
and the
very
petrol
hard-
nowadays is crazy. Yeah.
very
And
hard job, as you are doing it in a rural, mostly in the rural areas.
yeah,
You
it's
have
a
to
rural
extend it to the other areas also, because I appreciate your project. We have to.
yeah. And we work
We have to start
closely
such-
together with Alam and European Union. They fund our project here in the Sungai Keja area, Royal Belum. Yeah.
That is.
Yeah, we're so grateful for the funders for this.
Anyone have question about?
Yeah, I think like Paul was sharing, like Royal Belum is 30 million years old of rainforest. Yeah, it's among the oldest rainforests in the whole world.
Great. Great. I think Mohammed Khalil is asking about.
Hello, hi, Dr. Sarah. Thank you so much for your time and also for your words. It's very meaningful to us, especially for Dr. Sarah be part of Alam as well for a few projects. And I would like to share with all the team members here that Remo has been like years doing this, not only for women, it also help the protection of the environment, the rainforest, especially the poachers, poachers issue, the tigers issue in Royal Belum. As maybe they can share with you also that in Malaysia we have less than 150 tigers.
Yeah. We have like less than 150 tigers, and it's a critically endangered. So our petroleers, if you don't mind, I'm sharing a bit.
I think you can share also, Dr. Sarah.
So our petroleers here that reside in the Sungai Keja area in the Royal Belum do patrolling work with us, and along the way they are doing the patrolling work, they are doing the biodiversity monitoring, and they are for the anti-poaching, and we work closely with government on that. We collect the data, we install the camera trap to know where's the tiger are, not just a tiger, the others animal as well, because we need to know the habitat, and we need to know whether the tiger get enough of foods. Yeah, something like that.
We are not we don't we this project we ask help from the indigenous people with their experience, with their expertise. We can't do that without their help.
We can't be doing the patrolling work like hundreds of kilometers, because they are the frontliners actually. And this education program, are also triggered by our petroleers, because our work in petroleers start in 2018 and our work in the education start on 2022 is triggered by our petroleers. Like RD said to us, RD is the leaders of the rangers here in Royal. They said to us, can we get the education for our children as well, because they get the training for the patrolling work, they get the training for their work in the forest, but then they might be thinking like, our kids needs this kind of education as well. And we think like, yeah, if we educate the younger generation, we educate the women's right, we can protect the rainforest as a whole. So the whole family could contribute to this effort. It's not just an indigenous people here, but I think the whole nation of Malaysia. Yeah, that's the concept actually.
I think with Paul experience last year. Maybe you can share also, Paul, if Paul is here.
I just wanted to thank Dr. Sarah and to compliment Rimao. A few years ago, when the Global Indigenous Youth Summit on Climate Change started, there was an interview with a group of the rangers themselves, and it was truly a special opportunity for all of us to listen to their insights and their passion and their experiences. So I just wanted to thank Alam certainly for the leadership which allowed me to visit Royal Balloon last year.
Yeah, thank you for the support and thank you for this platform that we could share this kind of work to others as part of awareness as well. Very thankful for this opportunity. Yeah. And I think you met the one who presented is RD.
Yes.
Yes. And he's still with us. Yeah.
Which is great. Which we would welcome him back in future years.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, sure. You are welcome. You are welcome here, Paul.
Thank you.
Amal Ismail is asking about please ask. Unmute yourself. Amal, you can unmute yourself. Sure. Amal is asking me about something.
Yeah, Amal. Amal.
She raised a hand, but
unmute yourself. Oh yes, Julia, I will share you the presentation in the mail. Just read the message.
yes, she's asking about the presentation. It was a nice talk.
Julia, Dr. Sarah has already shared her slides. I've already put it in the Google Drive link.
I think if I can share a bit about our teachers. So in the presentation just now, you could see that one of our teachers, Rita. I think Rita is one of our successful story because among all the teachers, only she does not have the formal schooling. She never attend the primary school. She never attend the secondary school. But because she want to learn so much, she asked her husband to teach her how to write, how to read, calculate, and everything. Because 2 years back when I met her, she was only could know the alphabet. Now she can. She has also can read 2 syllables, and she can handle the rumah baca session by herself. Yeah, because when we do the Menrat literacy class, we do the Menrat literacy class for our rangers monthly. So her husband is our rangers. So she follow along the husband to the literacy class to learn with all the boys in the class and her voice are the loudest. Yeah. Her voice are the loudest. Now she that's the proof that if you want to learn, you adapt yourself, you could be much bigger than you could imagine. Yeah. So Rita's nowadays like always asking like I did get a new book or not, what to teach these kids, always taking initiative. So this kind of women are already empowered themselves and preparing the younger generation for a better livelihood, I believe. Yeah. Just a short stories of my teachers.
Julia, you were asking about something?
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Sarah. So I want to ask, with this being the capacity building and with the women teaching, are they paid monthly, and then how are they sustained in terms of the payment?
Yeah, they are being monthly by Rimau, hired by Rimau, and paying by monthly with a minimum wages set by the government. They have like the EPF, whatsoever. They got the insurance and all. Yeah, they paid just as normal as us. Yeah.
Okay, and with the crafts that they are teaching the children, do you find markets for the craft as well?
Sorry, find what? Oh, market for the craft.
Yes.
Yeah. Actually, because they are just starting this year making this craft, so along the way that they are refining their product, we find the market at the landscape. Yeah, we find the resort that willing to take their craft, and some of like we can even Rimau also willing to buy that to give for our funders, for our volunteers as a goodies and everything, yeah, because they cannot make it in the large scale because the material is in the rainforest, so it's seasonal as well as for beeswax. Yeah.
All right.
Thank you for the
question. Right.
Anyone else want to ask something? Dr. Harun, I think he's left. He was having some urgent assignments, so he's not available. If you want to ask something about, I may a little bit can tell about it. As he mentioned about the province in Pakistan, APK, it's a vulnerable situation over here. But so far, I'm working in the energy sector. But so far, I didn't find the answer for the question that why we are so much vulnerable and we have too much disasters, like in the shape of floods every year. We face a lot of floods, and we also have a glacier burst in our country. But actually, we don't have too much greenhouse gas emissions. We look at the situation that we contribute less than 1% of greenhouse gas contributor of less than 1%. But still, we have a lot of disaster and things like this. So I'm not sure that's why it's not due to because the energy sectors, our coal share is very less, very less. It's a dirty fuel, but we are not using too much as compared to our neighbors. They are using more than 70% of the coal resources, and they're producing their electricity and other energy sources from coal and fossil fuels. But the share of Pakistan is very less. Our electricity is mainly from the hydro, more than 30% from hydro, which is a renewable green energy, green electricity. Our transportation is mainly compressed natural gas, CNG technology, that contribute very less to the environment. It produces less carbon dioxide, sulfur dioxide, and carbon monoxide. But still, we have the problems, and we have this type of disasters. So far, I didn't find the answer for this question. One reason might be that due to our neighbors, that they are contributing too much, and they're producing a lot of energy from the fossil fuels. So we have to think about this throughout the world. Globally, we have to think. We think about this, then we can reach to a solution for this. Because in the last, I have to tell that scientists believe that we will enjoy winter without cold, because how much we are disturbing the environment disturbing our climate, we will face it. And especially the developed countries, recently we observed that in the Europe and the US and the France and other countries, too much deaths and casualties due to the hot environments and due to the temperature changes. So we all have to think about it. It's a global issue, and all we have to work together for this. So, Aishwarya, what next do we have to do?
Does anyone have any other questions?
Yeah, there's a
We
question
still
in
have.
the chats for Dr. Sarah.
Okay.
Oh, from Amal.
Amal, yeah, please.
Okay. What can I see in 5 years from now? How do you see the empowerment like Teacher Rita able to strengthen orang asli land right? I think with the empowerment like this, will make maybe like someone like Teacher Rita to be able to speak up for themselves rather than having us becoming the voice of the community. They themselves can speak up for themselves. As I noticed, like this committee already taking part in the school teacher meeting. Before this, they never cared about that. But then now I could see like they go to the school. For some that send the kids to the school, they go to the school and have a school teacher meeting with that shows that they are showing interest to send the kids to the formal schooling and everything. So having an empowerment like this for someone like Teacher Rita is a lot for them to have a confidence, for them to be able to speak up for their community and participating in whatever decision making they are having. Not just like us showing, just putting the decision in front of them. Instead, they are making their own decision. And for our Rumah Baca program also, it is just not to teach them read, calculate and everything. It also to encourage them to like and adapt to the knowledge that we brought to them, but to adjust with their cultural knowledge as well. Because we don't want them to move outside of their neighborhood. No, we just want them to develop in terms of knowledge to make their surrounding better, just like that. Yeah, I hope that answers your question, Amal.
Thank you, Amal, for the question. Thank you, Dr. Sarah, for your time, as well as Dr. Harun. I think we can move forward to the next part of the conversation. Dr. Abhishek is not here yet, so maybe I can introduce our next speaker. So for our next speaker, we have a keynote speaker, who is Dr. Tuan Gokdang. Dr. Tuan Gokdang will be presenting a keynote presentation titled "The Wisdom We Have Forgotten: Indigenous Guardians, Ecological Intelligence, and Humanity's Shared Future." Dr. Tuan is also the founder and CEO of the Central Highlands Center for Community Development and Climate Change Adaptation, CHCC, Vietnam, as well as the steering committee member from Vietnam for INSA Asia, the regional chapter. So I think I would like to invite Dr. Tuan to give his his keynote presentation. You can unmute yourself, Dr. Tuan. Um,
All right.
okay.
Thank you very much. But before I present, may I kindly ask Aishu to share my presentation that I sent you via email? I tried from my end, but I can't do it. I think due to a technical problem from my side. So sorry about
Hold
that.
on, yeah.
Yeah. Sorry,
Are you
everyone.
able to upload your, to share your screen?
I have tried, but
Okay.
I just don't want to waste your time.
No, no waste at all.
All right.
Can you see the screen?
Yeah, I can see it. All right.
Okay.
All right, so thank you very much, Aish, and for the opportunity. My respected colleagues and honorable guests, indigenous leaders, young indigenous leaders from around the world participating in this summit. Ladies and gentlemen, it's both a privilege and a deeply personal honor to join you today at the Global Indigenous Youth Myth on Climate Change. Allow me to begin by expressing my sincere gratitude to the organizers for bringing us together around a theme that could not be more timely. Indigenous guardians, land, right, and knowledge for climate change. These words, in my opinion, are much more than the title of a conference. They capture one of the defining questions of our generation. How can you move to the next slide? How can humanity build a sustainable future by bringing together modern science and indigenous knowledge? I think this is a very big question that I would like to attract your attention. Today, we possess extraordinary scientific knowledge. We can observe the Earth from the space. We can model climate change system with remarkable precision. We can predict environmental change with AI, using AI. Yet despite these remarkable achievements, forests continue to disappear. Biodiversity continues to decline, and communities continue to face increasing climate risk. This paradox invites a simple but a profound question. If our knowledge has grown so dramatically, why do our environmental crises continue to deepen? That's another question I would like to share here. Perhaps it is the challenge, and the challenge is not only a lack of information, it is awakening of relationship with the living world. Science has profound or transformed the way we understand nature. It remains indispensable. However, while science helps us understand how ecosystems function, another form of knowledge helps us understand how human beings should live within those ecosystems. That knowledge, in my opinion, has been nurtured and protected by indigenous people for countless generations. Today, I would like to invite you all to see indigenous knowledge differently, not as folklore, not as memories of the past, but as living knowledge, knowledge refined through observation, tested across generations, and grounded in responsibility. This is why the three words in today's theme are inseparable. Land. It is identity. Land is far more than territory. It's identity, it's memory, it's a sense of belonging. Land is also where nature, culture, history, and future generations meet. Right, communities cannot protect ecosystem if their own right are not secure. Protecting indigenous right is therefore not separate from protecting biodiversity. It's one of the strongest foundation. And knowledge. Humanity becomes stronger when different ways of knowing learn from one another. Modern science is one of the humanity's greatest achievements. Indigenous knowledge is another. Together, they expand our collective capacity to care for our shared home. my colleagues, and ladies and gentlemen, allow me to illustrate this through a personal experience that I myself collected that profoundly changed my own understanding of sustainability. It did not happen in the university classroom where I graduated from, nor did it happen at an international conference that I have attended. It happened in the Central Highland of Vietnam, a remote mountainous area in the country. Many years ago, I had the privilege of living and working alongside the AD people, one of the most indigenous ethnic minority community group in the region. I arrived believing that I could contribute knowledge. Instead, I soon discovered teachers. Their classroom was the forest. The textbook was the landscape. Their lab was everyday life. One experience has remained with me ever since is after harvest, I walk along with an ED elder across a field that to my own eyes still looked productive and ready for another crop. I assumed that it would soon be cultivated again. Instead, the elder quietly explained that community would leave that land untouched for a while. In their opinion, the forest would return, the soil would recover, and water would retain, and wildlife would gradually appear. Only after the land had regained its strength would cultivation begin again. There was no urgency, no desire to maximize short-term production, only quiet confidence that caring for the land today was the only way to ensure that it could continue caring for future generations. This practice is often described as rotational cultivation practice, but I came to understand it differently. It's not merely an agricultural technique or method. It is truly a philosophy of relationship, a philosophy built upon one profound belief. Every act of harvest must be followed by an act of renewal. My friends, when I reflected on that experience today, I often find myself asking another question. For many years, public observations have been framed as though humanity must choose between the two worlds, traditional knowledge or modern science, local wisdom or global innovation, ancient practices or advanced technology. But perhaps that has never been the right question to ask. The challenges of our century are simply too complex to be understood through a single way of knowing. We face climate change, we face biodiversity loss, food insecurity, water insecurity, and community vulnerability. These are not problems that belong to one discipline, one institution, nation, or one culture. They require partnership. Let me be absolutely clear. I'm not suggesting that indigenous knowledge should replace science. Science remains one of the humanity's greatest achievements. It has transformed our medicine, agriculture, engineering, public health, and our understanding of climate system. Without science, our understanding of climate change would be profoundly incomplete. Its contribution is indispensable. However, indigenous knowledge contributes something equally important. Science often asks, how does the system work? Indigenous knowledge often asks, how should we live within the system? Two different questions. These are not competing questions, however. They are complementary questions. One deepens our understanding, the other guides our responsibility. But together, they transform our knowledge into stewardship. Nature itself teaches us this lesson. Healthy forests are not built upon a single species. Their resilience comes from diversity. Perhaps knowledge works in much more the same way. Humanity becomes wiser when different ways of knowing learn from one another. This perspective changes how we think about indigenous knowledge, indigenous people. They are not simply communities preserving memories of the past. They are active contributors to humanity's future. not because we possess every answer, but because they help us ask better questions. Question about limit, question about reciprocity, responsibility, and what it truly means to live well on this shared planet. Knowledge should never become a competition for authority. It should become a collaboration in service of life. When scientists and indigenous knowledge holders listen to one another, better questions emerge. When policymakers create space for both evidence and lived experience, better decisions become possible. And when young leaders learn to move confidently between different knowledge systems, they become bridge builders for a changing world. And this, I would like to speak to the young indigenous leaders. Allow me now to speak directly to the young indigenous leader gathered here today and around us. Many people say that indigenous young people stand between two worlds. After working alongside indigenous community in Vietnam Central Highland, I have come to see it differently. You are not standing between two worlds. You are standing where two worlds meet. This is not a place of conflict. It is a place of possibility. You inherit more than traditions. You inherit ways of seeing the world, ways of asking questions, ways of understanding the relationship between people and nature. At the same time, young generation has opportunities that no generation before has ever possessed. You can study anywhere now. You can collaborate across continents, share your story through digital technologies, and work alongside scientists, policymakers, government entrepreneurs, and community leaders. Please never believe that leadership requires leaving your identity behind. The world does not need fewer indigenous voices. It needs stronger indigenous voices, voices that bring ancestral wisdom into global conversations, voices that remind humanity that biodiversity is not a barrier to cooperation. It's one of our greatest strength. Through this summit, we have reflected on three powerful ideas: land, right, and knowledge. These are not separate ideas. Without healthy land, knowledge loses its living context. Without right, guardianship becomes fragile. Without knowledge, our response to climate change becomes poorer, no matter how advanced our technologies become. The future depends on protecting all three together. My colleagues, as I prepare to conclude, I find myself returning once again to the Central Highland of Vietnam. I remember standing beside that Edie elder after the harvest. The soil still looked fertile. To me, it seemed ready for another crop. Instead, he quietly said, "Now it is the land's turn to rest, turn to recover, and turn to breathe." For many years, I believed those words were only about farming, but today I believe they are about civilization. The question, in my opinion, we should ask: has humanity forgotten how to let the earth have its turn? We ask forests to provide. However, we rarely allow them to regenerate. We ask rivers to sustain us. However, we too often neglect the ecosystem that sustain them. We ask communities to adapt. However, we sometimes overlook the knowledge they have carried for generations. Perhaps the lesson of rotational cultivation in the Central Highland practiced by the Edi people has never been only about agriculture. Perhaps it is about how we choose to live on this planet. One final question I would like to share today. So, allow me to leave you with this question. Not what kind of future do we want to create, but what kind of ancestors do we hope to become? Future generations will not remember us for the technologies we invented. They will not remember us for the policy we wrote, nor the conferences we attended, but they will remember us for something much simpler, whether we had the wisdom to care for the world entrusted to us. If we can bring curiosity of science, the wisdom of indigenous people, the courage of young leaders, and our shared commitment to the earth, then perhaps future generations will remember this period of history, not as the time when humanity finally learned how to manage the earth, but as the moment we learned once again that we never truly own the earth. We have always belonged to it. The earth does not ask us to become more powerful. It asks us to become more responsible, more humble, and more wise. May we honor the land that sustains us. May we uphold the right that makes stewardship possible. And may we learn from every way of knowing that helps life flourish. And may we become the kind of ancestors for whom future generations will one day be grateful. Thank you very much for your attention and listening. I'm sorry that I realized that I've been running so fast, so quickly, because I thought that you might have questions for me, and I will be happy to take some of the questions within the time that is allowed for my presentation. Thank you very much again to the organizers, to Ash and everyone else, and thank you for listening too. I hope you have enjoyed my presentation, my keynote presentation.
Thank you on your presentation, and your words are very nice. I believe it should be written in the golden words, because your topic is also awesome. The wisdom we we are losing, the wisdom what we should have, we are losing it. The wisdom, we have to think about the environment, we have to think about our future, and especially your guidance for the young generation, for the indigenous people. We should think about it. Otherwise, we are damaging the environment. How much we are damaging this environment and our climate, and it should be very worse in the coming future if we didn't think about this. So it's the time you have to start thinking for this, and we unitedly we have to work for this.
Thank you very much, Dr. Don. Yeah.
Think Dr. Abhishek is here.
Hello everyone. My name is Abhishek, and for now I'm moderating this session. So thank you, Mr. Dong, for your valuable insights. And now message INA Battery C, Johnny will join the session, and our topic is Indigenous Guardian of Sabah, a community leadership in forest stewardship and traditional knowledge, Sabah Forestry Department. Mrs. Hello. Audible?
Sorry, I just can't get you very well. If you kindly say that again.
I think Dr. Abhishek, can you please on your camera, and also we have
I have on my camera.
Yeah, we have two other short talks, and then once after Dr. Tuan's talk, and after Miss Elni, and also Miss Lavania's talk, Dr. Abhishek will be moderating an open talk discussion, and as well as opening the floor to questions to the other participants. So, Dr. Abhishek, you can go ahead and introduce the next speaker.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Dong, for your valuable insights. And now Mrs. Elni Betisi Johnny will continue the session with her short talk on Indigenous Guardian of Sabah, a community leadership in forest stewardship and traditional knowledge. Is she available?
Yes, hello, I am audible.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Abhishek, for that very kind introduction. Allow me to share my screen. Can you see my screen?
Not yet.
Yeah.
Can you see it now?
Yes.
Okay. So I will start. Good afternoon, everyone, and warm greetings from Sabah, Malaysian Borneo. So my name is Elni Batris John Lee. I am representing the Sabah Forestry Department, Malaysia. So firstly, I would like to thank the organizers of the Global Indigenous Youth Summit on Climate Change for inviting me to be part of this gathering. So today I would like to share some experiences from Sabah on how communities participate in forest stewardship and how local and traditional knowledge can contribute to sustainable forest management. So as mentioned by Dr. Abhishek earlier, my presentation is entitled Indigenous Guardians of Sabah, Community Leadership in Forest Stewardship and Traditional Knowledge. So before I share some of our community initiatives, let me briefly introduce Sabah. So as shown on the screen, Sabah is located in the northern part of Borneo and is one of the three main regions of Malaysia, together with Sarawak and also Peninsular Malaysia. So Sabah is well known for its rich tropical forests and biodiversity, but we are also very diverse culturally. We have more than 30 indigenous ethnic groups with different languages, cultures, traditions, and relationships with the land. This diversity is important because there's no single way in which communities interact with forests. For some communities, forests are closely linked to water, agriculture, and livelihood resources, and for others, they are connected to culture, traditional knowledge, recreation, and increasingly to nature-based tourism. So when we talk about forest management in Sabah, we are not only talking about forests as ecological landscapes, but we are also talking about social and cultural landscapes. So this is where the Sabah Forestry Department comes in. The Sabah Forestry Department is responsible for managing, protecting, and conserving Sabah's forest resources. Our work covers several areas. We manage forest reserves and support sustainable forest management. We conserve biodiversity and important forest ecosystems. We are also involved in forest restoration, research, and monitoring. But importantly, our work also includes community engagement, livelihoods, partnerships, and social forestry. So this is because many communities are living within or around the forest landscapes, and their needs, knowledge, and participation are important to long-term forest management. So the key message from this slide is simple, which is sustainable forest management is not only about forests, but it is also about the people. So how do we actually work with the communities? I have simplified our approach into 5 broad areas. The first is restore. Communities can participate in forest restoration and then earn. Forest-related initiatives can support sustainable livelihoods. Experience. Communities can participate in community-based ecotourism. Learn through research, environmental awareness, and capacity building. And finally, participate through consultation, collaboration, and partnerships. And these activities often overlap. But for example, an ecotourism initiative may also create livelihood opportunities, involve local knowledge, provide environmental education, and strengthen community participation. So our aim is to move from simply consulting communities towards participation, partnership, and local stewardship. So let me share a recent example. One recent example is Balaron Navaloy in Pantingasan, Nabawan within the Pensiangan Forest Reserve landscape. Here, the Sabah Forestry Department works together with Koperasi Balaron Navaloy Pantingasan and other partners. The Balaron Navaloy Recreation Center provides a nature-based recreation platform where forest conservation, environmental education, and community participation can come together. So we have also conducted environmental awareness activities involving students and communities from the surrounding villages, and this shows that forest recreation site can become more than just a tourism destination. It can also become a platform for stewardship, education, and ecotourism. So community involvement can also extend directly into forest management and restoration. So another example is the Joint Forest Management Project in Kelawat Forest Reserve. This shows that how communities can be involved as partners in forest management. We also have restoration programs where communities participate directly in producing and planting tree seedlings. Through the seedling buyback program, the Sabah Forestry Department buys seedlings produced by local communities. Communities can earn supplementary income through seedling production, planting, maintenance of planted areas, and silvicultural work. Training is also provided on nursery establishment and care of seedlings. So restoration creates two benefits at the same time. It contributes to forest recovery while also creating skills, participation, and supplementary income for communities. So these activities show that community can contribute directly to forest recovery while also developing skills and livelihood opportunities. So another example or important area is community-based ecotourism. Forest landscapes can create opportunities not only for conservation, but also for guiding, recreation, environmental education, and community enterprises. So across Sabah, there are different examples of this. Some are linked to forest recreation areas, some to hiking and nature tourism, while others are run through community organizations or cooperatives. So the key idea is that a healthy forest can also have value through experiences and services that it provides rather than only through extracting resources from the forest. So another example of community-based ecotourism is the bird hide at Kampung Bestaria at Ulutungut Forest Reserve. The community is involved in aviatourism activities focused on bird watching, and one of its main attraction is the Bornean peacock peasant, and the site receives both local and international visitors, including bird watchers, nature lovers, and wildlife photographers. So this is a very specialized example of how biodiversity itself can support a community-based nature tourism activity. This is another example at Kampung Kiau Ecotourism, which offers a 3 days and 2 night package that includes hiking and camping while enjoying scenic views along Mount Kinabalu Trail, Mount Nungkok, waterfalls, and surrounding flora and fauna. And another strong example is Kopel Project in Batu Putih, Kinabatangan, which is a community-based ecotourism cooperative involving 4 villages, which is Kampung Batu Putih, Kampung Mengaris, Kampung Pepaduan, and Kampung Singamata. So what is interesting about Kopel is that the activities are not limited to tourism alone, but members are also involved in business activities, forest conservation, and also forest restoration.
Hi, friends. Hi,
So this is a good example of community-based ecotourism can become part of a much, sorry, somebody talking.
Global Indigenous Youth Summit on Climate Change starts in just an hour. In Asia.
Sorry, may I continue? So members are also involved in business activities, forest conservation, and forest restoration. And this is a good example of how community-based ecotourism can become part of a much broader landscape approach. Conservation, livelihoods, and community organizations are interconnected. So other than that, sorry. Another example is Kokobuan Waterfall at Kota Marudu. And traditional knowledge is also an important part of the presentation today. When we talk about traditional knowledge, we are not only talking about medicinal plants or cultural ceremonies. Traditional knowledge can also include knowledge of forest resources, land use, water, farming practices, seasonal changes, cultural values, and how communities interact with their environment. So in our work, social research helps us understand these relationships. We look at issues such as forest dependency and resource use, land use and livelihood patterns, traditional knowledge and cultural values, community needs, aspirations and concerns, and opportunities for local participation. So this information helps us understand not only what is happening in the forest, but also how people experience and depend on the forest landscape. So to obtain this information, we conduct research directly with the communities. Our studies assess issues such as community livelihoods and socioeconomic conditions, forest dependency, stakeholder relation, and impact of forest management towards the community. So we have carried out this type of assessments during scientific expeditions in several forest reserves in Sabah, including Sungai Talibu, Bukit Mongkobo, and Bukit Montapok, and many other areas. So we normally use methods such as household surveys, shown on the screen, focus group discussions, and interviews. So I will not go into detail into the methodology, but the important point is that forest management decisions benefit from understanding community perspectives as well as ecological information. So community engagement is not only about research. Environmental awareness is another important part of our work. One example is the Heart of Borneo Roadshow. The program is designed to raise environmental awareness and strengthen understanding between local communities and Sabah Forestry Department staff. It is led by our environmental education unit, and it includes role-playing sessions, agency sharing sessions, and environmental education activities. So this information that we collect should eventually contribute back to the forest management. This can include community mapping, documentation of traditional knowledge, community monitoring, socioeconomic assessment, case studies, and also success stories. So we also document and publish information so that this knowledge can support future management, research, and community programs. So traditional knowledge and social research help make forest management more people-centered. Meaningful participation also requires capacity. So community needs skills, confidence, and support to participate effectively. So our capacity building activities cover several areas, include conservation skills, livelihood skills, technical, and also leadership skills. So all of these are just some of the examples of the capacity building activities that we've conducted with the community. Also, we've appointed the community as honorary forest rangers to help in forest patrolling, and also many other courses for the community, such as mushroom cultivation, fish farming, and vegetable planting. So all of these initiatives requires partnership. One important platform in Sabah is the Sabah Association for Social Forestry, or SASOF, in which the members consist of government agencies, NGOs, academia, the private sector, and most importantly, the communities. The partnership supports community consultation, stakeholder engagement, joint initiatives, and shared responsibility for forest stewardship. So no single organization has all the knowledge, resources, or capacity needed to manage this complex social and forest landscape alone. So these are some of the activities conducted by the association themselves. We visited many social enterprises, and this enterprise specifically right here is Dumo Wangi, which is a women-led social enterprise involving women from Bundu Tuhan and Himbaan. The women are involved in natural farming of herbs, edible flowers, and superfoods. So the products have reached restaurants, hotels, and shop. And this is a good reminder that community stewardship is not always about physically patrolling a forest, but also creating sustainable economic opportunities that strengthen communities living within forest landscapes. So these are just some of the activities again by the association. And also we've appointed or worked together with the community in safeguarding pygmy elephants and formed the community elephant ranger team. So far, after working with different communities and projects across Sabah, these are 5 practical lessons that we've learned. The first is that every community is different. Cultures, landscapes, community capacity, and livelihoods differs, so there's no single model that will work everywhere. Second, we need to listen before planning. Communities often hold knowledge and experience that government agencies or outside organizations may not have. Third, participation must be meaningful. It should go beyond simply inviting people to attend meetings. Fourth, conservation and livelihoods are connected, in which long-term stewardship has to consider community well-being and economic realities. And fifth, partnerships and local leadership matter, government can enable, support, and facilitate, but long-term success is much stronger when communities themselves are actively involved. So this brings me to, I think, towards the end of my presentation. Communities are not simply beneficiaries of forest programs. They are partners, knowledge holders, and stewards of their landscapes. Healthy forests depend on empowered communities and strong partnerships, and sustainable forest management becomes stronger when people, knowledge, and institutions work together. So this is particularly important when we think about the next generation. So Indigenous youths have a very important role to play. You are in a unique position because you can connect knowledge of the previous generations with the opportunities and tools of the future. You can learn from the elders, document local knowledge, map community landscapes, participate in conservation, develop sustainable enterprises, tell the stories of your communities, and lead future stewardship. And for me, the challenge is not to simply preserve traditional knowledge, but to ensure that the next generation has a reason, an opportunity, and a sense of pride in carrying that knowledge forward. So with that, I thank you and end my presentation. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Ellen, for your nice presentation. You're doing a great job. Sabah is doing a great job and doing different types of activities, the local communities. It's very nice. So we have the next presenter.
Yes, Dr. Noor, I think we'll be waiting for a bit because Miss Lavanya is the next presenter and Dr. Abhishek will be moderating the session. She will join us shortly.
Sure.
I think there is a hand up, so maybe if she's not ready, we can take that question.
Yeah. Muhammad Khalil.
Khalil.
Hello, hi everyone. Thank you so much again. And thank you to Elni Beatrice from Sabah for your time and also for your kind support for the GIYSCC. Thank you so much. Even she's not feeling very well today, but she presented very, very well. Thank you so much. And she presented about Sabah, which I'm not sure many of you know about Sabah or not. Sabah is part of Malaysia as well. In Borneo part, Sabah, Sarawak, and Indonesia is a Borneo part, and it's a very big area full with biodiversity. They have a given Sabah is very given a lot of support through biodiversity through Malaysia and also to the world. And since Alam has been involved with Sabah, especially Sabah Forestry for this year, and we went to few places like Keningau, we went to Pensiangan, where we have to travel deep inside the forest, about 1 hour from the main road, and we have to go through off-road, and we can see how local people, indigenous people in Sabah, very commit to the project and support in climate action. We are so happy to work with Sabah, and I think not only Malaysia but all over the world can come to Sabah and can meet Beatrice as well to be part of the project in Sabah Forestry and also in BioD in Sabah.
Thank you, Khalil, for your insights. I think Miss Lavanya is here. I will hand over to Dr. Abhishek to introduce Miss Lavanya, and as we proceed with the next talk.
Am I audible? Hello. Hello.
Dr. Abhishek, maybe you can try starting your camera now. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. The next presenter is Ms. Lavanya Gupta. She is a PhD student at Tata Institute of Social Sciences in Tuljapur, and her topic is negotiating Shauka, Bhotia, and Himalayan identity, Munsiari memory song, and more. And now, Ms. Lavanya, you can start your presentation.
Miss Lavanya, I think you can share your screen.
I cannot unmute myself.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Hi, everyone. I hope everyone is doing great. Thank you for the opportunity. Let's start. I'll share my screen and a lot of things are open, so hopefully everything works. Let me just find out. Yeah. Can you see my screen? Is it visible?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I think even you can see my notes too, but it's all right. It's all last minute preparation.
Yeah, it's fine.
So
I think maybe you can
yeah,
go full screen.
yeah, I'll try that. If I can start the slideshow. Yeah. So yeah, my name is Lavanya, as Dr. Abhishek has already introduced me, and I'll be speaking on negotiating Shauka, Bhutia, and Himalayan identity. Basically in the Munsiari region, how memory, songs, and identity work in a particular place, especially when it comes to indigenous. What is indigenous or indigenous tribes or indigenous place? Who are the indigenous people? So once I start, I'll try and pull up a song, which is something, if you can hear. Can you hear it?
No.
You cannot?
No, we can't hear the song. Maybe
Can't hear the song. Oh, I think maybe I can play it here so you can hear it because it's essential for the part of it. And
yeah, take your time. We have time.
yeah. And you can by that time read to what is the song about. It's a different song, but however, so yeah. Can you hear it? भुल जाछ हो ना देश बकुरा दगु बन दे हो चिना खाजा लडछा नचु र भुल जाछ हो ना देश बकुरा दगु Ache bubu kaki kaka kusala hara ya buat na desa bakura thaku jana jana puji gechu
Utopi dunga da Janavata tina dura Vahata galim vaja.
Yeah, so when you hear this song, you technically hear a different language, which is not English, not Hindi, by the Indian people or Indian diaspora. It's a language which is particular to Mutsiari region. It's not particularly Bhutia, but it's sung in a way which is Pahari in its dialect. And it is what the song interprets is more about migration, how people initially in the transhumans memory are trying to recollect how people used to go from one place to another, what kind of food they used to carry, as well as how how difficult the terrain was, how bad the snow was, what were the different kind of dangers within it, that somebody could either die. You could find a bagura. Bagura means the snow leopard. So the song has so many connotations. And this is what I believe is indigenous in terms of not who is singing, which is something which would come out later, but something which comes from the land, something that comes from the memory. Similarly, there's another song here, which is more about, it's in Rang language. Basically, it calls about uh, a celebration of a festival in Chondas Valley, and it's in Dharma, of the Dharma place, which is far away beyond the Panchachuli peaks. And it's about how their hearts are like springing with joy and they are playing instruments, and this is a very recent song. It's a song published recently in past 5 years. So these are the songs and the memories of the past which are continuously being translated. And those, for those who do not understand like what is happening, where this is situated at, it is the place called Munsiari, which is a valley of Panchachuli, where you can see the Panchachuli directly about in abode of Himalayas or lesser Himalayas, where the basic history belongs to the Bhutia or the Shokas. They are the descendants of a bigger clan, and they used to travel, however, not alone. So Bhutia itself in Indian is denotified as ST, but they used to travel with other people too, which includes the Shilpkar community, which we also call as the SC community. And as we move forward, you would see how far the people would go. So people would start from Munsiari, which is a little dot below here. It's a place where people from, they would even start before Munsiari. They will collect at Munsiari to have a stay, and then they will go all along. You can see the yellow part, right? The Milam part. From there, they will go and across India borders to Tibet for trade. What kind of trade? Basically, here is the Gyanima Mandi, which they would set at the Milam Bazaar, and the kind of transhumance and kind of things that they would do basically is the kind of agriculture paddy which started initially, but later they started exchanging salt and gold and cultivated goods. But however, it continued till the British Empire was here. But after independence and when 1962 war happened, everything stopped, and so their livelihood completely changed. The whole valley and the whole Himalayan ecosystem where the tribes belonged to, where they stayed, they had to transform into new businesses. Economic diversification took place, and now it's completely different. Why this is very important? Because in spite of this, of what has happened, the songs still call upon the same places. And one of the major person who has contributed to this part of saving the history of the place is Dr. S.S. Pangti. He has written almost 108 or more than that books. One of this is also Johar Ke Swar, where he has like 68 songs and ballads and proses, which is in Bhutia language itself and the Pahari languages itself. And it talks about traditions, it talks about relationships of how the community works, the banter between a sas and a bahu. A sas and a bahu is daughter-in-law and mother-in-law, or like how what is nature for the people. And one can go beyond reading his work. He has also created a museum, which is called a Tribal Heritage Museum, very particular, started like 20, almost 15 years ago. He's no more, but his legacy stays around. And in that museum, you would see beautiful archivals of apparels, of letters, of uh, utensils, jewelries, and a lot of books. So the place itself is remote, as you see. It's like long, far from 6,000 kilometers above sea level, but it's a place which is dynamic and it's growing in a way where people might go out, but memory stays, and memory grows in form of either uh, tourism, either by songs, either by people who are trying to portray themselves in the same attire as you see there. So the picture that you see and the people who are wearing all this is a traditional Bhutia attire. Each particular village has a different kind of nathuni, the thing that they are wearing in the neck, in their nose, and each kind of jewelry also represents a different kind of village. Now you can see this is a very modern take of how indigenousness keeps growing. So this is a place, a cafe, which is by a Bhutia person, but you would see how it is represented. You When you go to the remotest of places, you would still find a person having a chullam or a hookah. But in Munsiari itself, where the Munsiari market is, this is a kind of cafes where very small cafe. There are two or three cafes only, and this is the place where you can see how the whole of Dharma Valley and the old culture is represented. However, in spite of that, the food that the person sells is actually Indo-Chinese, which is not the traditional cuisine. So there's like contentions of indigenousness. Like, what do you call is local? What do you call is their own? And how do you actually earn a livelihood? And similarly, when you go to a homestay, you will find all these elements in any particular homestay that you go to. These are representations of the past, including the birds that you will find in that. For birds you would find there, or the butterflies that you would find there. The kind of mirror work that you see here is called likhai. So it's basically how the olden periods, wood was the only source of creating houses and windows, and they used to be very beautiful. So there was a whole place, and it was made by the people of different villages. This you can see here is being made by the women of Munsiari itself in a small village called Sarmoli. And then you can see the pine buckets. So like how does it translate? It's not just the songs, it's also how you live and also how you represent your old roots. You do not skip when you move forward. And this is how you represent it in the food. So the one thing that you could see is obviously the green part is the wheat condiment, the bhang ki chutney or the pule or the halwa, as well as the kukla. So how is it that one can say who is making what? Because when we say Himalayan, a lot of things come to a urbanite as Maggie or clean and pristine uh, environment, but to a villager or to a person who belongs there, who has been staying here for 68 years. So this is the person with whom I was staying, and she was 68 years old. The husband is no more at the moment. One of Both of the kids are out, and she still has the innate sense of making things very traditionally, like using using all sorts of modern technology plus also old food, old chulhas, because she believes that oh, okay, this is something which is something I am comfortable with. So there are a lot of contentions of negotiating the identity of like, how do you say this is Pahadi or how do you say this is indigenous? Because it's all universal to a person who has been living here for generations. Similarly, you would see how the village, which is Darkot, people are still using old looms to create beautiful handicrafts. And they are now shifting. They initially used to make pashmina, the sheep wool from the Tibet. Now they have switched off because they cannot go anymore to Tibet, uh, to either switch on to a different kind of wool, which is rabbit wool. And now they use that to create beautiful shawls and beautiful apparels. And other than that, what is happening there? Like, how do you recognize who is holding the memory of the past plus who is actually of the place? Is how they publish their stories. So they are technically continuously writing what it is to be a Himalayan indigenous person and what do they believe is Bhutia in culture. And you can find all those stories in a repository of Rural Voices of India. And you can also see like how each person has narrated their lived experiences and also the problems. So, like, a lot of you might not be aware that the tribes itself had to have a, they were not hunky dory always. There was fights between them. There's like a black history between the tribes. Then also the Tamta community and the Bhutia communities are uh, in in the past were not as equal as one would believe. And if you talk to the Tamta community, they would be like, we are also as Bhutias as Bhutias feel themselves to be. So Bhutias and Tamtas are different. And when I say Bhutia and Tamta, and in the songs, when you hear different villages, each person has its village identity. So there's like a lot of negotiations going on. However, there is cohesiveness when it comes to when you have a conversation with them about Jal Jangal Zameen, which is about soil, which is about water, which is about mountains, and which is about forest. So each person who has stayed long there and still living there never negotiates with all four of the things or three of the things that I told you about. So it's like there are songs, there is practice, there is livelihood, and all continuously speaks to one set of the past, which speaks mostly and more like what well known to be Bhutia, but it's not Bhutia, it's Shoka or more than Shoka. So this is what I believe was important to highlight how important it is to realize as a person who was an outsider, because I was an outsider, to realize how difficult it is to manage a particular kind of identity when when it is called no, it is just Bhutias who are living there and 18% no. There are different people within Bhutias also. There are different people and they all negotiate. The only point of commonality that they found is the Himalayans, yes, and everything is connected to it. Uh, their whole memory of the transhumans is from the village, and that's how they keep negotiating the whole system of economy or trying to build a community, because there are several communities of together. Like people will build their own community and they will try to either create homestays or they will run YouTube channels. So it's a very interesting place to be. And as we move forward, it is interesting to see how can this place not only create places for other people, but how does it hold back the people who have left? Because Munsiari used to be one of those regions where people used to move out continuously. There are so many places which are already, you know, houses which are completely empty. So if this is something which is happening in the past 5 or 6 years, it is interesting to see if this negotiation with the past identity and the memory can hold the people in at a particular place. I hope this is where I end it. I would be happy to take any questions if you want or if you would like to.
Thank you, Ms. Lavanya.
Thank
Anyone
you.
have any question? Anyone audible? Hello.
Does anyone have any questions? You may raise your hand and then we can unmute you. Mm. Ms. Lavanya, maybe you can share with us a little bit about how this piqued your interest, because you mentioned that you were an outsider. So what exactly got you into this field?
Something happened. Yeah. So my interest peak, basically, I was trying to figure out places where regeneration is happening in villages, and also what kind of efforts are being taken to hold population at a particular place, which got me into realizing that there is somebody called S.S. Pankte sir, who is a published author who has been working continuously to save the history and the culture of the place. And if that is happening, then what else is happening there? So apart from SS Pankte sir's work, there are different kind of communities working along with them. There are like SSGs working on homestays. Then there is like a whole freelancing situation happening with the young boys who are trying to educate and trying to bring awareness about the place of the place, like what are the forests, what kind of butterflies will you find, all kind of wildlife. You can document it, you can publish it on digital media, different kind of storytelling experiences. So these were the things that drove me to a place which essentially is supposed to be really far and really remote, but builds into an ecosystem of holding everybody together.
Mm. Are there any policies in place for this group?
Yes, so in Munsiari itself, the only policy that the government would want to work on is tourism, as well as in Darkot. However, they are also trying to plan different kinds of livelihood opportunities, such as maybe making food, food items like squash, or Malta is very famous there, so they would try to make something out of it, a drink or perhaps. But other than that, the livelihood practices are very limited, which is the reason why people have started, diversifying into a digital field. Like, because internet is available to them now, so they've started creating their own, YouTube videos of what do they believe is Himalayan representation of their identity, and then they will post it out. There are like several videos that they have started monetizing. So I've interviewed like few of them who have continuously been on YouTube now for the past 3 to 4 years and have silently monetized, with what videos they show of the place, what kind of food they're eating, or what kind of, rivers in the topography that you can find there. So all kind of situations where a person would say, oh, a remote place will not have an economy like a small scale industry. It's all right, but there are different ways. It's like Abda Mein Avsar, how our Prime Minister said it. So this is how people are trying to figure out in remoteness how to find different alternative livelihoods and also not just get dependent on the government policy if it's not there in place yet.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Thank you so much for your presentation and
Thank
your
you.
insights.
Thank you.
Does anyone else have any other questions that they would like to ask Ms. Lavanya? I think our presenter from Sabah is not able to join for discussion. So, and I don't see Dr. Tuan, so maybe if there are any questions for Ms. Lavanya, we can go ahead. We leave the floor open for a few questions for a while. Mr. Abhishek, I think some people are not online. Maybe we can wait for them, or else we can get into closing. So just wait for a bit. If anyone has any questions.
Yeah, I have a question from Gupta. As you're working on a very nice topic, so do you have some efforts for the regional cooperation in this regard?
Yeah.
Do you?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Your project is very nice, and you are doing your PhD in this regard. If you could work for a regional cooperation, also you can do something and whole area like Pakistan, India, and nearby China, and if
Yeah.
you work close with them as well.
Yeah, that is an interesting point, and actually, I think the communities are really interested in it. So one of the places, one of the people who or the organization that I worked with has continuous tie-ups with University of Vermont. They host cultural experiential tourism for them. So it's like from east to west, however, not a regional cooperation. Even I tried to do this because the person I was like the other person that I'm working with, I brought them as a keynote speaker for the AAG, American Association of Geographers. So I would love to have a regional cooperation because scholarship is one of the essential things that they are planning to do. Scholarship in terms of explain the regions, do not leave them, while also do your education. It is something which is their focus on. It's like you cannot detach yourself from the forest and the land and the water and go out. You can find certain things. So why not have a regional cooperation? I think it's an interesting point. We could think of it, and even they do it continuously. They are not doing it with China, obviously, but they are trying to figure out because there are a lot of mountaineers who work continuously in Nepal. They're like freelancers who have regional cooperations with them. So Nepal has a connection with them, but not believably China at the moment. But yes, I think if there is an opportunity, they'll be happy to have a conversation to build more regional cooperations there itself.
I think we have Prof. Paul who's raised his hand.
Hello. I challenged to show myself as I'm moderating, but I just wanted to observe the important nature of the discussion that Lavanya and Noor are having in terms of regional cooperation. It's not unique to the Himalayas. It's a problem that challenges the entire world. I work in the Arctic, and for example, half of the Arctic is Russia, and the other half is not Russia. And so to talk about the Arctic without Russia doesn't make sense. And so the geopolitical circumstances of the world are complicated, but indigenous youth are a path. um, to share observations on a planetary scale with each other. And I think that's an important part of the empowerment that Dr. Temitopso Bonmu, Dr. Davina Lobine, Dr. Onza Rosanna Morrow, and now Dr. Julie Kwakoi are sharing with the world. So I just wanted to comment on the discussion that you're having.
Thank you, thank you, Prof. Paul. Does anyone have any other question? I think there was a question for Dr. Kwan in the chat, but I don't see him here. I can send this question to him. But otherwise, does anyone have any other questions? Anyone participating, do y'all have any questions?
Are you sure? Are you talking about Dr. Tuan?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I also saw that there was a question in the chat, and
Yeah.
I also wanted him to highlight on some few things, but I think he's up, and we may have to, yeah. Anyway, so as we perhaps wait for others, if there are any issues that would need more deliberations, we would want to invite the co-leads before Aishu you come on board to share some few insights, reflections based on everything we've discussed in Region 1 with the way forward as far as GIYSCC's vision is concerned. Are there some few things you've been able to gather that you want to share as part of what we should be adding to our report as to how GIYSCC, perhaps in Region 1, the way to go and anything at all? So Aishu, I would want you to lead that discussion by inviting your co-leads to give us some few summary so far, the journey so far, the observation, and then the climax today, Region 1, what they have seen, what they would want to share. And when they are done, then perhaps you are going to also give us, no, I would also come in before then you might give us the closing remarks. So I leave it to you to invite them.
Yeah. So I think maybe we can start with Dr. Noor. Maybe you can share some of your insights throughout your journey with the Indigenous Youth Summit for Climate Change.
Thank you, Aishwarya. Actually, mostly I was engaged with Aishwarya, and she connect all very well, and she share all the data, all the material with us very well. I appreciate your efforts, and you have done very well. And also appreciate Dr. Paul and Julia. They also have, I think it's a very coordinated work, and all have done their efforts and their what they share. I appreciate all, and actually we have tried our best to connect with the more students and young people, but some were agree, but actually in the end they are not come and share their presentations, but it had a very good impact on our society, and we will share it with the young people, especially those who are working in this environment and in these regions and in these communities. We have to share these inputs with the others, and I am very, very thankful to all of you that we have. Sometimes we have missed the meetings or something like this due to our busy schedules, but I think it is a very nice and very good platform that we have shared our views, our ideas, and And once again, thank Julia and Dr. Paul and Aishwarya. All these three we have worked, will do working close with you people in future as well. We'll try our best to for the sustainability. This is from my side.
Thank you, Dr. Noor. Maybe I could get Dr. Sadia to say a few words. Dr. Sadia, maybe you can say a few words.
Hi. So, yeah, it had been a wonderful time throughout, and I would like to appreciate the efforts of Ms. Ashwarya and Dr. Nurwali, of course. Yeah, it had been really informative, although my role was not to speak in between. So there were some points where I wanted to share my views as well, especially the presentation that was in on the waste management, and that was tremendous, and it was very informative, and I guess that's a very important area. I'm particularly talking about that area because my expertise are also in the waste management, especially the plastic waste management, and that's one of the key area that's playing the part in the global warming, and that needs to be addressed. And of course, the indigenous platforms, they are the key for the management of the waste, because that's a global issue. And if we want to tackle that issue, we need to work from the indigenous areas. And of course, we are lacking in worldwide, we are lacking in the policy for the management of the waste, especially the plastic waste. So I would like to thank the forum for bringing that into consideration as well. And I hope that we can do more about it. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Sadia. Maybe Dr. Abhishek would go next.
Yeah, thank you, Surya. First of all, I would like to congratulate everyone to successfully hosting the Region 1 session. And I also want to thank Aishwarya for hosting the whole session with the coordination with all of us. And also, I want to thank Julia, Paul, and all the co-hosts, co-leads. They have worked hard to do this. Earlier, I was trying to engage some other speakers also, but at last they are not able to give some part of this session. So finally, one speaker was able to join, and she also have said well. So I want to thank Lavanya also, and hopefully we will do some better presentations next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Abhishek. I'm not sure if Rauf is still here. Mr. Anurag is traveling at the moment, so he's unable to join now. But I think I just messaged Rauf. Or maybe I could go next, Julia, while waiting.
Yeah, you have the floor.
Yeah, okay. First of all, good morning, good afternoon, and oh, Khalil has raised his hand. Okay, maybe let Khalil say a few things. Yeah. Hold on, Khalil. Let me unmute you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. Anyway, thank you so much, GIYSCC team, Paul, Aish from Malaysia, and Julia, and the rest of the team. From the past of since March, we have been planning for this, and today is the day. So we share everything, every rights that we should tell people, everything that people need to know, especially in our area, our place. Like myself and Aish from Malaysia, we have few thoughts that we need to highlight. What we need to raise, what we need to talk about, especially for the indigenous people who may not able to talk, especially in Malaysia. Sometimes we have issue that indigenous people are far away from us, but they couldn't talk on behalf of them. So this is our time to tell everyone, to tell people all over the world, what should we do, what should be done from our side, so their thought, their sound, their voice can be heard. And we hope that this is not the fourth year. This is the fourth year, and we should not stop until for this year, and we should continue so our future generation, youth, to be leaders, and to fight for everyone. And Alam will always be there to support for the future. Thank you so much for your time. Thanks, Paul. Thanks, Aish. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Khalil, for your kind words. I think Muhammad Rauf is here. Maybe he can share. Rauf, are you here? Maybe you can share a few words for the closing.
Okay. I'm cannot unmute. So yeah. Uh, First of all, I would like to say thank you everyone for this meaningful conversation. I think there are three reflections. Personally, I would like us to take away today. First is knowledge. Indigenous and local knowledge is not simply something to be documented or consulted. It should be recognized as an important sources of knowledge for shaping our climate future. Secondly, is power. As we heard today, climate resilience cannot be separated from question of land, resources, and political and economic power. We should therefore ask not only how communities can become more resilient, but also what system need to be changed. And third, youth. Young people are not simply future beneficiaries of climate action. We are also co-creators of the future. So perhaps yeah, I think that three reflections for myself, and I would like to extend my gratitude to all of you, to the all committees, to the all presenters and indigenous community in Asia and around the world. So yeah, happy International Indigenous Day. Thank you.
Thank you, Rauf. Thank you so much for your kind words. Since Mr. Anurag is unable to join, um, I can go ahead and give the closing remarks. So good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today for the 8-hour summit for Region 1 covering Asia and Oceania. It has been a real privilege to have the opportunity to share a few reflections from my experience as the Region 1 lead for Asia Oceania for the GIYSCC 2026. So, for me in particular, this has been a meaningful experience because although I do play a dual role because my main role, like my day job, is the regional program officer for INSA Asia. So when I had the opportunity to lead the region for GIYSCC 2026, this was the first time that I was working closely with the Global Leads team, because in the past 3 years, we have been involved in GIYSCC, but not as much as I have been involved this year. So it has been a meaningful experience because although I have been involved in youth science policy and international engagement through INSA, this was my first time being fully involved in GIYSCC and in the coordination for region within the summit. So it reminded me that the regional coordination is not simply about organizing activities or communicating information to our colleagues or to the presenters, but it is fundamentally about building relationships, creating space for different voices, especially indigenous youth, and making sure that young people feel heard and that they have ownership of the process. One of the things I do appreciate the most was working with the other regional leads as well as the global co-leads. I think I've tortured I've tortured Julia enough late nights and also early mornings. So thank you, Julia, for all your assistance throughout this. We started this journey around February, so the past like 5 to 6 months has been a wonderful journey with you. You have always been very kind, very helpful, and thank you, very understanding. So thank you so much for that. And the same goes to Prof. Paul. Thank you for your understanding and also your assistance throughout the planning of the Region 1 Summit. Even though we come from different regions, backgrounds, and experiences, like we do face these similar questions, like how do we engage young people meaningfully, making sure that their voices are heard, and how do we make sure that all the regional priorities are reflected globally, and especially like country-wise issues as well as region-wise issues, and how do we manage the different time zones, the cultures, and the expectations, and also how do we keep the process inclusive while still moving things forward. So my experience sharing with the colleagues was therefore also one of the most valuable aspects of this journey. I also like to take this chance to express my heartfelt thanks and gratitude to all the colleagues who have been helping me and helping us to coordinate um, speakers for the Region 1 as well as helping us to get more speakers for this summit this year, and also helping me with whatever requests I might have. And I also like throughout the process, I've also learned that we don't need to have a perfect solution at the beginning, because like you say, most of the things that um the region the like it all came together like as we went along. So it is okay if we don't have the answers in the beginning. So what is more important is that we have an open conversation, sharing what worked and didn't, and also learning from one another. I also realized that each region has its own realities. So for Asia Oceania, we are working across an incredibly diverse geographical and cultural space, from South Asia and Central Asia to Southeast Asia, East Asia, and also the Pacific. The climate challenges are different, but they are also deeply connected. We have communities dealing with floods, droughts, melting glaciers, rising sea levels, biodiversity loss, land degradation, and extreme weather. At the same time, we also have indigenous and local communities holding generations of knowledge about ecosystems, land, water, and climate adaptation. So their voices need to be heard. Um, their voices hold the answer to the future. So the diversity is both a challenge and a strength. So looking ahead, I would maybe like to suggest the three priorities for Region 1 is that first, we should strengthen the regional network beyond the summit itself, because although we do have this summit once a year, GIYSCC is not something that should be that happens once a year and then it just stops abruptly. Like the conversation must continue, and I would also like to see more stronger connections between young people across Asia and Oceania region throughout the year, because it has been hard to secure speakers from the Oceania region. This year, through regional dialogues, knowledge sharing sessions, collaborative projects, and also informal networking, the relationships we have built during this summit should become the foundation for a longer term community. And secondly, I think we would need to create a more opportunities for youth-led action. So participation should not end with just speaking at a panel or attending a session. So where possible, young people should have opportunities to develop and lead initiatives, whether that is around climate adaptation, biodiversity, indigenous knowledge, ocean governance, disaster risk reduction, renewable energy, or climate justice. We should move from participation towards youth leadership and youth ownership. And third, I think knowledge exchange must within the region needs to become much stronger. There is so much happening across the Asia Oceania region, but we need to address that there is a significant gap between Asia and Oceania, and also we often don't know enough about what is happening in our neighboring countries. So a young person working on glacier conservation in the Himalayas may have something valuable to share with someone working on disaster resilience somewhere in Southeast Asia. So a Pacific youth leader working on Asian ocean sovereignty may have perspectives that are highly relevant to coastal communities elsewhere in the region. So I think conversations like what we have today help us to bridge the gap and also make sure that not only are youth voices heard but are implemented for a better future for the for the youth in the future. So we should create mechanisms for these connections to happen more naturally, more easier, and also to reach the right networks. So personally, I also think this experience has changed how I think about leadership. So coming from INSA, I'm used to thinking about science, evidence, policy, and how knowledge can inform decision making, and how you strengthen the nexus for the science policy, how you strengthen the science policy nexus. So GIYSCC reminded me that knowledge is not only produced in universities, laboratories, government institutions, but it also exists within communities, within indigenous communities in particular. It exists in indigenous languages, stories, traditions, the relationships that we've had for multiple generations with land and water, and also in the lived experiences of young people facing climate change directly. So for me, that has been one of the most important lessons from this experience, and it is a timely discussion, considering how much of climate crisis we are facing at the moment. So as we move forward, I hope Region 1 can become a space where these different forms of knowledge are not only recognized, but are also connected and valued equally. And finally, I would like to thank all the young people, the speakers, coordinators, regional representatives, technical coordinators that have been helping us since early morning today, and fellow co-leads from other regions as well who have made this experience meaningful and also a fun experience. So, being the Region 1 lead has been a learning experience for me, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to learn alongside all of you. And I hope that what we have started through the summit this year will not end with just this summit, and instead, I hope we can take this forward as a stronger Asia Oceania youth network, one that connects knowledge, communities, and action and gives young people a meaningful role in shaping the climate future of our region. And with that, happy International Indigenous Youth Day, and thank you for joining us today. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Aishu. I'm very grateful. Let me quickly call Prof. Paul to give some few reflections. Once he's done, I'll just some few words to conclude, then we can move to the next region. Prof, please, you have the floor.
If somebody could spotlight me, see if I can do it myself. Just
okay, that's fine.
Add the spotlight. Aishu, your comments were beautiful, and thank you very much for your wonderful leadership with Region 1 to start the 4th Global Indigenous Youth Summit on Climate Change. Julia, I know you just jumped out of your chair, but thank you very much for your global leadership for the 4th dialogue, virtual dialogue by, for, and among Indigenous youth with global inclusion. I've been asked spontaneously by Julia to give a few comments, and I'd just like to echo the phrase that Mohammed Rauf shared just before his presentation or recently. He said that youth are the co-creators of the future. And that's absolutely true. And that will always be absolutely true. And so there's a great responsibility that the youth who are listening to this discussion and participating at an early stage of your life to carry this message forward and to involve future youth generations. So the intention of this virtual dialogue by, for, and among Indigenous youth with global inclusion is exactly that. It is intended to empower Indigenous youth, particularly from the global South, who understand better than those that live in fancy cities with large machinery and other things around them, understand the connections to the world around us. And that wisdom about operating across generations is something the world needs, fundamentally needs, in order to continue in a resilient, stable manner as a globally interconnected civilization. So it's truly an honor. And I'd just like to, in the context of this discussion, and as somebody who has been on a journey like this for my entire life, listening to the comments of youth leaders, follow your passion, ignore the word no, for the rest of your life. And there's a story, in a sense, that is apropos for Region 1 in particular, with the Himalayas. The Tibetan Plateau provides water to 1.4 billion people. That's almost 25% of the world's human population is fed by water from the Himalayas. The oldest climate research program began in 1882. It was called the International Polar Year. It happened starting in Europe because for 5 centuries, the glaciers through Europe had advanced and impacted the climate and the weather in Europe, impacted crops, things were more expensive, harder to heat, and so on and so forth in a cold environment. At the end of the Little Ice Age in the 19th century, began this first International Polar Year. And it began during a period of what's called a sunspot maximum, which is every 11 years, there's a maximum of sunspots. And Earth's climate is fundamentally related to the sun. We know this every day of our life. We wake up in the sunshine, for example. And the first International Polar Year was in 1882. The second International Polar Year was in 1932. And as a consequence of the second International Polar Year, the Himalayan Plateau region began to call itself the third pole, because it was understood that there was the pole of the Antarctic and the pole of the Arctic, the high latitudes. But there was so much ice in the Himalayas that the region began to refer to itself as the third pole. That was in 1932. The fifth International Polar Year is coming up in 2032 to 2033. And again, it's only focusing on the Arctic and the Antarctic. But the third pole involves nearly 25% of the world's human population. And so in this discussion, just in terms of the passion that's required, the insights and the wisdom that is being shared, it's important to recognize the timeframes that are involved in the process, the progress of us as a world. It doesn't happen quickly. It happens consistently with patience and persistence across time. And in that sense, the contributions today and in the years past and in the years future provide a level of consistency and insight that is necessary for the world coming from youth, and in particular, Indigenous youth, who are the bridges. to those ancient understandings of how we operate in this living world. So I just want to thank the leaders of Region 1, certainly Regions 2 and 3 as well, and appreciate the opportunity to make these comments, Julia.
Thank you so much, Prof. I tried calling Temi to see if she had some few words, but I think she's a bit off. So let me quickly give some few reflections from what we've been able to do so far, and then we can have some 10 minutes break before we start our Region 2. So I would want to start by saying a very big thank you to
I just don't mean to interrupt you, but Tope and Onza are on still.
Okay, yes, okay. Then I would have to. Onza, please, can you hear me? All right. So I think Dr. Temi has heard me. Dr. Temi, please, you have the floor. Some few words before we go.
All
I'll
right.
just ask.
Can you hear me now? Okay.
Yes.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much, Julia, and thank you, Paul, for your intervention. I congratulate Julia and the regional leads and on another successful meeting, summits for Region 1. As it's our custom, it's a whole 24 hours round the circle, and we really started well. I've been online for about 3/4 of the time. I also listened to the conversations, and I particularly like the presentations by the young ones. There was a young man that was talking about education, peer education. I like the music and all that. I think we've really moved and progressed from the ethos and the guiding principles that we conceived the Global Indigenous Youth Summit on climate change on. And I'm very happy more reflections, but also more involves people's, but with courage to even speak in their local language. You know, we started from a point of view where quite a number of our colleagues, our indigenous youths, felt that they were out of the decision-making space because of their inability to communicate in the so-called global languages like English and French. But we realize that it's very important that our voices are heard, even in our own languages, and leveraging technologies for translation so that we ensure that, you know, very pertinent and important information that is not out there is put out there and championed by indigenous youth. So I'm so excited. It's a very great thing to see that work that we started on the concept note really has progressed and is progressing into subsequent years. I really want to encourage those in Region 1 as we end this session today to continue to keep championing this. And trust me, from 2023 till now, we have significant progress in advancing indigenous peoples and indigenous youth participation in high-level panels. You know, very, very significant increase from where we started off in 2023. And I believe strongly that our contributions, our visibility with the GIYSCC is making that happen. And that continues to make it happen. And we hope that having provided this platform that we indigenous youths will continue to leverage the opportunities and then ensure that our voices count, our innovations count, and then our world is much more better, much more improved. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you so much, Dr. Temi. Let me quickly invite Dr. Onza.
Hold on.
Thank you so much, Julia, for this. Thank you so much for giving me the floor. And I'm very happy and very honored to be here. And I'm very proud of the work that, giving for the Region 1. So it is such, a pride to have this kind of platform and initiative. And it is not just a summit, it is our life. So that is something that in my heart, and I'm very happy for for the successful summit for today, and hope that it is just a start discussion, but we will continue to engage on that indigenous indigenous knowledge and indigenous plan and action should be heard in international way. So yeah, thank you so much, Julia, for your hard work, and also for Julia for the Region 1 to bring all of indigenous people on one initiative. So thank you so much, and thank you for giving me this floor as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being available throughout when we started at 0000 GMT. I would say a very big thank you to you all for the kind of mentorship you have provided. I applied wanting to be the Region 2 lead, not the global lead. And you gave me the global lead, and I didn't know how I was going to go with it, but I think that you've been so supportive throughout the journey, and I would want to extend a very great appreciation to Paul, to Temi, to Davina, to Onza, and to my abled regional lead. Aishu she says she's giving me pressure. I have given her so much pressure. I always forget the time zones difference. So I would be texting her and it will be midnight, and I text and text and she will tell me, Julia, it's midnight here. Can I sleep? In the morning I'll continue. And I say, oh, sorry. So she's been so tolerant and very supportive. And so I want to say a very big thank you to the leadership of GIYSCC. I also want to say a very big thank you to Future Earth, Erica, Bridget, Stefan, and the entire team from Future Earth. They have also been very key. Directing, supporting, and each and every time that there is an issue, you quickly send a message and then they are very prompt to respond. Then I want to thank the partnership which was already existing even before we took over office. ENGSA Asia has been so supportive. Alam has been so supportive. Future Earth has been so supportive. You just tag them on LinkedIn and they are just reposting each and every minute. So I'm very, very grateful. I would thank the keynote speakers for the insights they have provided. In fact, it's so deep and very passionate, and it gives us all a renewed sense of what we are doing, that it is not in vain. It is not something which is weird. It is something which must be done. And I am very happy and grateful to be part of the leaders who are being empowered through this session to make this happen. And so for our presenters have done a great job. The diversity in the presentations, they were very insightful. And each presentation spoke more about the previous one and even added on to the opening remarks that we had. And so I think that together we are able to create a synthesis. I'm happy that I could do some kind of reporting here. And I am going to try and synthesize everything that we have spoken about in Region 1. And I am also going to share what I am able to put together so that each presenter and everybody here whose knowledge that was shared has been captured is going to be an author of that. And so please, once I am able to do that, I am going to request Aishu to share with me your emails, and then on the Google Drive, kindly review the document I put across and then add your voice to it and then add your name and everything that we would need so that we can send it out as representing us. At least that is going to ensure that whatever knowledge and whatever we have discussed here is not going to end with the summit. It is going to continue from there. I also encourage all of us to at least try and then follow the WhatsApp channel that we have created, as well as the LinkedIn platform that we are on. The LinkedIn is relatively new, so we don't really have a lot of people there, but I would encourage all of us to at least go there, because there are a lot of opportunities that are being shared with us. So some of us are on social media, the channel, some of us are on LinkedIn. And so once we are able to share them there, at least we are able to repost, and it is going to get to our indigenous youth groups at the different locations that the call may be in need of. On that note, I would just summarize everything that we have heard today, and I will just reiterate the fact that some few points that I could put down is that, one, protecting the environment is inseparable from protecting indigenous identity. And then we are talking about identity. The land, which is our first pillar, is the foundation of who we are. And I'm glad that we could see a lot of videos and a lot of presentations, and they were very diverse about forest, about water, and about even biodiversity. And that tells us about how land is our foundation. Again, indigenous guardianship cannot exist without the recognition of indigenous rights, right to land, to self-determination, and then to knowledge. And knowledge is not just the folklore that we think indigenous knowledge is. Knowledge is innovation, knowledge is resilience, knowledge is wisdom tested across generation. And it is not less of knowledge because it is indigenous. It is just the same as science. And like our keynote speakers highlighted, science is important, but indigenous knowledge is important. So one is not superior to the other, and I wish we are able to carry this across. Again, indigenous youth are not just participants or even the future leaders. We are co-creators of solutions, of policies, and then even of our future. And indigenous youth are supposed to be the leaders of now, not tomorrow. The future of climate justice lies in the hand of indigenous youth, and we are not waiting for the change. We are supposed to lead the change. On that note, we are going to follow the sun and then move to region 2, and we are going to try as much as possible not to break the circle, because we are a family, we are a movement, and we are a people of one earth. Thank you so much, everybody, for making the Region 1's Summit and Dialogue a success. I thank you so much for your time, for your dedication, for your preparations, and everything. Thank you so much, and let's meet in Region 2. We have some few minutes, so we can just take some 10 minutes break, and then we can shift to Region 2. Thank you so much, and then see you in Region 2. Bye for now.
Thank you. Thank you, Julia. Thank you, Julia. Thank you, Prof. Paul.
Thank you, Aishu. I'm going to transfer to region 2. But I'll leave. I'm on until 8 o'clock.
Okay. Okay. I'll leave first. So for anyone in region 1 interested to continue listening to region 2, it is a different link.
Let me put it. I'll put it in the chat. Just
Yeah.
So region 2. Apparently the Zoom link is longer than the chat
Oh
allows.
yeah.
Let me another way.
Maybe I can hold on. I can ask Stefan in the group if she can send.
So we have Kofi is on, but Kofi's going to want to join region 2 shortly, I think.
Yeah, Stefan sent it.
Thank you. Well done, Aishu. Well done. I was glad to hear that you had fun along the way.
Of course. Um,
I will see you in
I'm
region
putting
2, perhaps.
maybe in a while.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm putting the link for region 2 in the chat for those who want to join. Thank you, Prof. Paul. See you later.
Pleasure as well as honor.